Red alert, pulse of the planet. Keep it fast, standing. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. No mask, not even if it's old dark 30s. Good street made, even dirt roads, highway 30. 50, 40, 90, that'll get you 30. That's a clean sweep. Even
Welcome to Red Alert Houston Rocket Zone. I'm Hope Champion. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and drop Clutch City in the comments. And lock in to hear Daily Rockets talk.
Okay. Now, Mike Chicken 1-2 this time. All right, look. So obviously, the last stream, I'm pulling the last stream because what happens was I'm on, and by no stretch of the imagination did I realize that nobody could hear me. So I just went ahead and cut that stream and bringing it back because I don't want to leave y'all without the information that I've already given so far. So I'm going to recap that information just so we can have it because we got time. We got time. All right. Now, if you in the chat, bro, if you in the chat and my mic is muted, why don't you drop a 2 for your boy? If you're in the chat and you can hear me, drop a 1. Come on, man. You know what I mean? Keep it a bean, keep it a thou off for your boy, man. If you in this thing and you know, let me know where we at. All right. Okay, let's see. Houston Rockets, Brooklyn Nets. I'm gonna pull this one right here. You getting deleted. All right. Delete. Understand. Okay. Yeah, I went whole 15 minutes and I see people pulling up and nobody says, hey man, you know, like, hey, look, you and nobody can hear you. Nobody ain't said nothing, bro. Nobody ain't said nothing about nothing. I'm like, wow. Pull up and then don't say I can't hear you, nothing. Hey, you know. That's what's up though. But look, that's on me. That's on me. Not too much on me. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is Houston Rockets Red Alert. Untapped, unchained, unfiltered, uncut. Better know what you heard. It's time to sound the alarm. Tap in as we are about to get into one of these things. All right. We're about to get into one of these things real quick. Okay. What is it that okay, so look, our Houston Rockets are about to face off against the Brooklyn Nets. Let's just take this on. Let's look at this at face value. Our Houston Rockets are about to face off against the Brooklyn Nets. What is it that we're gonna be looking for tonight? What's good, bro? Yeah, man. I was up here. I was up here talking for a whole 15 minutes, and my mic was muted. My mic was muted because again, I came in and I was rushing to get stuff going, and you know, whenever you play your video, your intro video, they mute your mic. So then when the video went off, I automatically went in, and I'm full in. I'm knee deep in this thing, and I look down. I'm like, and you know, whatever. But here we go. Shout out to Buckmo, man. Once again, tapped in with your boy, and I appreciate it. But here we go. Your Houston Rockets are about to face off against the Brooklyn Nets. Approximately hour and a half. What are we gonna be looking for tonight? What is it going to take for this to be an exciting game? What is it going to take for this to be an exciting game, an exceptional game, a game that's more than just man? It's either two options tonight. One, the game is going to be meh, or the game is going to be exciting. What I'm going to get into is exactly what it's going to take for this game to be an exciting game, and what it's going to take for this game to be, you know, what do I expect the game to be? I expect myself personally, I expect the game to be meh, which ain't bad. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for the game to just be what it is and things pan out the way it's supposed to pan out. But if this game is going to be an exciting game, One or two things is going to have to happen tonight. I'm going to get into that. I'm going to get right into it. Okay. So, the thing that I think is going to make this game exciting is for Reed Shepherd to have one of three different, somewhere in between the three greatest Reed Shepherd experiences that we can remember as Houston Rockets. And I think without any order, I think those three experiences are one, the first summer league game that we saw him in, where he hit Dr. Connect with the little hezzy and showed a level of creativity. The second thing that can make this game exciting is, if he has a game like the OKC game, where he goes up against an NBA team and he puts up starters numbers, 26, 28, and has a good game. Plays well, hand in the cookie jar, all the stuff that Reed Shepherd do, but does it at an efficient level and has starters numbers. The third thing is he has one of those, lightsabers, Star Wars, bombs, explosion type games like he did in the G League, where he just outplays the people who he's supposed to be better than based on his draft status and his ability to launch the peel. And if he has one of those, any one of those three things, or a combination of those three things, makes this game exciting. It will make this game exciting for me. And outside of that, outside of Reed Shepherd having a game to where we can foresee him growing into this position, the only other thing that can make this game anything more than what I expect it to be is if Tari Eason was to have a, 26, 27, 28 point game tonight with steals and blocks and rebounds. If Tari Eason was to just, if he was just to go psycho, you know what I mean? If Tari was to go psycho or Reed was to go psycho tonight, this game could be exciting. Not that the game won't be enjoyable. It's going to be enjoyable because, we fans. But if one of those two players do exceptional shit on the court tonight, then the game is going to be, I'm going to be up in my chair. I'm going to be having on my Rocket stuff. I'm going to be in here sweating and jumping around and screaming and hollering. And the kids and everybody going to think I lost my damn mind. Those two things are going to make that happen. What's not going to make this happen, but what I expect to be the outcome of this game is Ime Udoka. You're going to roll out your double big lineup because we need to see this thing work. We need to see this thing look like it's supposed to look. And what better way to do it than against a team that's tanking? So you roll out your double big lineup. Kevin Durant, Alper Sengun have about between 24 and 30 points apiece, or each, or one or the other. Ahmed has about 20, between 17 and 23. Jabari has between 15 and 20, 21. Steven Adams has 96 rebounds and then he gets pulled because we don't need him. Those things I expect to happen. Those are the things that I expect to happen anyway. The game being played? No, the game is tonight. Isn't it? What's the day? Today's clearly. I thought the game was tonight. Oh, today's the 26th. The game is tomorrow. Okay, good. Okay, that's even better. So we can go ahead and I definitely thought it was tonight. That's a good deal. So Well, it's even better. So with that being said, what I expect to see is Steven Adams comes out in the double big lineup. He plays a little bit. We don't need him. And hold on, let me get that for you, Laro. Let me get that work for you. Let me get that work for y'all boys, man. I got that work in the chat. Oh yeah. Good work for you boys. Um and Steven Adams comes into the game. He goes out early and we look great. We absolutely look phenomenal without Steven Adams on the floor. It's gonna be tomorrow. Absolutely look phenomenal without Steven Adams on the floor. And without Steven Adams on the floor, we look so good that Rockets, Fear, and Houston, all 6, 7 wards, whatever, how many, 13 wards, however many wards it is in Houston, all of them go crazy. And they all raise up, stand up in arms, and they all raise up, and they all say, see, that's what I'm talking about. We look better without Steven Adams on the floor. And I'll come on here immediately the next day, and I'll say, yeah, but that was the Brooklyn Nets. I'll come on here and I'll say, yeah, we were going to look good with or without Steven Adams. And if Steven Adams was on the floor, we probably would have beat him by even more. It's just the fact that tomorrow's game won't make a difference as it pertains to how we should be playing. And I think everybody's going to look at the time that Steven Adams doesn't play tomorrow and say, hey, look, that's what we're supposed to look like. But that's what we're supposed to look like against the Brooklyn Nets. If we start Josh Okogie at center tomorrow, we still gonna look good. We're still gonna look good. And it has no bearings at all on whether or not Steven Adams is gonna be on the floor or not. So let's get it going, man. Let's get it going. Right out the gate, man. Right out the gate. I know if nobody, listen, if anybody pull up in this chat and they coming to talk, it's gonna be Laro. Laro coming to talk every single time. What you got for me, Laro?
Hey, look, bro. I just got back to the crib, bro. First of all, look, Texans game was off the fucking hook, bro. Real talk. I gotta give.
I saw that bullshit. You muted.
Hold up, man. We can't talk about the Texans like that. I mean, hey, I am football.
He muted. King, come get your boy, man. He know we 49.
Nah, look, bro. I'm always football, man. Bro. Look, man. Listen, I'm surprised I'm not hungover, man. Bro, I've been drinking since like 7:30 this morning, bro.
I'm with you. Talk about it. I'm right with you today.
I mean, bro, we went to the game, and it's just like, man, I'm just getting home, and I got to go to work early in the morning too, bro. Like real talk, like straight up, like, man. So when I knew the game was, I knew the game was tomorrow, or whatever, bro. But I'm like, God damn, hold up, wait a minute, pause. The game is tomorrow. I'm not like, hold up, pregame. I know it was tomorrow, right? But I'm like, wait a minute. Am I fucking up or you fucking up or whatever, right?
I'm fucking up, bro. Hey, listen, let me tell you something, bro. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm probably one of the hardest working people, bro. I don't blow my own horn. You know, like they say, little boy blue come blow your horn. You know, but if you want your horn blown, you need a friend. But I'm one of the hardest working people that you would never talk to, bro. I literally was on last night. On the stream last night, stayed up, did some more shit, woke up, working on the website, working on the application, did like 2 or 3 other engineering shit for somebody else, making an app, went to sleep, woke back up, and started right back up like within 3 or 4 hours, bro.
Hey, look, check this out. Now, I just got back home, right? And the thing is, like, I thought I was missing something, man. I knew when the game was or what. I knew, but I'm like, hold up, maybe I'm effing up or something like that, right? And I was just like, I went online real quick, and I was like, all right, I'm not the one messing up. It's EF effing up or whatever. But I'm the cool though, man. Look, as far as like hard working goes, man, that's what you got to do if you're trying to get your channel going or whatever. You got to go in and you got to actually put the hours in, man.
Facts, facts.
Put
Now
that
y'all
put
boys,
put.
like I was telling Buck and King last night, man. You know, that's why my motto, man. Every channel needs a spark, man. Every show needs a spark, man. And y'all spark the show for me. Um, all I gotta do is do my work, man, and then y'all come in and then y'all light the fire, bro. So I appreciate
Hey,
y'all.
one thing I would say, and respectfully, the king or whatnot. I mean, because I just heard about it, right? Like when the Rockets were going like 22 wins and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like he was locked in with your boy Green, like real talk,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
locked in when it wasn't nothing good to talk about, or whatever, right? You talking about your Steven Silas go and all that kind of stuff. It's just like we keep. I mean, but it's good because you know who your diehard Rocket fans are.
Fact,
You know what I'm saying? Because you
fact.
actually know. Because if you like, we haven't even experienced the good times yet,
Yeah, right, right, right.
and that's why I go so. And that's why I want to go so hard as far as like, yeah, man, bro. I was in like the 12th grade or whatever the last time we won, bro. Like, I mean, I'm an old head, right? I think I was a senior, right? When we won the last one, bro. Like real talk, like straight, up, like ugh. That's a
Man,
long time, bro. I mean,
man,
we damn like the Dallas Cowboys. This motherfucker. Like, we
hey,
can't talk about them championships all those years ago, bro. Real talk, man. It's just like, damn, we need a
yeah,
chip around here.
yeah, nah, for real though. But hey, look, um, you right about that. 100%, 100% about that. Now, look, King for one. I think you, King, High Heights was the first three people to pull up on my stream. You know what I mean? Even pull up in the chat, anything, even shout your boy out in the chat or anything. So you know what I mean? Like I said, I always appreciate that. And then when y'all come through, y'all always bring fire content. You know what I mean? Y'all keep the content fire. I always got takes. You know what I mean? Me and King, we constantly sparring and butting heads because he always come up here with some shenanigans. You know what I mean? I heard King contradict himself like 20 times last night. You know what I mean? And so it's always good, to get that little sparring out or whatever like that. But this what I wanted to get from you, Laro. So tomorrow night, we're gonna see the Rockets. And I was making this point to Buckmo and King last night on the stream that
Damn, y'all
that
was going in on a Saturday night, bro. Like, God damn.
we
I
did
mean,
7 hours last night, bro. We did a shift. We did a shift last night. And I was making this. I mean, it was a fire show. If you really want to watch a show where we went into some details about stuff, I pulled up film. We watched a little couple of watch film, broke down some plays. Showed them exactly what I be seeing when I be watching basketball. We went into all that. We had our little back and forth about everything I say. Then King gonna try to contradict it, and you know how he like to move goalposts and conflate, and then he'll say that you conflating and moving goalposts. He did his whole thing. King he was in his bag last night, Laro. King was in his bag last night for sure, 100%. But we went through all that last night, bro. And what I wanted to I say, look, I say Ime Udoka is not going to change up nothing or switch up nothing until he knows that we can get this initial regular old shit that he trying to get done. He want to see that look right before he start, running Reed Shepard off screens or moving KD around the court and putting him off screens and all this that. We should be able to win a game with this regular thing that he got us doing, with this regular little old play that he got us running. You know, before we start running multiple pin down screens and flares and whatever, he want to see us win with this first. And so tomorrow's game against Brooklyn, we're gonna see him roll out Steven Adams again, and he wants to see us win. He want to see us play this, do this right. without a team that can stop us from doing it, so we can see what it looked like. We got film on tape. We've seen parts of the game where it worked. We've seen parts of the game where it didn't work. We're gonna get to see extended period of time where his system works tomorrow against Brooklyn, and then we're gonna pull and then they're gonna pull Steven Adams, and then what's gonna happen is once they pull Steven Adams, we still gonna look good, and then people gonna say, "See, that's what I'm saying. If Steven Adams not in the game, we'll win." But we was gonna win anyway because it's Brooklyn, right? Amin Moore says, "Well, they gonna lose again." No, we gonna mean that's a point. A point is if we lose tomorrow, that's just on the team, bro. That's not on Ime. If we should be able to go out there and run a regular box, um, regular high school box play, like whatever y'all had in high school. You Mustang right, Mustang left, green and white, Mustang green, Mustang white. Whatever y'all team was, they had a play called. If you was the Bulls, they had Bulls right, Bulls left, or they had Bulls white, Bulls green, and it's just two down pins, and then pass the ball one side and come on the weak side and get the ball back and go. We should be able to run that against Brooklyn Nets tomorrow and win. Right? What you think, Lero?
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to. I mean, in theory. In theory, you should be. I mean, that shouldn't be a game we should be worried about. I mean, it should be our first dub, but we thought the same thing about the game against the game a couple of nights ago, bro. I thought that was going to be a dub for us, but we didn't come through and get it, man. So we can't look past anybody, man. But one thing I do know, we need to gather up enough dubs at the beginning of this season or whatnot. I mean, however it happens, if it's ugly, if it's pretty, we still can't just afford to just dropping two to the Western Conference, bro. So at this point in time, you don't take anybody lightly. I understand. I mean, that's not a time to go out there and just try some things that I don't think we came into the season with. All right, if you want to go double bigs, go out there, Ime, and put it on the wood or whatever, as you might say. All right, we need dubs, bro. We need dubs, and we don't want to play around with it. We need dubs. I mean, because the West is so tight. I don't want some a game like what happened a couple of nights ago to come back and be like one game is the difference between spot 4 versus spot 9. So you can't afford to go out and just be dropping dubs. And I know the season is early, bro. It's early. It's early, but I mean we gotta. I want to see some consistency with the offense here. Real talk. That's my one thing. Just a little consistency, bro. I don't want us to get bogged down. We need to have some kind of unity as far at least an angle. We gotta have a staple on something or whatnot. That's why I'm not just 100% just with the double bigs or whatnot, right? But we gotta have a staple. Something has to happen, and I don't want to keep hearing all year long we don't have Fred. Fred not here. That's one thing I hate. I hate to hear, man. Fred not here. We blame the whole season because Fred not here. We need to somewhat pick ourselves up by the bootstraps and just be the organization. We got to stop. We got to stop talking about Fred. We ain't got Fred.
Hey, well, here's the kicker to that. It's the same to me. It's the same thing as like I'm saying, it's a lot of talking points that you can say that you can say over and over and over and over again for 82 games. You're gonna be able to say Fred not here for the rest of the year. You literally gonna be able to say that from now until June, right? so if that's what you're gonna say, you're gonna say that every day. You're gonna say you're gonna be sitting at the barbershop And somebody gonna say, man, Fred wasn't here. And the next person gonna say, yeah, man, we don't got Fred. And this person gonna say, man, double big lineup. And the next person gonna say, yeah, but Fred ain't here. And that's gonna be going on for 82 games.
And that's what I
Equivalent of
want.
about 6
And that's what
months.
I don't want to hear, man, because it just seems like, I mean, because that's an already ready-made, right, built-in excuse. That's it. I
Well,
mean, it's
it has
legit.
nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with missing shots, bro. That has nothing to do with shooting 30. Fred not being here has absolutely jackass to do with missing 11 free throws. It has nothing to do with guys not hitting open guys because guess what? Guess what? Fred didn't have, listen, the point guard did not have the ball on all of the assists that the Ema's quote, guys all over the court. We missed open passes with guys all over the court. All those balls was not in the point guard's hands. Those were people who, even if Fred was on the court, Fred wouldn't have had the ball. That was Alperen Sengun missing Jabari in the corner, Kevin Durant missing Jabari on the wing, Amin Thompson missing Kevin Durant at the top of the key, Kevin Durant missing Alperen Sengun at the top of the key. None
So
of that.
that's why. So that's why I said it's like a built-in, just like excuse. It's already there. I mean, the reason why things don't happen and happen the right way we want them to happen, right? It's just like, well, we ain't got Fred to do it. I mean, we got to get past it, man. For real. I mean, I know it's hard to do because we lost him so early. I mean, before the season started, but I mean, that's like but it's not a lie.
No, it's
Fred
not a lie.
VanVleet was the guy who did get us in our offense.
But see,
He was. I mean,
he got you in your offense, Laro. Okay. All right. I don't want to even have to pull up the film again. I don't want to have to pull up the video again. But here's the thing. Fred VanVleet, come down. What do it mean? Let's walk through this. Let's walk through this because I'm gonna go with you because I know that you're a thinker. You kind of logical in your approach to thinking. Sometimes when you're logical in your approach to thinking, people who are a little less logical can out-talk you, right? That's not what I'm gonna do here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk you step by step, right? What does it mean to get you into your offense? Tell me just if I say, hey, look, Fred gets us into our offense, what does that tell you?
what it means is it's like he's bringing the ball up the court, right?
Mm-hmm.
He sees what matchups are going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can view everything that the defense is trying to do, and you know where to go correctly with the ball.
Okay.
So
Next part. Hold on, let me stop you right there because you're right. Now
okay,
that you know where to go with the ball, what do you do with the ball?
you pass, you get your team in the offense,
Okay.
and you put it in your player's hand. I mean,
Okay. Hold on.
I mean, it sounds so simplistic, so simplistic, right? But I mean, everybody can't do it.
But hold on. But
I mean,
you're right.
because hold on. One thing I will say about this, Kenny Smith is not like he wasn't a career Hall of Famer. But one thing he did know how to do, he know how to get Akeem in that goddamn Akeem that basketball. He knew how to make that fucking entry pass and get that ball to Akeem Olajuwon in the sweet spots.
Okay.
He knew how to do that. So no, he's not a Hall of Famer, but he was great at getting Hakeem that ball in the right spot in the right place, bro.
Okay.
Everybody can't make that entry pass into the post, bro.
Okay.
Everybody can't do it.
Okay, right. Okay. So now we here. So now you got the team into the offense. When you get the team into the offense, that means you pass the ball to a guy, right?
Okay.
Now that you pass the ball to the guy, it's on what's the next thing that's supposed to happen? Right? Now, the reason I'm asking you this is because when we talk about Fred get everybody into the offense, we've gotten to that point now. We've gotten to the point to where the offense is gotten into. We're already into the offense now. Once we're into the offense, fuck Fred got everybody into their offense. We don't give a damn about what Fred can get you into. We worried about the guys. Can the guys make more than 39%? You understand what I'm saying? Can the guys, now that Fred has got you into the offense, Now, when you pass the ball, are you passing the ball to the open man, or are you shooting the ball when you should be passing the ball to the open man? That has nothing to do with Fred getting you into your offense. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, how about this? Do you think things would have looked different over the last couple of games if Fred had been there?
That's not my point. I'm gonna answer that for you, but let's deal with this part first. Once Fred gets you into your offense, once he did whatever people want magically, man, he magically got you into your offense. You are now
It's not
magically
magically, man. It's kind
you
of like methodically. I mean,
okay,
it's not
magically,
magically, bro.
methodically, mythically, whatever you want to call it, mystical, whatever you want to call it, unpredictable, mystical, no limit soldier, whatever you want to call it. No, 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 no. Once you are into your offense, this mythical thing that Fred does so well, once you are into your offense, the guy who has the ball, he has to do something other than, I mean, Fred is out of the play now. It doesn't have anything to do with Fred. It has to do with what happens after he gets you into your offense, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, this is why I'm agreeing with you, Laro, but I'm making your point more valid because what I'm saying is it's easy to say Fred has to get you into your offense. Okay, that's cool. But now let's validate what you're actually saying so that when people start saying it, now you can say, yeah, but what the fuck happens after that? What happens after he gets you into the offense? Because Amin can get you into your offense.
I
KD
mean,
can get you into your
no,
offense.
no. What happens
He
is
didn't make more than
you
39.
you set yourself up for better shots. You set yourself up to get. I mean, when you're in your offense, you're gonna get a better shot. I mean, shots are gonna be there all along, but who wants like a three from Jabari like 18 seconds into the shot clock? Nobody wants that. I mean, yeah, you can do it if you want to make a miss or whatever, right? But you still want to get in your offense and get your best players in the best position they actually can be in, and that means like bringing the ball up and not necessarily getting LP cooking at the 3-point line trying to drive to the basket. It basically, I mean, just getting Kevin Durant some, some, I'm not going to say wide open middies or whatnot, but in his sweet spot where he likes the ball at, where he can shoot and be most effective. So it means a lot. It's not just bringing the ball up. It's just when you bringing the ball up and you get into your sets, what players do you know like to get the ball in a certain place
Mhm,
where they can actually score efficiently? So it's
mhm.
not just bringing the ball past half court. It's a little bit more than that.
I got you on that. That's not my point. What I'm doing is saying once you're into your set, I mean, I'm here all day. I can repeat this like a million times, and until you acknowledge, then you're never gonna get. Because listen, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, Laro. I'm saying that when people come out and when they say we don't have Fred. I'm agreeing with you. That's ridiculous to say every day that you talk to somebody in a barbershop. You have no reason hearing we don't have Fred every time you go outside in Houston. You go to the convenience store. We don't have Fred. You in the barbershop. We don't have Fred. You ride in your car. A nigga jump through your window. We don't have Fred. every,
Hey, but hold up. The voice of the barbershop right now. Hold up. The voice of the barbershop right now. I don't think it's on. We don't have Fred yet.
but
I
that's
mean,
go ahead. Go ahead.
but I think that will be an excuse in probably like 2 or 3 weeks or whatnot. We drop a couple of more games, bro. And that's why I was like, hold up. I knew we weren't playing tonight, but I'm like, damn, free game. Not, I knew we weren't playing tonight, but I was like, hold up. So we might get some things done. And I definitely think, man, I don't want to like if we want to trust in coach, we got to trust in coach. I mean, if Ime thinks that double big lineup is like cool to go with. I mean, I don't want to argue with him because he's forgotten more basketball than I know, right?
Okay, okay, Laro. Listen, I'm 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 trying to walk you through what's going on in the discourse because as far as those type of things, we can get into that. We can get into the double big lineup, but I just want to get into the initial thought process of repeating we don't have Fred. And because my point is this, Fred gets you into your offense. Now that you're in your offense, what? Okay, I'm gonna pull up the film and I'm gonna show you what I mean. What I mean is, once KD has the ball, let's say Amin comes down and he gets you into your offense. He comes down, they run the action, they get the ball to KD in the wing. Now KD has the ball in the wing. He goes into his KD thing. He dribbles. He gets to the goal. The man come down to trap him to double him, and KD jumps and he hits the shot. You are already in your offense. You into your offense when KD got the ball, right? But KD get in his bag. He go in. He shoot the ball. Ime comes back after the game and says, we missed guys all over the court. Now, Buckmo was here last night when I went through and I showed you what Ime was talking about. If you didn't see what I was talking about, go back and watch last night's stream and you will see what Ime was talking about. It has nothing to do with Fred VanVleet getting you into your offense. It has everything to do with Alperen Sengun getting the ball in the high post, dribbling into traffic, and thinking, hey, I can thread this ball to Armin on the baseline, and missing Jabari that's already hit one big three out on the 3-point line. It has everything to do with that. Not about getting you into your offense. It has everything to do with once you are in your offense, do you make the right play, bro? Nothing to do with Fred VanVleet. Nothing to do with Fred VanVleet once you're in your offense. It has nothing to do with Fred VanVleet if you're shooting 39%. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I hear what you're saying. But one thing I will say about having Fred is this. When you talk about shooting 39%, that's right in Fred wheelhouse, bro. I mean, I wasn't the biggest Fred fan, but I didn't notice actually until you have to see it on the court how much we miss a guy like that. I thought it was going to be easily replaceable. I was wrong. I mean, when guys were talking about, that's a big loss or whatever. It's just certain things that you just can't account for, bro. I mean, I know Rafael Stone gets a lot of kudos for building a roster and getting Kevin Durant, playing some first round draft picks and all that kind of stuff, trading Cam Whitmore and things like that. But I didn't think that dude would be that significant of a loss. I thought we had what we needed on the court already, even though we had talked about Amin not being the best ball handler and Reed not being the starting point guard even in college or whatever, right? I just still thought that according like to the draft positions, we would be able to overcome that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But we weren't. We weren't. And we're not. So that's my thing about, it's bigger than what we thought it was, but the thing is, like, discounting Fred, my thing is like, I thought we probably had some other things on the bench that should be able to make up for that. And it's just 2 games, so I'm not throwing in the towel already or whatnot, right? But I just thought Fred's contribution to the team could be able, to like make up, like offset it or whatnot, right? But
Okay.
It hasn't so far. It hasn't.
Now I get it. I dig what you're saying in essence, but I'm just leaning into, bro. I'm leaning into for one, what I'm leaning into is Fred getting you into your offense doesn't determine what you do once you're into your offense. Just to make it simple, make it plain, as Malcolm X would say, make it plain. Once you're into your offense, once Fred does his magical shit, then what happens? You have to do your magical thing. You have to do your woo 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 moment. That's all I'm saying. And the guys were not doing the woo 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 last night, or the night before last. Alperen Sengun missed Jabari on the open 3. After Jabari had just made a clutch 3-pointer, Alperen went in. He drew all 4 defenders, and in his mind, and in my mind, I'm like, Alperen Sengun, he's finna dish the ball. He's finna squeeze the ball magically through all 4 players and get it to Armin on the baseline, instead of kicking the ball out to Jabari where Jabari was already open. That was a stupid play by Alperen Sengun. And it was me and my wanting to see Alprin do this fancy shit that I like to see Alprin do that made me think he can do it. But when I went back, I watched the game twice. When I went back and watched the film, I said, I see where he thinks he can get the ball to Amin, and then he ended up just shooting it because they collapsed on him. But the right play was to get the ball to Jabari because he had just made the three. So this is what Ime's talking about after you're into your play. After Fred VanVleet would have already set up the play. So when people talk about Fred VanVleet not setting up the play, after Fred VanVleet would have set up the play, Alfred Şengün still would have made a horrible play. That's what I'm saying. After Fred VanVleet would have set up the play, Amin Thompson still would have made a bad pass. After Fred VanVleet would have got you into your offense, Kevin Durant still would have shot the ball instead of getting it to Alfred Şengün because Kevin Durant made the conscious decision before the game, after OKC game. Listen to this. After the OKC game, Kevin Durant made a conscious decision that I probably could have went 100% yesterday. I probably could have won 100%. I have to be more aggressive next game. And Kevin Durant had already decided, I'm going to be more aggressive. I'm going to make the defense commit to me. And that's going to open up things for my teammates. That has nothing to do with getting into your offense. That means I'm already into my offense and I already have a mindset of what I'm going to do with the ball. Guess what? This is what I'm going to say. That is what you ask of a superstar. So I can't knock Kevin Durant for doing that. I can't knock Alfred Şengün for doing that. That's what you ask those guys to do. That's what you pay those guys the big bucks to do. You pay those guys the big bucks to say, if Fred VanVleet, if Ime Udoka, I need to make this play so it makes it easier on my team. Right? Right? And that's what they did. And some of those plays was bad plays. But that's not why we lost. We didn't lose because Kevin Durant shot the ball over 3 people and scored 37 points. We didn't lose because Alfred Şengün, was trying to body people and making no-look passes and no-look passes to Steven Adams, who was dunking balls. We lost because 39%. We gave up 52 points in the paint. We lost because we gave up. Let me tell you this right here. Let me tell you this.
Hey, one thing I would say is this.
Go ahead.
We look extra slow. I mean, I noticed it all game, whether if I brought it up or not. I noticed it all game. We look extra slow, bro. It's just like the thing is like chasing down those loose rebounds, those team rebounds and whatnot. I mean, they got us on that, bro. Like real talk. And that's something that I wouldn't normally expect from a team like this. I mean, they were like chasing down those missed shots and they were getting like a lot of offensive rebounds, bro. They did. So that's when I question the Steven Adams things. That's when I mean, because the thing is, it's not always during the course of an 82 game season. I mean, everything's not going to look pretty all the time. So I get what you're saying about it as far as like bringing the ball up. But I mean, chasing down loose rebounds and all those kind of things, man, that adds up. It was a close game and we lost. So those kind of things add up course of a game. So I don't want you to dismiss the fact that getting us in our sets and bringing the ball up court. No, that's not the reason why we lost or whatever, right? But it's having that presence, man. And like, I'm not the biggest Fred fan, by the way. I wasn't. I mean, it was just for the contract. I mean, it's just like, damn, you get paid more than Kyrie. That's why I was against Fred. But now understanding and seeing the value of it, man, I gotta just follow my sword, bro. It's just like it looks ugly, bro.
Hey,
it does.
I listen. Let me tell you this. I'm a Fred VanVleet fan. Not that he's his biggest fanboy. Not that I'm standing. I'm not gonna write him no letter and drive my bitch off into the bridge or nothing like that for him. But I'm saying I'm a Fred VanVleet fan. My first ever time talking on YouTube, because I've done radio, I've done radio before and whatever. I've been doing it for a long time. But my first ever time calling into a YouTube show was me calling into the chop shop, into the Houston Rockets chop shop. Shout out to them guys, because they was talking about people that we needed to get, and they didn't mention Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks. And that was my first ever time calling into a YouTube show. And I called in and I pounded the table about us needing to get Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. I was pounding the table. It was way back in March before the season was even over. And I called in and I said, look, damn the James Harden stuff and the this and the that. I said we need a veteran point guard who can run the offense. I went through the whole nine. So I'm a Fred VanVleet advocate. Staunchly, I've been that way since back when I was saying that Kyle Aaron was getting old and whatever. And I feel like he's underrated as far as a ball handler. I've said that before. I've seen Fred get in his bag where people can't steal the ball. I've been through all that. I have nothing against Fred VanVleet. This ain't about that. This is about the discourse in the Rockets community and about the fact that I feel like people are not really. Man, come on, man. Listen. Never, bro. Let me tell you something. Let me set this clear. I'm talking about while March Madness was going on the year before we got Fred VanVleet. I'm talking about March Madness the year before. In March, before the season was over, I was already pounding the table and calling the chop shop and saying, hey, look, Fred VanVleet is the guy we need to go get. I called in, I said, hey, look, we need a guy like Dylan Brooks. As soon as they start saying Dylan Brooks gonna get moved, hold on, because I'm talking to J Dog right now. And as soon as they start, Dylan Brooks Dylan Brooks did the poke the bear. He poked the bear with LeBron, and they were saying Dylan Brooks not gonna be a Memphis Grizzlies no more. I was like, man, Dylan Brooks would be good in Houston. He's the kind of guy that I like. I like them Vernon Maxwell. I like them Ron Artest type people, And I was at work. I called into the chop shop, and I would listen to them talking. And I went in and I said what I had to say. But look, here's the thing. What if this? What I want you to listen. This is my Martin Lawrence moment right here, J Dog. Do I even seem like the kind of nigga to regurgitate somebody else's takes, or do I seem like the shit I say is off the cuff?
Don't ask him that from the chat, man. He would have to actually come up and defend that point of view.
You don't, because
but one thing
when I say something, I don't even say the type of stuff that people say. I say the stuff I say the stuff that make you say that nigga crazy what he talking about. And then when it happened, you have to go back and say, oh yeah, I said that too.
Yeah, but one thing I will say about this, right? I mean, it's cool for everybody to say that nobody is stealing anybody's talking points, by the way. Yeah. One thing I will say is this. When you watch NBA, and if you love your team, you online constantly all day seeing who talking about your team and what they saying, right? True. I've heard some things basically said on some podcasts, right, by not affiliated with the Rockets or whatnot, just talking about the Rockets in general. I've heard cats come up on Greenleaf platform, by the way, and and say some of the same things they saying or whatnot. I'm not gonna say it, mention it or whatever, but you know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, they'll say the same things. I mean, they'll bring up the same points that some of the white boys, right? I'm not even talking about Jackson, by the way. I'm just talking about NBA platforms, period, or whatnot. They'll bring the same thing. So one thing you need that could be done is, preference where you got it from, bro. Because I'm not gonna regurgitate somebody else's argument just to win an argument if you didn't hear that argument. I'm not gonna do that. But I've heard guys do that. That come up, even come up on your platform and just say what other people might say, and it's just like, yeah, it's right, but is that your point? It's just like, say where you got it from.
Well, listen. First of all, you know me. I appreciate and I show homage to every single person that I've listened to, been in your chat. You done shouted me out. You done like one of my comments. You done said, yeah, that's right, bro. In anything that I've been on YouTube and anything, I'm gonna show you. That's why shout out to Greenleaf every time. Shout out to Chop Shop every time. Shout out to Jack with the Gat every time. Shout out to Ben Dubois, Houston Round Ball Review, the boy Keith. Shout out to him too. All these people, they let me cut my teeth on their platform, so I shout them out. And if anybody got smoke, you know how I feel. We can one-on-one debate it. I'm not gonna come up here and we like right now. This is just a barbershop open panel, at the desk, and I love this right here too. But if anybody got smoke, if people duck smoke, what I'm saying, I ain't gonna say no names though. But if you duck smoke, you duck smoke. You know what I mean? But if you got smoke, you know what I mean? Make yourself available if you got smoke, bro. You know what I mean? I was gonna keep it. I was gonna keep it kosher today, because yesterday was beating teach day. You know what I mean? And I was gonna keep it kosher because I thought that the game was coming on, so I was gonna keep it. I was gonna keep it kosher. But since it's not, since it's not what that is, we're gonna light it up. But now, Laro, I'm with you on the thing is I'm with you on the whole talking point. The we don't got Fred, but the same way that you say people keep saying we don't have Fred is the same way I feel about people saying double big lineup. Now, if Buckmo's still in the chat, Buckmo, we're gonna keep it simple. If you're still in the chat, put a one if I showed you like 6 times where Steven Adams wasn't on the floor and they still had a person in the same spot Steven Adams would have been. That's what I want to see. I want to know if people watch the game legitimately, or are they just talking about, oh, I see something I don't like and I think I can figure it out without watching. Because we went through the film yesterday. There we go. We looked at about every single play that we saw, and we saw the times where it was people Steven in the exact same spot where Steven Adams would have been. If we clogging up the paint, with Steven Adams. We clogging up the paint. Josh Okogie standing right where Steven Adams would have been. Almond Thompson right where Steven Adams would have been. So it's not about whether it's a big person or a little person. Because if you got somebody about a basket, I'd rather it be a big person than a little person, because that big person's he's gonna make more headway when it comes to imposing his will on the defense. And actually, here go another one for you, Buckmo. Who spaced better when they were by the basket? Steven Adams, Josh Okogie, Almond Thompson. Put a one if Steven Adams had the best spacing around the basket. So this is what we was looking at yesterday on the stream. And we saw Steven Adams when he was in around the basket. He's drawing a defender. He's making a defender commit to him by the basket. This is what I'm saying about the double big lineup, and not just the double big lineup. Ime's offense in general. If you got a man that's by the basket, he makes that man have to commit, and he also makes a second man have to commit to the other side, to where now you got the guy who got to defend him from getting an easy layup, and you got the guy who got to defend the pass coming into him, or when he catches the ball where he's going to move to. That's why it's important. When Ime's running his offense, he's basically saying this is baseline offense. We have to get this to work before we start trying to do any of that fancy shit. And so for people who saying, yeah, we need to do the wide. Yeah, but you gotta veer right, veer left, right hand don't get to the left one wheel. 6 plays split like never came. You got to do that first before you start trying to get in the shotgun and motion and zone read. Before you start doing any of that stuff, you need to be able to veer right, veer left. You see what I'm saying, Laro?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, it just looks different when it's when it's another guy out there. It just looks different. It looks better. It looks more efficient. It looks more cohesive. I mean, it's just different with another guy out there. And like I said earlier, I'm not gonna keep on just saying it or whatever, right? Yeah, I thought I am wrong about what I thought that that 6'1" light skinned point guard brought to our team, bro. I see it different now because I can actually see it, and it doesn't look fluid as it should, man. It just doesn't. I mean, I get what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm with the whole thing about we can't keep making that excuse all season. Like, I don't think Fred should like ruin our season and end our season,
right?
But it just looks different, bro. It just looks different. I mean, we don't know who to get the ball to at the right time in the right spots. But I don't think it's going to ruin our season. but it does greatly affect it, man. I mean, and I didn't think it would be to this depth, to these depths or whatnot, right? But it just does. It does. It looks different, bro. I mean, the point guard duty is more than just bringing the ball up and getting you in your sets or whatnot. It's about leadership most of the times. You know, it, it, it don't look right. Nobody looks comfortable right now. It's like everybody is playing out of position, and with that mythical theory of saying like it's positionless basketball right now, right? Well, what the fuck is positionless basketball right now when you just missing the point guard and you're
Okay, okay.
great?
Hey, let me do this right quick, Laro. Um, listen, I have no idea who this is. I assume this brother intrigued by the debate. We appreciate him coming on, so we're gonna give it a little to Smooth 101. Hey, Smooth 101, what you got on? I mean, how where you stand on where we at with this conversation right now? You there? Let me get a mic check. Okay, he dropped off. He dropped off. I don't know if he intended to hit the thing, or maybe he dropped off. He'll come back. Go ahead, take off, Laro. No, I mean, look, okay, well, I don't know. Sometime when I get to going in, this stuff will start kicking people off the stream, so to save them. You know what I mean? It'll start saving people by kicking them off the stream. And I get that. You know what I mean? I get that. Um, hmm. We're gonna keep it tall, man. We're gonna keep it stacked. Look at this. Okay. Boom. Oh, my days. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't got hey look, I don't got no chill, bro. I don't got no chill when it comes to let's look at it and see. Laro muted. I guess he had to step away for a minute. And I want him to see this, because what I want to look at is, are we already into our sets? Is it spacing on the floor? Okay, so we got Smooth 101. We're gonna bring him back and let him chime in before they would need to connect. You got to connect your mic and your cam before I can bring you up. It's not letting me even put you on the stage right now, bro. Let me see. Yeah, you gotta hit your mic and your cam. Just hit the little button. You click on that joint. It'll let you do a little flickety flick, and then you can come on. Why you? Okay, here you go. Smooth 101. What you got for me, Brody? You in there? All right. I'm gonna put you on mute. Well, you can chime in if you want to, bro.
No, man, look, I will say this. The first time you're trying to probably use StreamYards or whatnot, it could like confuse you or not just. I mean, I don't know if he's been up on other platforms or whatnot, but it's
Nah, I'm
kind of
not
like
a nah, I'm not really a YouTube guy. For this the first time
Yeah,
somebody put me up on it.
salute.
Buck Mo. Shout out Buck Mo. He put me up on it. So I'm just checking it in, listening to it. And it's some things that I'm trying to understand what it is that you're saying about the point guard and Fred Van Fleet.
Hmm.
Okay, it's if it's a point guard on the floor, it's
Hmm.
more than just bringing the ball up the floor and getting
Hmm.
them into their sets.
Okay.
If you a point guard on the floor, you know what everybody do.
Right.
If you're a point guard on the floor and you know what everybody do, you can get them more than 39% because you're gonna get them in the right position in the right spot because you know where their spots are.
100%.
So, and then another thing is it's all on the coach right now because we was at a number 2 seed. We should be at a number 1 right now. We shouldn't be 0-2.
Right.
Because you don't have a coach that knows how to make adjustment, in-game adjustments, next game adjustments. He want to stick with the same thing. When you stick with the same thing and you don't get good results, then you crazy. Something wrong with you. So Then you got 2 point guards that's on the bench already. That natural position is a point guard. Whether they can play it better than this person or that person is not the point. You got one in JD. And what did he do for you in the playoff? He gave you points, he gave you assists. He was able to keep the flow of the game, but you don't want to put him in because you got a big head. So you can't keep continuously saying that it's the point guard, the point guard, the point guard. Like Fred, when they went on their winning streak last year, Fred was hurt. That's because he had no choice but to make them adjustments. And then he seen what he had in Amin. So now you want to bring Amin in and put him in the starting lineup. And now you want to play the youngin. But the old head had to get hurt first, like he hurt now. So use your bench, use your players, and see what you got.
Hey, one thing I will say is this, fam. We did lose like 6 in a row, bro. Fred went down. We lost 6 in a row, man. We
You
lost twice to
saying
Brook.
last year?
Yeah, last year. We lost 6
Okay,
in a
but
row,
how many
man.
did we win though?
Oh, we came out. I mean,
That's
eventually
what I'm
it did
saying.
work.
Because you gotta let them boys get through their rut. When you a guard, bro, and you on the floor and you running the point guard, you can manipulate the defense and get this person a better shot. You know what I'm saying? For what he want. You can manipulate certain things when you a point guard. You have somebody in JD that could do that. You have somebody in Amin that could do that. He's not a shooter. He came in, y'all drafted him. He was averaging how many assists when he came in the league? Let them boys do what they do. Put them in a natural position. Stop putting Steven Adams in the game because he too old. He can't move his puppies, and he can't give you no points. So you put the youngins in and let them boys run.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I
you're
think
making
I
it.
think it. I mean, it's all on Ime, bro, and I'm tired of people making this excuse of Ime being this great coach. Like they won the chip after you left. You had Cam Whitmore and you traded him.
He not Mark. Hold up. Now, I don't think Ime is Mark Jackson, right? I mean, we're not going that far, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
people yeah, they
inheritance
going that
with
far. That's what
somebody.
I mean. They going that far to say Ime is a great coach. He a top
Damn.
5 coach. He coming on the pop tree and all of this. That's what people make it seem like. And when you make it seem like that, and you get Kevin Durant on your team, and you start 0-2 to a Detroit and an OKC, come
No,
on, man.
OKC are the champs, so we can't say an OKC. I mean,
Man,
even though
listen,
Jalen wasn't there, right? I mean, we
listen.
can't
You
just
got
do it
Kevin
with
Durant and
OKC.
Sagoon on your team.
Not OKC.
Man, listen. Y'all putting too much on these boys, man. You putting too much on them. It's the coaching and it's SGA. He can be stopped. If you look at his game, he 2 hard dribbles with a pull to the elbow.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
If
Smooth.
you if you if you watch game film and you watch what he do, he gonna give you 2 hard dribbles to the left and he pulling up at the elbow. 2 hard dribbles to the right, he gonna either pull up or he driving.
But we talking about an NBA, and the NBA has not been able to stop that. That's the MVP,
No,
bro.
no, no,
Like
no.
real
That's
talk.
not the
I
NBA.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But we talking about the NBA trying to stop that.
They can
It's
stop it. They listen, bro. If you give effort and you really play D, you can stop it. If you move your feet, you can stop it. If you understand he shoot with his left hand, I mean his right hand, and go at a certain angle, you can stop him from hitting that shot. If just like KD the other night when he gave him that foul, did he give him a hard foul or was it a soft ass foul?
Man, that was a soft foul, and I saw a lot of people like getting
Thank
on
you.
KD. I'm like, man, that's fucking SGA. He is a good
That's not
player,
no
but I'm not.
SGA, bro. If I'm gonna give you a foul, I'm gonna give you a foul where you don't hit the shot. You don't give him that them shots like that, and you giving them extra points, and you know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, no. But I'm saying when KD got switched out on late in the game, right, in overtime or whatnot, and he fouled SGA. I mean, that was just basic cooking or whatnot. I mean, I
Nah,
don't blame
no,
KD for
that
that
was
one.
a weak pump fake that he gave, and he jumped forward. and he got you with the lean. And I'm gonna tell you something else. It wouldn't even got to that if the coach on the side would have said, "Listen, players, I ain't got no more timeouts." But what did KD do? He went down there and he called a timeout that they didn't have. But if them refs would have called that, the game would have been over anyway. See, this is coaching. This ain't got nothing to do with the players. This is coaching right now. You take them little bitty things like that, timeouts. What if that had been a championship game and the ref would have seen that timeout and they would have called a tech? You get the shot and the ball back.
Well, that was the second time we ever saw it in basketball history, damn near, man. I mean,
That's coaching.
hold on. You expect Katie, a 19-year veteran, to understand the moment and not understand that understand the fact that we ain't have any time ourselves.
Nah, that's email, bro. I want you to be in the game. Let me handle that. Let me
But
tell you that.
but hold
You
up,
ain't
you saw
supposed to know how many
LP,
timeouts we got anyway.
but you saw LP, which is the 4-year player, right? He
Right?
went straight to KD and was like, "No, we don't have timeouts." We saw that. We saw it on the court, right?
Yeah,
So
after
I
the
mean,
fact.
but fuck, everybody else knew it. You should know we don't have timeouts or whatever.
Nah. That's my job as the coach to make sure all you niggas know. Cause that's my job to call a timeout when I need it. I don't need you calling no timeout for me if I don't need it. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all not looking at the whole totality of the game. Y'all just looking at the players. It ain't got nothing to do with the point guard right now because the point guard is the coach on the floor.
Facts. I agree. I agree with that. I agree
You
with
see what I'm
that.
saying? So when you got the coach on the floor, all he doing is implementing what E may do. So if E may you can't get it to the next point guard just like you get it to Fred, then that means something wrong with you. Something wrong with your system.
That
Because your system, it should be plug and play.
well here's the thing that I want that I want people to remember that in Ema's mind, you got to do the easy shit before I switch this up at all. And this is where the stubbornness come in, where people talk about the stubbornness. And I myself personally, I think it takes this kind of stubbornness to be a good coach. I'm not gonna switch up anything and make anything easier on you until you can do
What?
this basic. Listen, until you can do this basic bullshit I'm asking you to do. Do this basic thing first. Win this game by making more than 39%. Then we can talk about switching up something and doing something else. But if
But
y'all can't
how do
do this,
you get more than 39%? You
you get
can't
more.
get 39% going one-on-one.
Well,
That don't happen. You
but
have to move the ball.
here's the point. The point to that is this right here, Brody. You get 39% by hitting the open guys when they open. And that's not on the point guard. So I agree with you on that. That's not on Fred VanVleet not being there. That's on KD. That's on LP. That's on Amin. That's on Jabari. That's on Okogie. That's on Reed Shepard. That means when after Fred VanVleet get you, and that's what I've been saying, after Fred VanVleet get you into your set and you give the ball to whoever got the ball, it's on them. It's not on Fred VanVleet for you to make the right play no more. That's what Ime was saying. Ime was saying, yeah, we can talk about Fred VanVleet all we want to, but even after Fred VanVleet come in and he make the open pass, these guys gotta, I mean, he make the pass to get you into your offense. These guys gotta make the right play after they get the ball.
All right,
And
let
that's
me ask you this. Is Kevin Durant known for passing and making the right play? Or is he known for scoring?
both.
No, sir. Kevin Durant is a scorer. He ain't known for passing and making the right. Nah. If that might happen once or twice in the season where he see a nigga cutting or something like that, Kevin Durant is a monster. He is an efficient scorer. When he get that ball, it's one dribble pull, two dribble pull. He not looking to
Hey, that's
pass
why.
that thing.
Hold up. That's why Kevin Durant. That's why LeBron James is not looked at right now as like a MJ or something like that. He's not the
Well,
GOAT because when Kevin Durant came, when he was in Golden State, that's all he was doing. Hezzy
that's it.
pull, hezzy pull, hezzy pull.
It's
All
true. It's
like
quick.
that
It's
whole
quick movements.
quick. He didn't have to think. He didn't have to make moves. It was just like KD be KD. It was just like, I don't know if y'all just actually saw Larry Bird. I know y'all just,
Larry
but
Bird.
bro, it was kind of like that, bro. It just like he came down and he made shots. He didn't have to do too much. He didn't have to make too many moves. It was just like all in the phone booth that they say, right?
Well,
Two,
you know why
three,
that
like
is?
1, 2.
That's because of that point guard position, man. That coach on the floor was Draymond. He's still doing it now. When you got somebody that knows where your spot is, that knows where you like the ball, and that can manipulate the defense to shift them to one side to get you an open shot, bro, that's a talent. Everybody can't do that. That's why Draymond is the player that he is. Even though he's sorry, that's the one thing that he can do. He know how to get Steph open, know how to get KD open, know how to get Clay open. Same
And
thing
real
with
talk,
Fred. Fred came
and
off the
real talk,
bench. Fred wasn't no
and
starter.
real talk. And real talk, that's how it all blew up. I mean, I think KD looked at he looked out Steph or whatnot and wanted to do his one-on-one thing in the open court at the three-point line or whatnot. Things didn't work out. And that's what led up to that whole argument, like you a bitch and all that. KD wanted to go one-on-one. I mean, and he looked Steph off, bro. That's how that whole argument that's how it all blew up, bro. It's just like, no, we don't do that over here, bro. We ain't on that one-on-one shit. That's how it all blew up, bro. And that was that whole argument on the bench. That's what it was about.
Hey,
KD looked Steph off, and he wanted to go one-on-one, bro. It didn't work out. You know, that's history though. I mean, that's like 6 years ago. But I mean, that's how that whole blow up went happen. I mean, we don't do that here, man. We don't play that kind of basketball. So KD is probably not that one-on-one player that we know he can be that, but yeah, you can break down bigs if they're holding you, but nah, bro. If you get the two guard, you not finna just be breaking down Lou Dort and all those dudes who's trying to guard you, bro. Real talk.
all right, man. Look, with that being said, bro, we you know how it is, man. We got to go ahead and give it up, man. We're gonna give it up to Buckmo. We're gonna bring Buckmo up to the stage. Um, Shout out Buckmo, man, pulling up on your boy again, man. What you got, Buck? You got your mic right today?
Yeah, it should be right. How it sound?
Oh yeah, you good. You Gucci.
I got a question for you, EF.
Go ahead.
You said that it may not go and change this double big until they get it
No,
going.
I wouldn't.
So how many losses is it gonna take for him to change?
Guess what? I mean, first of all, if we lose to OKC with 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 this lineup, there's no point in changing it. There's no point in changing it, bro. If we continue to lose with this same basic, because there's certain things that's supposed to work in basketball. Now, if I have to get into pulling up my coach's board and pulling up my other stuff, I will get into it tonight because I actually thought it was going to be a 2-hour show, and I got nothing but time tonight. I can pull up the diagrams with the angles and shit on the court. I can do all that tonight, so we can get into all that. But this is basic, bro. At a point, you got to outmuscle the guys, you got to outplay the guys, you got to out hustle the guys, and that can get you wins. You have to be able to show that because we all agree that game one, KD was kind of capitulating and letting the guys do their thing. We all agreed on that. That's probably what happened why he had 23 points. KD said, I'm gonna come out and be more aggressive in game two. So he was more aggressive in game two, and LP took a step back. At some point, both guys got to come to the party. Both guys come to the party, we get that win. We see how it can work out with what Ime telling you it can work. It's on him to say, hey, look, I know what I'm doing. Now, y'all have to let everybody know, show the rest of the team, show my boss that I know what I'm doing, and then I can start adding stuff in. But if y'all can't do the basic stuff, and to answer your question, because of just not the tap dance around it, I wouldn't. If I'm him, you know, we gonna sink or swim because I know what I know. I know what I
That
know. It's just like I'm not going to ever let y'all come tell me that once you are into your set, Fred Van Vliet makes you better. Once you enter your set, the only thing Fred Van Vliet can do to make you better is run off a screen and manipulate the defense or
but
catch the
see,
ball and make a good shot. Other than
but
that,
see,
once you enter your set, Fred Van Vliet has nothing to do with making you better other than running off a screen,
it's
manipulating
more
the
than
defense,
getting to
or
your
catching the
sets.
ball and making a shot. I'm never gonna move off that soapbox. So if I'm
But it's more
Ime,
than getting to your chest though. Van Fleet does more than that. He makes
I
sure
agree.
he controls the tempo. He makes sure you get a good shot. It's the
I
small
agree.
nuances that he does, the
I agree.
intangibles that he brings to the table.
I agree with all that,
So
bro.
we don't.
But listen, go
We
ahead.
can't keep running this double big, and you talking about we can go 0-12, and he just talking about we just gonna keep doing it until we get it.
Yeah, I believe he is. If you know Greg Popovich, if you know Ime, you know Jeff Van Gundy, you know Tom Thibodeau, you know any of these old head coaches, these stickler coaches that operate on defense first, you have to be able to do the basic shit before I even change up what I'm trying to tell you. Now, I'm gonna do this right here. I'm gonna play this right here because Buckmo seen it last night. I'm gonna play this right quick, and as we go through the show, I'm gonna pull up little shots from this right here and let y'all see exactly what I'm talking about. They are already into their set. They already into their set on this clip. Fred Van Vliet at this point is Amin Thompson or Alperen Sengun. You pick who you want Fred Van Vliet to be. Because at this point, Fred Van Vliet can be Alperen or Fred Van Vliet can be Amin. They are already into their set. These two players have nothing to do with what's about to happen. Is spacing on the floor. Steven Adams is creating the spacing on the floor. The double big lineup is what's creating the space for Kevin Durant. So when people say, well, Steve on the floor ain't no spacing. No, he's making the spacing by being on the floor. He's made the space for Amin Thompson to have, what's this, 8-9 feet. 8 or 9,
There,
what's this, 10 feet, 8-9 feet right here, 9 or 10 feet right here between Amin and Cade Cunningham. Is because of Steven Adams. He's made the space in between this guy. He's the reason that Jalen Duren is down here underneath the basket. He's drawn both of those players. He's the reason that Slim Shady right here is backed off of Jabari. All this.
yeah,
Hold on. Let me point this out because after I do this, y'all gonna be able to cook. All these three people that's in the paint are here because of one guy who's made all the space, and that's number 12. Now I'm gonna let this roll. I'm gonna stop it right here. Where's the open man? Okay, we all see the open man at the top of the key. His name Alperen Sengun. This is where I said Kevin Durant made a point to say I'm going to be more aggressive because I'm going to get guys open shots if I'm more aggressive. Both guys dug into Kevin Durant. You got one guy that stepped up that's going to be the fouler. You got one guy that's going to be the follower that Kevin Durant's going to beat on this play. Okay, boom. There's your foul. There's your contestant number 9. Number 12 is going to become the guy that can foul. Okay, boom. Where's the open man? Alperen Sengun's open. Amin Thompson's both open, bro. Both of these guys are open. The wide open man right here is Alperen Sengun. This is what Ime Udoka's talking about. You have to make the basic pass that before I even worry about what you're talking about trying to switch it up and run people off
I got to
screen.
interrupt. I got to interrupt.
I can't let you interrupt because now you interrupted my teaching.
Hey, listen.
Hold on, I can't let you
You did
interrupt.
highlight something that J-Dog. You did highlight something that J-Dog said in the chat. You highlighted something that J-Dog said in the chat.
I know, but it's only going to be a couple of seconds. Let me get through this. This is going to be a beat and teach session, and I'm not going to let y'all interrupt me when I'm beating.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so look. Alperen Sengun is wide open. When Ime Udoka comes out and says we had guys all over the floor open, Alperen Sengun is one of the guys that's open. Amin Thompson is one of the guys that's open. Now, I don't have a problem with Kevin Durant taking this shot because Kevin Durant said I have to be more aggressive to get these kind of shots. That's why Oklahoma City was able to beat us because Kevin Durant wasn't aggressive. So I'm glad he took the shot, but this is where people say it wasn't spacing. It wasn't no spacing. That's
bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
No, it's not. I'm telling you facts, bro. It's hella spacing.
Okay, well, hold on.
Hold on. I'm not gonna hold up because I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm gonna mute my mic when I say this.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna restore this little L.
It's hella spacing.
We both are.
Kevin Durant didn't make the right basketball play, but I'm glad he did it because Kevin Durant is what he's supposed to do. Bang. That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to make the defense collapse and make them respect his shot so that these shots continue to be open. Y'all can cook me if you can. Go ahead.
So, Ian, what about this? How about if you're talking about OKC, right? I mean, and J Dawg did point it out. You got to come and highlight. One thing I would say, when Reed Shepard had the ball like in the game and whatnot, and all Rockets Nation saw that, bro, you looked off Kevin Durant. You didn't see Kevin Durant was behind you. You wasn't really aware of the surroundings or whatnot. Man, it's a little bit more. And I first of all, I would say this. I was one of the big FVV haters ever, right? I mean, I don't know why I got known for that, but I mean, I didn't think he should have got Kyrie money, right? But what I'm saying is like in those late game moments, bro, that it does matter because we saw Reed Shepard dribble the ball for 15 seconds and shoot the ball, bro. He didn't know how to get Kevin Durant the ball. So we cannot minimalize that, even though we don't have him. I mean, we can't keep crying about the fact we don't have him all year. But I don't want. I'm the first guy to say like I don't want to ever minimalize what Fred meant to the team, bro. And it's just like it's apparent now because it doesn't have to happen through the duration of the game, but when it actually matters, it matters, bro. It matters, and we can like blatantly see it. It matters, bro. I mean, it matters, bro. So I mean, and I'm trying to not to take a different argument or whatnot because I felt a different way when I thought that these young guys should actually just do it and run, but they not ready, bro. They not ready. It's more than just dribbling the ball past half court, bro. It's more than that. It's more than that, man.
You call that spacing?
Well, for one, I didn't quite get the question that Lero was asking, but 100%, 100% is spacing because you had Alper Sengun with not a man. Alper Sengun's man, look what his Alper Sengun's man is. Alper Sengun's man is
Yeah.
in the paint, bro.
Duncan Robinson is up for
damn near
the
20 feet between Alper Sengun and his man.
Duncan Robinson is right there to play the passer line.
Duncan
Soon
Robinson.
as he made his move, Duran went over there and tried to help him contest. That's because Steven Adams is standing right there in the paint. Even when Armin Thomas driving, he do his Euro step. It's almost he got a contested layup because Steven Adams doesn't bring nothing to the table just by standing right there. His man is not going to commit to him because he can't even hit the 8-foot jump shot. See, I mean spacing. You have to have spacing to
Hey, yo,
drive
run
and
that
kick.
back. Yeah.
Soon as Kevin Durant took one dribble, he got double teamed. That's not spacing.
No, but it is. It is 100% spacing, bro. It's 100% spacing. The spacing
Hey,
is
yo, yeah, run it.
the spacing is
Hey, run it back, yeah.
okay. I'm gonna
Why?
run it back.
As soon as Kevin Durant take one dribble, Harris come double team.
And okay, and that's
Duncan
what you.
Robinson plays the passing line. They
But what
want
does
Armin Thomas to shoot. They look at Kay Cunningham. They want
what
Armin Thomas to take that three.
what does it have to do with Steven Adams?
His
What does it
man
have to
is
do
in the
with Fred
paint.
VanVleet?
Soon his man is right there to contest.
What does it have to do with Steven Adams or Fred VanVleet?
Steven Adams doesn't
Hey,
bring
run that back real
anything
quick.
by
Hey, run.
seeing his
Hey,
man right there.
please run it
If that
back,
was a
man.
goon,
I'm gonna run it back, bro. But I want to
instead
know.
of Steven Adams,
I want somebody to tell me. And I wish my boy F Tank would pull up on me because I need somebody to tell me what do this got to do with Steven Adams or Fred VanVleet, bro. It has nothing to
because
do with your
Steven
point guard.
Adams
It has
is in
nothing to
the
do with
paint.
this has
Run
nothing
it
to
back.
do with
Right.
nothing to do with
Run it
point
back.
guard. Nothing to do with double bigs, bro. Hey, you can say run it back a million times. I'm gonna run it back, bro. I'm
Run
gonna
it
run
back.
it back, but it's not gonna
One,
change the fact that it don't got nothing to do with your point guard. Your point guard
okay.
already
Well,
gave
he got something to do with Steven Adams too. Don't leave him out.
look. Steven Adams is drawing two defenders. Look at all
No,
the
he's
space.
not. He got two defenders because Armin Thomas can't shoot.
Okay, let me tell you how
That's
this
why
works.
he's that far in the paint. So it's
But
almost like everybody pay attention to Kevin Durant. We got two people in the paint with Armin Thomas. Now watch Kevin Durant take one dribble. Watch Harris.
but do y'all see space on the floor? Is there spacing on the
No,
floor? There's no spacing on the floor.
no.
Come on, man.
Because
Keep
if
it
he
a bit.
take one dribble, he's
No,
double
no,
teamed.
no, one thing I would, know what? In this clip right here, what we're looking at, there is spacing. But one thing I would say is they're lagging off Thompson. Oh, he's talking about it and he's saying it already, Eve. It would be more spacing if somebody respected Amin Thompson's shot.
Thank you. That's
They
different. That
don't.
has nothing to do with Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, so it's two in the paint. So how is Kevin Durant supposed to do anything but pull up or drive? He can't even drive, so he has to do a pull up. It's two in the
Boom.
paint waiting
Right
on him.
there, right here. You have an option. For one,
To who?
here's the
To
thing.
who?
For one, huh?
To who?
Two.
Amin Thomas?
No. You got Alperen Sengun.
That's the logical option. So Amin, and that's the logical option. Anybody
That's
would,
the play.
and I'm not saying that he's playing out of position, which he is, by the way. Like fuck positionless basketball. But one thing is, when you can lag that far off, bro, that's straight disrespecting the NBA, bro. That's disrespect.
Okay.
That's
Not even
waving the
looking
guy
at him.
off damn near saying, I dare you to beat me.
This is where I give y'all. I'll give y'all.
So we have spacing. We
I'll
have
give-
spacing, but they don't respect the fact that he can make a shot.
I'll give you right. I'll give you these
Real
nuggets.
talk.
I'll give you these nuggets. If Alperen Sengun was where Steven Adams is, right, and Fred VanVleet was where Alperen Sengun is, then that means Jabari would be where Armin is, and whoever else would be where Jabari is. Whoever else would be right here where Jabari is. I can't even think of who would be playing in that position at this point. But let's say somebody else is here, and Alp is in the center. Jabari is spaced over here in this corner, at the in the corner, and Fred VanVleet is at the top. Then this shooter at the top becomes a little bit deadly, right? But remember what I said last night, Buckmo. At this point in the game, you have nothing to go on except the fact that Alperen Sengun shot lights out in FIBA and Alperen Sengun shot lights out in game one. You have no reason to want Alperen Sengun to shoot this damn three-pointer right now, because from what we've seen, from what we've seen over the summer and in the first game against OKC, this is a made bucket if Kevin Durant passed him this ball. Nothing to say that Alperen Sengun would miss this shot. All we've seen him do is make 4 for 5 in FIBA, 3 for 6 in FIBA, 5 for 8 in OKC game. All indications lead to Alperen Sengun making this three if Kevin Durant give him the ball. This has nothing to do with Fred VanVleet. Nothing to do with Fred VanVleet.
Kevin Durant is not in the Kevin Durant is not in discussion to be one of the all-time assist makers, bro. That's not what he does. So you ask him to do something that he doesn't do. He's a bucket maker. He's a shot maker. So now you want him to drop dimes to everybody now? No, bro. No.
Kevin Durant is also a 14, 15, 16-year veteran, bro, who is highly intelligent. He's 1,100 feet tall, and he could easily make this pass like a damn near like a dribble handoff. If he put his arm out right now, his arm is gonna reach all the way to Alperen Sengun. The ball, all he gotta do is put his arm up, bro. His arm is gonna hand the ball to Alperen Sengun, bro. Like the guard touching fingers in the in the Leonardo da Vinci shit. That's how Kevin Durant can reach Alperen Sengun if he just put his arm out like that with the ball, bro. There's no reason not to make this pass, other than the fact that I've made the intentional decision that I'm going to take this shot because I want to be aggressive, and that's all. And I don't have no problem with it. I don't have no problem with it. But it's space in there. It's an open man there, open for three. Kevin Durant. I mean, if it's Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith Jr., nobody has a problem, with that man being Alperen Sengun. And I don't have a problem with that man being Alperen Sengun, because if you look how he's in position, what is Alperen Sengun in position for? I'm in position to catch and shoot this ball if he needs me. But I also
you also see Thomas is not fully committed, so he can get back for a contest three.
Who that? Talking about Duncan Robinson? Oh, you talking about
Tobias Harris? You see, he's not really. He's just leaking in now. He's not fully committed, so he can get back to LP.
You get your ass bust, get your head bust, young fella. You get your head bust if you run out
So
there.
he can get back to LP and get it contested. So he's not fully open yet until he spins and make his move to the basket.
Watch LP hands right here, Laro. Watch LP hands and watch what he do. Oh, you saw that? Did you see that? What he just did?
Yeah.
Watch,
You see what Harris is at too?
look at LP hands. What he telling Jabari, and look at what Jabari is telling Amin. They signaling to each other what's going on right here. This ain't no accidental play. Alperen saying, "Hold on, we got something working over here. We got action." And Amin is saying, "Okay, watch the backside." They all point to each other. They all point to each other. This is there go my space over here. He let them know my space is over here. If I have to slide back, I'm finna slide back over here. Amin gonna go down. They communicate. KD got the ball. Okay, boom. KD said, "Hey, look, I'm gonna take you. I'm finna take you. Good deal. I don't have no problem with this shot. The point is that that's what they wanted in that play." All right. Now,
Look, no spacing,
huh?
no space.
Well, we don't want them to have no spacing. That's not what we wanted. We don't.
And
We
that's
want
why
them to have.
you see that play right there? That's why
This
Steven
right here.
Adams can't play 31 minutes.
All right. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my day. Oh my day. Let's see. Okay, let's go. Bang. Is there spacing on the floor? About 100 feet in here. 100 feet over here. Armin is steady dragging his man out. Steven Adams got a man committed underneath the basket again. Jabari is
Why?
right on the
But, but why is he got a man committed under the basket?
because if he don't, Al Pachenko can get him this ball. And
He's in
be
the way.
Stu.
Average Goon's finna drive, and now he's in the way.
Well, Reed Shepard is standing by the 10-second mark out here. He all the way out here by the outlet line. Beef
That's
Stew,
spacing.
he
You gotta
grabbing
honor him.
Steven Adams titty nipples over here. He got a handful of titty nipples. he about to wax shit, get that boy titty wax over here. And then Al Pachenko go down. Beef Stew contest right here. Duncan Robinson, you cooked. You cooked. And guess what else? You cooked. But guess most of all what happens? This. Why Steven Adams need to be there? Oh, my days. Tip out to a three. Because you got a big man in there that can get to the ball if you miss a shot. We did this last night. I don't know why Buckmo sitting acting like we didn't do this last night.
Maybe Sagoon make that layup if Steven Adams' man is not there to contest it.
You think? You think? Do you hold on?
Yeah, I mean, you don't think Sagoon make that layup?
I think
Sagoon had his man beat. It wasn't Sagoon man who contested. It was Steven Adams' man.
I think LP was finna bang that on somebody anyway. He was really you know what I think because I told you last night. As soon as he hit that corner right here, he put his head up right here. Look, Sagoon is looking at the rim. I'm finna go bang this on somebody. I'm finna go bang this.
He could have banged it, but look what Steven Adams is at. Look what he can bang it, but look what Steven Adams and his man is at.
But my question is,
so if Steven Adams went at three, if Steven Adams say that was Jabari Smith and Jabari Smith leak out to the three, nobody's down there to contest it. So that's an automatic dunk.
Well, here's what I give you. This is why I say I'll give you this because I'm not just gonna just blatantly just disagree with shit that don't have no reason to disagree with. For one, if Steven Adams was, let's say Steven Adams was Jabari, and he was to be sliding out to the three, where Kevin Durant would have to push up over here by the elbow, and then it would be a little more spacing there as far as man out of butter to go. But I don't believe that if you have Kate Cunningham out here and Jabari is, let's say Kevin Durant is what his referee is, and Jabari is in his corner, then you let Cade hold two people. You let Cade block the passing lane from two people, and he can now hold your best two shooters by himself. Because that's not efficient spacing. That's just balloon weight. That's balloon weight. That means that you got people that's not in the paint, but I don't think Beef Stew is going to care if Cade Cunningham is out here. And I mean, Kevin Durant could come all the way out by over here by where the shot clock is and all this stuff out here, and Jabari could be over here. But I don't know, man. I mean, do you want our team to be Mike D'Antoni, Rick Adam in offense, where we got a guy on top of
No, but
you
to
trying to
me,
cook
I
by
don't, I
himself?
don't want that offense, but we do need space in the drive. If Armin Thomas is the driver, then Adams is in the way. You take away from what Armin Thomas does the best.
But it's not. But that's not contingent on it being Steven Adams, bro. And you know that. You know that it don't matter if that's Steven Adams or Josh Okogie. You know that Laro don't know that because Laro
Yeah,
ain't watched bro. But you
I
know
remember you showing that, and that's part of the problem. You have a man always around the paint, so nobody
yeah,
can drive.
exactly. Exactly. But Steven Adams does a better job of occupying this space than Josh Okogie and Amin do.
No, he
And he
does a
does a
better
better
job
job
of getting the offensive rebound.
Now hold up.
He
Now
does
hold
a
up.
better
Now
job of
what if he
getting
just in the way?
He is in a way.
it don't matter. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you take it, Buck Mo. Keep it a bean
He
with
is in a way
Laro, bro.
because he doesn't do anything. Look at this
Yeah,
man.
but
That's
what?
2 times that somebody tried to go inside and his man came to contest because he's standing right there. They know he's not finna do anything.
But
He's not
but
finna catch a lob alley. He don't have the vertical to catch one of
but
the Capella lobs.
but does it matter if it's Steven Adams or Josh Okogie, bro? That's what I'm trying to get you to tell
Yes,
What
Laro.
I'm
it
saying,
does. It does matter. It does
Why?
matter
yes,
Why?
because Josh can add a little spacing. Steven doesn't add any spacing, bro.
What the hell are you talking about, Laro? Why would Josh Okogie standing right where Steven Adams is add more space?
but see, what I'm not saying is it's the system. Why is a man standing right there? Period.
Totally different question.
That's
Totally
what I'm
different.
saying.
Okay,
Why
let's
is he
No,
say
standing
no,
there? Period.
no,
no.
no, no.
Because that
It's not
man,
different.
if he can shoot, if he can shoot, he's not standing there. He's somewhere in the three
That's
point
my
line.
point.
No,
That's
So
my
he
point.
can't shoot. So he has to stand right there. He can't do
no.
nothing else but stand there.
Not keeping it. You're not keeping it stacked, Bucko. You're not keeping it stacked. The, the,
Oh
the,
my
Yeah, he
God.
is. He is. He is.
the real actual question is why is Ime running this particular offense? That's the question. It has nothing to do with Steven Adams or Josh Okogie because now if you say why would he have anybody standing there? That means change the system. And
Exactly.
then I would say, well, where the hell are we going to get the shooter from? Where's the guy that can shoot the ball? You want to put Jabari in that position, and because we
Yeah,
need
he
LP
can
to
shoot.
handle the ball, we need LP to handle the ball. And even if Fred Van Vliet was there, are you telling me Fred Van Vliet can break down his man at the top of the key like Alfred Şengün just did and get past somebody and get to the lane and make any kind of shot?
Well, look, those are not Fred's strengths breaking somebody down.
Exactly.
And that's
Exactly.
not Fred
So this is
game.
why I pick
Fred
y'all
game
apart.
is to
This
get
is
you
why I
in
pick. This
yourself.
is why I pick y'all apart. This is why I be saying the logic that people make their argument with, to me, it bewilders me. Because if Fred Van Vliet has the ball at the top of the key, he's not breaking down his man to get into the goal and making no kind of damn layup. What Alfred Şengün just did, broke down his man and made it a makeable shot by beating his man. And I've said Alfred Şengün is going to go punch this on this man's head. Fred Van Vliet cannot do that. Where Reed Shepard is, that's where Fred Van Vliet dog's ass better be if he's on the court. And that has nothing to do with Fred Van Vliet or Reed Shepard. Okay, cool.
But
Reed Shepard and Fred Van Vliet in the same exact spot. Alfred
yeah,
Şengün,
but it has to do with the system because why is he standing there?
I agree.
I don't care. I don't care if it's a Colgate. I don't care if it's him, Armin Thomas. Why is the man standing right there? That's not spacing. He
Because
has his man beat, and his man is right there. You think he going? You think he worried about him throwing it to Steven Adams?
well, this is the thing. Go down there and make the shot. Simple as that. You Alfred Şengün, we paid you money because you can make this. Alfred Şengün, we paid you money because you can go dunk this on this man's head. Go down there, get the foul, and make the shot. That's all we want. All we want is you break your man down like you just did, Go down there and punch on beef stew or make them pay you. Nothing else matters. Fred Van Vliet, Reed Shepard, Steven Adams, Josh Jacoby, nothing else matters in this play except Albert Shango go down there, make the shot. They didn't call the foul. And since they didn't call the foul, we had a contingency plan. The contingency plan is called Aquaman.
But see,
Aquaman was our
if
contingency.
there was Van Fleet would be where Reed at. We can still have the same play and just take Van Fleet and put Van Fleet where Reed at.
Exactly. He has nothing to do with the play. Once we got in time,
he had another contested easy layup contested by Steven Adams' man because he's standing 8 feet from the basket.
Yeah, but it don't have to do with
we can't get an easy layup because Steven Adams' man, he can't do anything but standing around the paint.
Okay. Well, let me go show. Let me go ahead and pull this because I'm gonna go ahead and pull this down to the obvious part where we can talk.
Let's go ahead.
Okay.
I studied this film last night after we got out, so I was like, oh yeah.
Okay, where is Steven Adams on this play?
He's not in the game.
Where is the difference in the space?
Oh, you see a whole bunch of spacing now, right?
Nope, same people. Still 2 people by the basket. Armin Thompson is still where Steven Adams would have been.
Yes, because he can't shoot. That's why. Because he need to come out to the 3-point line.
Where do we get the shooting from?
Where is the shooting right there from Jabari Smith? You got Easton out there, and you got Sagoon. Why you looking for the lob? You looking for the easy because you know you don't want him to shoot that corner 3.
Okay.
Come out some more. Come out some more. Kevin Durant don't need you. Come out some more.
Who? Armin?
Yes.
No, because if you come out, then what happens is, let me tell you what happens. If Armin comes out, then you take away the space from Tari Eason and Jabari, and you allow these 2 guys to hold 3 people, and now Duncan Robinson fully commit to trapping Kevin Durant, and nobody pulling nobody down by the back. And now you kill the spacing by having 3 people loaded up on the side with 2 kick contestants. Kill the spacing by doing that.
If everybody just stay still, Eason come to the arm. You go to the corner. Jabbar, you stay where you at. That's space.
Then you got 2 people who can hold 3 people. You got Cade and whoever.
Cade can't hold it because he can throw it to Jabari right now.
Huh?
He can throw it to Jabari right now.
Man wide open all over the court. That's what Ime Udoka talking about. This has nothing to do with Reed Shepard and Steven Adams. This has to do with you in your set. We are already in our set. Duncan Robinson is coming over here to try to hold your bar. Kevin Durant sees that Duncan Robinson is not going to commit. I have 1-on-1. I'm gonna pull up and take this shot, and bang. That's just what has to happen right there. That has nothing to do with Reed Shepard or it's still the same exact set. It's still the same exact spacing. And even though Steven Adams not on the floor, that guy is still in the same exact spot Steven Adams would have been, more or less. More or less, still in the same exact spot. Now, right here, if you said, hey, Kevin Durant can zip this ball right here to Jabari, and Jabari can pull up from right there.
Shoot or drive.
Right. I have no
problem. Thomas, you come out to the 3. So if I drive, that man leaking, I can hit you in the corner.
But guess why? Guess why Jabari is open right here?
Because Duncan Robinson is trying to double you. He made a dumb defensive play.
Not only that,
there was no need for him to go over there and leave Jabari.
Armin is on the baseline walking towards the rim, and if this person right here don't pay attention to Armin on his back door, he's going to give up a wide open layup. So this person has to contend with the fact that Armin Thompson is walking. I'm just going to walk over here by the basket. This dude don't hold me. I'm going to get a wide open layup. That's why you have that person by the basket. That would be Steven Adams, Armin Thompson. Huh?
That man know Armin Thomas right there. He know he finished.
Exactly.
Yeah, so come out some more.
No,
It's the system. You have too many people. We can't even get a layup.
nope. Because if Armin Thompson pulls out here by the 3-point line, guess what this dude gonna do? This dude still gonna stay right here. This dude he gonna take a step back. Let me tell you exactly how this works. If Armin Thompson comes out to the 3-point line, this
Mm-hmm.
dude gonna take one step back. He gonna get right there where he would be if they were shooting a free throw, and he's gonna be able to steal.
Oh, okay. So how about this? So you think with the man Thompson, we're trying to force a circle into a square, a round peg into like a square hole or whatnot? Because it's like we've seen when he's like his most effective. Now nobody knows in the NBA what he can be. He's like this super hyper athlete or whatnot, right? He can do it all. I mean, he took Jabbar's spot last year. We all saw that, right? So it's just like now you're trying to. This dude took your power forward job last year. Now he's our point guard.
Uh,
So certain pieces fit certain places, bro. Like I mean, and I'm not the guy to figure it out. We're not gonna figure it out on YouTube or whatever, right? But what I'm saying is, we saw when he flourished, where he got his name from, what the position he played, that dunker spot, where he became like first team all defensive or whatnot, right? We saw where he got that acumen from, but now it's just like now, you know what? We gonna just change everything you do, and now you here now. Uh, because of lack of point guard. I mean, just because you can bring the ball up, because we're not finna start blaming the men, bro, for anything. I'm not with it.
yeah, no, nobody is. Nobody's gonna blame Armin. Nobody gonna blame Armin. I'm just pointing out. All I'm doing is pointing out the simplicity of the offense and the fact that Armin, Okogie, Steven Adams, all these guys are in the same exact position on the court. The spacing does not change. The reason why the spacing doesn't change, for one, is because this is a simple offense and you have to make the right pass. You have to get your tail in, get your doggy's bottom where your doggy's bottom is supposed to be at, and make the correct pass. It don't
Okay,
matter
so
who on the
who are those guys you named, and what's their shooting percentage, bro? Steven Adams, Ben
cheeks.
Thompson.
Cheeks.
Man, come on, man. That does change spacing because you got to respect it. If you don't respect how somebody shoots or whatever, then it's gonna change spacing, bro.
That's what I just said.
Naturally, right?
That's what I just said. Where are we gonna get the shooters from? Where you gonna get the shooters from, Brody? You gonna pull them out your ass, Laro?
Well, well, they not on the squad right now.
Exactly. So if we
They not here.
don't have the shooters on the squad, we have to run this basic offense to win because of what we have to work with. This basic stuff should be getting us wins, and it's not getting us wins when it should have. And it has nothing to do with a guy who shot 26% last year in Fred VanVleet. And it has nothing to do with the fact that the system is what the system
26% from where? I mean, I don't think Fred. Come
is.
on,
I
come on,
mean,
yeah. He
I'm
didn't shoot
exaggerating.
26%, bro. Come on, bro.
But I'm exaggerating, but we're not gonna act like Fred VanVleet was lighting it up last year. That's all I'm saying. We're not gonna act like Fred VanVleet was. Yeah, you have to pay more attention to Fred VanVleet than you would Armin Thompson or Josh Okogie. But at the same time, you know, we're not gonna act like Fred was just lighting it up. That's not what we're gonna
No,
do.
what I'm saying is, it's like blatantly, yeah, bro. I'm gonna let you shoot. You know, just I'm gonna pack the paint up and let you go 1 for 7 or 1 for 6 from 3-point line from the 3-point line or whatnot, right? And that's what it looked like. It was kind of like lagging off, and it could be less damn near outright disrespect. They
Yeah.
saying, okay, you beat us. You beat us. I mean, can he? I mean, are you trusting that shot from three from any one of those guys that you say that's clogging at the paint? Can
Yeah.
you like? I
Hey,
mean, that's why I think a lot of guys are like waiting on Finney Smith to come back, bro.
oh, okay. Let's go with the Finney Smith shenanigans. Hey, Lero, I'm gonna mute your mic and let Buckmo get in here. For some reason, when he come on, his mic get some kind of feedback. So go ahead and get in, Buckmo. Take off.
if you put Steven Adams on the bench and put Sagoon out there at the 5, Smith, Jabari Smith, Durant, Okogie, and Thomas, now you have more spacing. See, now if Sagoon can do his thing because he got to bring his man out. Kevin Durant is somewhere on the wing, and Jabari Smith is on the wing. So now Sagoon can take his man off the dribble and make that layup without it being contested because now there's more spacing to drive. We're struggling to score because we can't get any layups. We're relying on all basically jump shots. So we can't get any easy buckets, then we're gonna look stagnant and struggle to score every game. So just move Steven Adams to the bench. He can still give you the same production in 16 minutes that he gave you in 31 minutes. It's not like he out here just putting up 28 rebounds. It's the same thing. He's gonna give you 8 rebounds in 31 minutes. He can give you 8 rebounds in 16 minutes. So we need more space and just move him to the bench, Sagoon back to the 5. Now Sagoon bring his man out, and it's easy peasy for this nigga. That's it.
No, I feel what you're saying. Yeah, what you got on that, bro?
My bad, y'all. Y'all, but it goes back to this, bro. It goes back to what I'm continuously trying to drill home here is that yes, hypothetically, if you put Steven Adams on the bench, then we have more spacing, right? Hypothetically, because Shingun can, you know, be Shingun and Okogie because he's smaller and less likely to get 11 rebounds a game, gonna magically make spacing somewhere, and you know, and because he's shorter, then all of a sudden we become better because we faster, and Steven Adams is slow, and also, you know, somewhere along the way it became a point of contention that if you have a smaller, shorter, faster person on the court, it automatically makes more space, which I guess it does if you say, you know, volume wise, if you have a guy that's 270 on the court, and then you have a guy who's 165 on the court, it's going to be less spacing with the guy who's 270 on the court than the guy that's 165. But it doesn't change the fact that if you have the guy standing in the same spot because of the same exact reason, it doesn't change anything if you don't change the system, bro. It doesn't
What
change
about the
the system.
skill set? What about the skill set? Because you know what? When I first came up here an hour ago, wasn't I, right?
Mhm.
I told you about what Ken Martin said. It just looks like Steven Adams is in the way.
Yeah.
It looks like he's in the way, bro. And that's all I'm saying. How do you alleviate that? And I get it. If you can get 13 offensive rebounds, I mean, that's cool. But when we trying to score, if it just looks like everything is clogged up, like you playing a dunker spot, you can't catch a lob, by the way. I mean, is it in the way? And I think that double big lineup can work at certain times, but as far as starting, I don't think that's cool. So I get what you're saying. Like, who else could make things different? I think if Jabari Smith Jr. was in the actual power forward position, that would make something different instead of just camping him out at the 3-point line just to catch an open a pass and just a shot. I mean, you're not using your offense like legitimately or whatever. So it would be different, and it would look different with not while having Steven Adams out there. It would. Because then you have to respect Jabari Smith's 3-point shot.
Mm.
So it would look different.
Oh, okay. So look,
That's all I'm saying.
go ahead.
Add a new wrinkle into the offense. Try just a little wrinkle. We ain't telling you can't run this double big none the rest of the game. We just saying try something different because he's just in the way right now. Nobody has to respect anything that he does because they just know he's in there for rebounds and setting picks. He brings nothing offensively to the game. You can't run a set for him. You can't get him in the pick and roll and throw it to him in the post and he can go get you a jump hook. He's just in the way.
Okay. I'm not gonna even argue with that at all because I mean, add another set, add another wrinkle. I get the idea. I get the idea. But just for the sake of doing it again. Okay, I want y'all to bear with me right here as I pull this up. Okay. Bang, bang, bang. I want y'all to look at the people on the floor. Laro, can you see everybody that's on the floor or is it too blurry right here? Can you see everybody that's on the floor?
I see it, bro.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. All right, let me pull it back a little bit. Okay. We'll pull it back just a little bit. Okay. This is Steven Adams on the floor, and Josh Okogie was able to get there and make a basket. Matter of fact, let me run both of these back to back. Let me run both of these back to back so I can make this point valid. Okay. We something like a 3-2. We something like a 3-2. It don't really matter. Josh Okogie playing good defense. Steven Adams shut down the pass, and he stepped up too far, and they got a basket. Okay. All right. Now, Steven Adams on the floor. Steven Adams' man had to leave him. Why was it that Steven Adams' man had to run all the way out there? Because Steven Adams had his man sealed right here, bro. Let's go back and look at it. Now, look at what Steven Adams' man is. Steven Adams has taken a whole man out of the play. Mind you, Cade Cunningham is way back here somewhere, not in the play. But Steven Adams has taken a man out of the play. Completely out of the play. And when the ball goes to Josh Okogie, Steven Adams' man has to leave. Okogie, if he was a good enough passer, could have dropped his ball down to Steven Adams, but he gets a free layup. Why does he get a free layup? Because Steven Adams seals another man at the same time. Two guys, look at this arm right here. Push this dude off of Okogie so Okogie can get to this layup. Steven Adams made this play possible for Josh Okogie to get that bucket. It's nobody but Steven Adams that made this play possible. Let's go to the very next play. Okay, so I want y'all to bear with me. Okay, now if Steven Adams on the court, Laro, is Steven Adams on the court at all? Laro, you with me?
No. So go ahead.
So we act like there wasn't a 4-on-5. We just seen Cade
Yeah, he's
Cunningham running through the play. 19 seconds after the play. We ain't gonna act like there wasn't a 4-on-5.
It was a 4-on-5, but Steven Adams still took his man out to play. What I'm saying is Steven Adams is affecting offense, bro. It's not like he's out there just a cone or just he out there just with his thumb up his tail end. He not out there
No,
with
but what you're doing is you're getting a play and you're trying to make your argument off of one play, bro. And then we're talking about the whole game, by the way.
okay. What I'm doing is
I understand it's gonna be.
I'm showing you points in the game where people's talking points are absolutely asinine. And the talking points, when we're looking at the score and you saying that Steven Adams is not affecting scoring, I'm showing you exactly how he affected the scoring by sealing the
I
man
think
out.
what we said is he in a way.
Okay.
I think that's what he in a way.
Okay. So let me show you he in the way. Is he in the way now? Is he in the way now?
He's not on the court.
He's not on the goddamn me court. Why is it still a man right here and two men and underneath the basket? Buck, please. Why is it still two people?
Because they know what Sagoon is going to do. He's going to drive.
Do it have anything to do with
that? That's why he's right there. Now, if Okogie is out on the three, we ain't even run the play.
But does this have anything to do with Steven Adams? Anything to do with Steven Adams?
No, it got to do something with the system.
It got to do with Ime, right? Okay, so it goes back to what I'm saying. Do this basic shit right before you ask me to change up something. This has nothing to do with Steven Adams and a double big lineup. Nothing to do with it. This man that's right here named Josh Okogie is exactly where Steven Adams would have been. My point I've been making all hour and 59 minutes. I've been making the same exact point. It doesn't matter if his name is Josh Okogie, Armin Thompson, Steven Adams. He's going to be right here because that's Ime's offense. And he wants you to be able to run this basic 4-out offense where you got a man dragging a defender or two underneath the basket because they have to stop this basic layup. If you don't come over here and do this, Albert Shangoon gonna get this man a layup. If this man over here that's guarding Armin try to dig in on LP, LP can make this easy pass to Armin, and Armin can make this little baseline three-pointer. This man that's underneath the basket is drawing two defenders, bro. He's drawing two defenders. It doesn't matter if his name's Steven Adams or Josh Okogie. For people who keep saying, well, it's Steven Adams, he's just a cone and a water. Well, this ain't Steven Adams, this is Josh Okogie, and he's doing the exact same damn thing. Let's look at it. Run the play. Okay. What is he trying to do? Get the ball right there. And this play doesn't happen if this man is not underneath the basket, bro. His name ain't Steven Adams. His name is Josh Okogie. That's all I've been saying all game long. And he gets the easy bucket the same way Steven Adams get the easy bucket on the exact same play later when Alfred Shangoon is in the corner. He comes off the corner. He gets the pass underneath the basket. And Steven Adams rolls into the paint from the free throw line and gets the exact same pass from Alfred Shangoon later in the play. We've seen this all. Laro, you understand what I'm saying, Laro?
But you do know the play was for Armin Thomas in the three. That's why he had to hesitate when he cut in. It was for him to shoot the three. Because when this man leak in, you shoot the three. But see, he don't want to shoot the three. So when he cuts in, and then as soon as he cut in, what does a Kobe man do? Cut him off. Now, if he's on the three-point line, Armin Thomas can lay that up. But he can't because once again, your man is 8 feet from the basket. And he comes and makes you pass it. That was a lucky play because Armin Thomas was supposed to stick in the corner and shoot the three.
I'm not. The thing is, I'm not making no points about whether or not this, that. All I'm saying is that's the system. Whether it's Steven Adams or Josh Okogie, it doesn't matter. That's Ime's system. That's not about being a double big or not, bro. See, people are saying, like y'all keep saying, put Steven Adams on the bench. Why are you starting? This is my point. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing to say at this point because when Steven Adams is on the court, even if Steven Adams goes to the bench, guess where Josh Okogie, whoever you want to start, guess where he gonna be at? Right there in that corner, right there by the backboard, right there in the paint. He gonna be right damn there. Why? Because that's where Ime want that man to be at. You think because you put a smaller person out there because he's shorter, all of a sudden he gonna be in a different spot on the court? No, that's not how basketball works. He gonna be in the same spot, bro. Now, Laro, don't duck, don't run. See, now that I proved my point, Laro gonna jump off the stream. You see what I'm saying? Now he want to get off the stream, all because I made my point. Nah, don't duck no smoke, Laro, bro. Don't duck no smoke. I'm trying to learn you. So look, you gonna learn today, bro. You ain't gonna learn today. He gonna be in the exact same spot no matter where you put these people. Now, if Ime decides to, obviously he has different variations that run out of the same, out of the same actions or whatever. They run in different actions out of the same play sets or whatever. Okay, that's cool. We get that. But 9 out of 10, he's gonna have a man down there in the post. 9 times out of 10, he's gonna have a man down there in the post. And it don't matter who it is. So when we get to tomorrow's game, we're going to see if they can operate that same thing over again. If it's Steven, like I said, now mind you, Steven Adams going to start. He going to come out the game. When he come out of the game, it's still going to be a person right there. Can you make the right pass? This has nothing to do with you already into your set. It's already a person right there in the same exact spot. We're not going to harp on that forever. It's going to be the exact same situation, but can you make the right pass? Can you make a shot? Can you make more than 39%? Can you not pass up 11, 12, 13, 14 assists with men wide open? That's what it's going to boil down to. They're going to be able to do that shit tomorrow. Matter of fact, they're going to make more shots tomorrow because we playing a team that's cheeks tomorrow. And it's going to look better because Steven Adams not going to play a lot tomorrow, but it's still going to be a man right there in that spot tomorrow. It's still going to be the same amount of spacing, other than the fact that the man is smaller. It's like saying, hey, you got a truck parked in a parking lot. Oh, now you got a Mitsubishi parked in the parking lot. It's still in the same exact parking spot, but it's more space. Okay, I get that. It's more space because the dude is smaller, but it's still gonna be in the same exact parking spot. Let me burn this commercial right quick while I decompress. while I decompress, bro. Hey, Laro, don't run, bro. I know you got stuff to do. I'm just bullshitting with you, bro. I appreciate you putting up, Laro. You know what I mean? Anytime, pull up. I know you probably about to call your boy Earl by now, but I appreciate you putting up on me, man. Shout out to Laro for pulling up and taking that little molly whopping. All right, man. Hold on, we'll be right back after this right here. Quick little intermission.
Every show needs a spark. Ours, you. Step into the spotlight for a one-on-one fire debate. Call out a take, defend your own or a beat and teach masterclass. Winners earn bragging rights and rewards. Email redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com to lock your spot or choose a topic from our board. Thanks for supporting the movement. Tap subscribe, drop a like, and if you want to buy us a coffee, Cash App, $26KG1. Every show needs a spark, and you are ours. Salute to you.
All right. Appreciate you, man, for sticking with us through that little brief intermission. Every show definitely needs a spark. And Laro came and brought the spark tonight, man. That was a good little, a good little way to recap some of the stuff we talked about last night. Now, it was a point. Your boy Smooth pulled up. That's your boy Buckmo. Your boy Smooth 101.
Yeah, that's my kinfolk. I told him about the podcast.
Yeah, I appreciate Smooth pulling up on it. Dude know ball. Dude definitely know basketball, bro, because he made good points and he made a lot of points that you can't really dispute a lot of the points he made, but the ones you can dispute, I got to give him that work right now. I got to give him some work right now. And hey, like I say, and I'm gonna go ahead and put this on my soundboard probably tonight, man. I'm gonna go ahead and
Now,
pull
we
this up.
both we looking from at a coaching standpoint.
Oh shit. Let me see. Okay. Oh, so you both of y'all coaches?
Yeah.
Where y'all coach at? I mean, not at, but where?
Anywhere, any league, it don't matter. Any age.
Okay, that's what's up. Hey, definitely made good point. So, let's see. Let's see. Um, I'm looking for something specifically. I'm looking for something specifically. Okay. Let's see. I'm looking for something specifically, and I'm looking at is if I can't find it, if I can't find it, it's gonna let him off the hook because I actually should have had this pulled up because it's something that I wanted to point to. I wanted to talk about it yesterday. Actually, I've been wanting to talk about it since Monday. Because nobody pointed it out. Nobody had pointed this out since since Monday. Nobody pointed out the passes that Kevin Durant made that Alpha Shangoon missed buckets on. Um, Nobody pointed those out. It was a couple of great passes that Kevin Durant made, and it was it's been one of those things. I mean, it's easy to talk about what he does and then say, okay, yeah, but he's not known for this. But not being known for something don't mean you don't do it and you don't do it well. Because Kevin Durant is not known for defense, but he plays good defense. Um, and passing is one of those things where he's not known for it, but he does it very well when he has to do it. He does it very well when he's asked to do it, should I say? Um, so I'm sitting here, I'm scrolling, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm trying to find it, but I can't necessarily find the exact plays I'm looking for. Um, I can't find the exact plays I'm looking for, but I assume that if we go through some of the clips, we'll see some. So let me just pull up some of the stuff. Y'all gotta hey, do you gotta what do y'all use like coaches canvas or anything like that to do y'all plays or anything? Like how y'all do y'all plays? Y'all just six or do y'all just have a wide shot in front of
Coach. So I do old school play. I come from that old school ball. I don't like this new ball we playing today. So everything I teach is old school. We don't do no cones, no nothing. We straight hoop and drill. Old school.
Okay. So with that being said, um let me click this right here. Hey, what I was saying the other day, Buck, when you got the what's it called? Oh no, you were that wasn't you. That was old boy from man, your boy Burns, your boy Smokey Burns or whatever. My boy Smokey Burns. My boy Smokey Burns was up in here. We was tripping uh about that. But let's see. All right. Where did this joint go, man? Where did this joint go? I need to pull this up. I need to pull this up for you. This is Detroit. I got so many tabs open. I got like a million tabs open in real life. I got like a million tabs found. And I just pulled it up. Where you go?
You think starting compeller over Adams brings a different element because he can throw him the law if he gonna stand right there. Maybe he can do the pick and lob to him, the pick and roll. We can lob it to him. You think they'll bring a different element to the offense and just have Steven Adams standing right there? Capella can also offensive rebound and put back. Same thing Steven Adams does. It's just more athletic.
Yeah, it do bring a different element. It bring a They bring a different element. Um, to be 100%, Clint Capella is probably a more, yeah, I mean, obviously more athletic. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Um, Steven Adams. I mean, Capella is way more athletic, and he is a genius, an absolute genius when it comes to positioning his body and sealing his man. You know, um, picking and choosing the angles to where he wants to take that lob position from. Absolute genius at that, and it definitely makes a difference. I mean, listen, all the variations can make a difference because even as you're saying, you put Dorian Finney-Smith in the spot of a Josh Okogie or you know whatever. You put Jabari Smith in the spot that Steven Adams. Any one of those guys that's in that basically in that dunker spot, Clint Capella, Josh Okogie, Jabari Smith Jr. Anybody you put in that spot, it changes the dynamic of that spot. Because everybody's intuition. I mean, everybody's instinct and how they play instinctively is different. So I don't have no it's really no pushback as to whether it'll make a difference who you put there. My thing is that the fact that somebody's there might be the biggest problem. You know what I mean? But I understand why they're there. I definitely believe the fact that it's always somebody right there could be a problem. And I'm not going to ever say that that's not the possibility to be the problem. But the thing is that usually it's somebody there on every team, whether it's the Golden State Warriors small ball, whether it's the Bulls in the 90s, whether it's OKC last year, it's usually always somebody in that dunker spot drawing that man to the basket because you have to make them protect the basket in order to create the space that you're asking about. You have to drag down that defense in order to create the space that people are talking about. I just think it's a misconception that because it's a big man, because his name is Steven Adams and he don't score, all of a sudden it makes a difference. No, it's always somebody there. And my thing is, if you're saying, hey, man, I don't like the way that feels, I can agree because that's not the best offense you can have because we know that Mike D'Antoni, who is probably one of the best offensive coaches, probably wouldn't have that guy there. He would move all 5 players out to the 3-point line and have one guy shoot in to get the ball more in the high post and and probably operate from there if you collapse. And it would just be, you know, come in and get the ball, or move down and get the ball. Somebody collapse, or either I take the play right here and I go ahead and do my thing. And then if somebody do collapse, I kick out, spray out to shooters, something like that. And Mike D'Antoni is one of the greatest offensive minds basketball has ever seen. And that's how he ran it. He never really always had people in the dunker spot just standing there, right? But when he did, it's usually 1 in and 4 out, and those 4 people, like I was saying last night, you would have somebody way out where Reed Shepard was by the 10-second mark or the alley line or whatever you call it, and that would be where you would have the super spacers like Eric Gordon, Ryan Anderson. Reed Shepard was doing it a little bit Friday night, spacing all the way out to the 10-second, and it's definitely a possibility that Ime um could do more, but I just believe that it's in my mind's eye. I think it's with Ime. It's one of the things where he's saying, "Hey, look, this works. We know for a fact that this worked because it's worked over the years. It's worked to get us to the number 2 last year. It worked in OKC. It worked in Golden State. It works in Boston. It works everywhere. Y'all just have to make the right damn passes. It doesn't really, all the stuff that people are saying is the problem is not the real reason we lose those games. We lost those games because of um lack of shooting, missed free throws, missed passes, inability to stop the man, inability to protect the paint. Things like that are the reason that we ultimately lost those two games, and that's going to come with chemistry, is what I'm saying. And as far as go ahead, go ahead.
How many games Steven Adams started last year to get us to the second seed? I don't remember him starting until almost the playoff.
That's a good question. Let's see if I can find out.
Because it's not like we won the game because he was in the lineup. No, we when he inserted him in the lineup, that's when offense slowed down. See, with Jalen Green, we were getting a lot of dunks because his paint was open, so he was able to drive and do a lot of things. Now that Steven Adams is there, Thomas can't. He just about as athletic as Jalen Green, but he can't get to the basket because Steven Adams' man is now there. When we had Sagoon could move out, and now Jalen Green can drive, or you go to a high pick and roll, get the switch, he can beat his man off the dribble because he has a bigger man on. But see, with Steven Adams there, there's no room to draw. So there's no easy buckets. There's no taking your man off the dribble. I take you off the dribble, I gotta kick it out. That's why we're shooting 39%. There's no easy buckets around the basket to get us a high field goal percentage, so we have to settle for jump shots.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, so just right off the bat, I think Steven Adams didn't start no more than between 5 and 10 games last year. So it's not like he started a lot of games for us last year, but I think the ultimate the point is that the we also had a different dynamic to the team. We had Dylan. I mean, our defense was different last year. We had a bruiser on the floor. We had Dylan on the floor last year, which I'm not gonna never undersell what Dylan Brooks brought to the team, just like I'm not gonna undersell what Fred VanVleet brought to the team last year. What I can say is, if you're trying to establish your you're trying to establish your identity and the culture of your team, and if you come to me and you say this is what it boils down to me, why people say why is you advocating for this so tough? Because if you say, hey man, look, I want my team to be known as a bruiser, a smash mouth defense team. And I don't really care if it takes away from the offense a little bit. I just need the efficient guys to be efficient, the scorers to score, the shooters to shoot, the passers to get the ball to the right people. And we're going to be a smash mouth defense. That's going to be our identity. And if Steven Adams is the guy who brings that to the table easiest, then I'm all for it.
But he doesn't bring that to the table. That's the point. He doesn't bring that to the table. He brings your a body to the paint. So now Thomas is going to get a contested layup 80% of the time. You have to play to the man's strength. See, inmate don't, but this my system. We gonna run it. If you don't like it, oh well. And we ain't gonna never win a championship with that kind of mentality as a coach. Because you have to adjust to the game. Steve Kerr came out with about 4 different lineups in that little 7-game series. He came out with the same one, running the same play. Eventually, you're gonna have to try something different. Because if not, we're gonna get out the first round again. This offense is just having him in the dunker spot, and he doesn't dunk. Then why is he in the dunker spot if he don't dunk? So change your offense, put a wrinkle in there, get some easy plays where you can free up KD off the screen, where you can just pick and pop shoot. Same thing with Reed. Run Reed off the screen where he can come off and shoot, get an easy bucket. What's so hard about what this coaching? I don't get it. You see what you need. You see what you got, and you like, nah, we ain't doing none of that. That's why you're gonna lose.
So ultimately, you think we're gonna still have another bad game even after let's see, even I mean, even with the with the way things is going now, you know, I don't think it's going to be a situation to where we continue to have bad game after bad game. I think it's one of the things where we're going to see a turnaround. Just like I'm saying, tomorrow night's game, I think we're going to see a turnaround to where um we're going to see Reed Shepard have a breakout game. And if Reed Shepard has a breakout game tomorrow, then it changes everything as far as what we expect to see. And all we really need, to be honest, all we really need is for Reed to shoot the ball efficiently, not to have no bunch of turnovers, and everything else to go just like it went. If everything else goes just like Reed shot the ball well last night, um, 3 for 4, he didn't shoot the ball well in the interior, but from the perimeter, he shot the ball okay. So all we need is for everybody to do the exact same thing they did last night, and it won't be as bad as it won't be as bad as what it was the past 2 days because we playing a lesser team, and tomorrow is going to be a good opportunity to see it work out with the system that we have in place, and to me, I think that's valuable because the value of being able to see things work out with your system to say, okay, this is the way it's supposed to look, and then you put that on tape. You put that work on tape. Hold on, let me see. Um, to be able to put the footage on tape to let everybody know that this is what we were trying to get. Oh, this is the action we're trying to get when KD is operating. This is the action we're trying to get when Ahmed has the ball in this spot. It's just little different things like that to where as long as we able to see it come to the full potential, then it won't be as bad as if you just go ahead and just okay, here's the thing. Let's say you switch it up right now. Let's say, okay, everybody want to switch it up. We gonna switch it up. We gonna fix it. Let's say we switch everything up right now, and whatever it is that people want to happen, and everybody's cool. Everybody cool. They see everything switch up. We get a new lineup in there, and then what happens when you go up against that bruiser team to where you want to bring guys, back again, right? Then what happens is you come into a situation to where you know you forced to deal with the fact that guess what, the easy shit that we were supposed to do, it just don't work. So when it comes down to the game where you're supposed to KD out and you're supposed to have a methodical game, you know, um, you have you're supposed to have a game to where the mythology of the game it just works because of the system, and that's what you really want. You really want your game to work because hey, this is the system that works, and it's not just dependent on it's what the hell. It's not just dependent on being able to say we have to continually switch up stuff every time something don't work. You don't want that, bro. In real life, what you don't want it to be like every time something don't work, I have to switch it up. And that's what everybody is saying. If this don't work, oh, switch it up, make a change. Oh, this don't work. 2 games into the season, bro. 2 games into the season. Switch it up. We need to switch it up. It don't work. It don't look right. It's 2 games, bro. Yeah, but I'm not with that, bro. I believe it's gonna work. I believe you just gotta do make the passes.
The playoffs from last year is actually 9 games that it don't work. And taking out Jalen Green and saying, oh, we're gonna take out Jalen Green in his system and put KD in his system when none of that stuff fits KD. What KD do is not gonna solve the problem. If I take out the engine is trash and I put a new alternator in it, then they don't mean that the engine got better. It's just still trash. It ain't gonna work. So you gotta fit the skill set. And this, if they beat Brooklyn tomorrow, I'm not taking nothing from it because you just said they trying to lose. So if they beat a team trying to lose, what I'm supposed to be happy? I need you to beat one of these teams that we might face in the playoffs that's trying to win. Not a team that's tanking. Reed Shepard go for 30, and he just went for 30. I don't take nothing from that game.
I agree with you. I agree with you up until that last statement. I agree with everything you said up until that last statement. They come out, they beat Brooklyn tomorrow, just like I said. Alper Shangoon have 26, KD have 30, Alper Shangoon have 35, and KD have 28. I'm not taking nothing from the game. Even if Armin have 22 and Jabbar have 17, I'm not taking nothing from the game. But if Tar comes out and Tar have 25, I'm taking something from that. I'm saying, okay, Tar's committed. He back. You know what I mean? We needed him to get that get back game. I'll take that from the game. If Reed Shepard come out and Reed Shepard go for 30, Reed Shepard go for 25, I'm taking that from the game. I'm saying, okay, we needed him to outplay a team with lesser competition to show that he can at least do that, to show that he can at least operate in this system. And that's why it's important not to get the changing shit up. Because for the people like Reed Shepard, you don't want to get to changing up offenses and stuff like that when you don't have a point guard to really operate the system. And that's why when people say, yeah, Fred VanVleet would make a difference, I say, yeah, I agree that Fred VanVleet would make a difference, because when you need to implement something new, you got a guy who probably has been around long enough to see that system before. And it's not so much as, hey, we need to go back to the vanilla in order to get guys to, to be able to play in the offense. We got to keep it, we got to run this system, because ultimately we're going to be getting the ball down into the sets. We're going to let Kevin Durant and Alper Shangoon operate. And so we don't really need to change up a lot of stuff. We need for Reed Shepard and Amin Thompson to just be able to run this shit right, and for Kevin Durant and Alper Shangoon to make the right passes in order for this to work. And we don't need to get to switching stuff up. And so if Reed Shepard is able to come down and operate smoothly in the system that we running, and is able to look good, and he's able to have a good game, a breakout game in the season, not with the actual starters on the floor, not with bench players and stuff like that on the floor. I mean, even though they is kind of like bench players because they tanking or whatever, but if Reed Shepard is actually able to have that kind of game, that's the only part I would have to disagree with you with, because I would have to take um something from it as to say, hey, look, he can at least do that. He at least can have a good game when he's supposed to have a good game. When he's not supposed to have a good game, he'll have an okay game. When he's playing against Cade Cunningham and Shea Gilgeous Alexander, the best two of the best defenses in the league, and he don't have a good game, okay, cool. But when he play against Brooklyn Nets, he come out and he have a good game, okay, better, even better, because that shows that those two teams just did what they were supposed to do, what we expect them to do. And then when we play a team, he don't play down to the competition. He's able to come through and do his thug thizzle, and that's kind of what I need to see from Reed Shepard tomorrow. That's important to me as anything in tomorrow's game. Nothing else to me is really is nothing else to me gonna sway me or get me off my rocker or anything like that, other than those two things. Tar Eason having a turnaround game and Reed Shepard having a breakout game early in the season. Them the only two things that's really gonna move me off my rocker. Now, here's another one. I'll give you this. Let's say the Steven Adams, like I said, Steven Adams don't start. And let's say Clint Capella start. Or let's say Jabari and Shangoon, let's say they do start. Let's say they start, which I don't think they're going to do this. I think they're going to start Steven Adams. But let's just, for the sake of saying, let's say they start Amin Thompson, Josh Okogie, and some variation of that. Some Kevin Durant at the 2, Josh Okogie at the 3. I think some people got problem with Kevin Durant at the 2. I don't have a problem with Kevin Durant at the 2, because last night he played the 2 and he showed what he can do at that position. So I have absolutely no problem with Kevin Durant being the shooting guard. But for the sake of saying, let's say we start Josh Okogie, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alper Shangoon. then we have a good game. Then I'm gonna say, you know what? Okay, cool. It's good that we have somebody else that can step in and play the three. You know, but at that point, if you don't start Tari Eason and you actually start Josh Okogie over Tari Eason, it's gonna be contention in the locker room, and I'll take that away from that, and I'll say, you know what? They just fucked up the chemistry of our team. They just made, Ime's stickler mentality just threw the whole chemistry of our team and our locker room into shambles by starting somebody over Tari Eason. Unless it's Reed Shepard. If you start Reed Shepard over Tari Eason, okay, cool, because we need a point guard. So if they start Reed Shepard, Armin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alfred Shango tomorrow, and don't start Steven Adams, I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm not gonna be like, oh man, he should have started. You know, I'm not gonna cry about it. And then when people say, "See, I told you," I'm gonna be like, "Okay, yeah, okay, whatever," because I'm still not gonna say that's the reason why we won because we playing against Brooklyn. So none of that's gonna really change me tomorrow. It's just gonna be Steven Adams, probably not needed as much as we would need him. And I would like to see Reed Shepard get some burn. And tomorrow would be a good time for him to get a lot of playing time. So I don't have no problem with none of that. I don't have no problem with nothing. Like for me, this what you're gonna realize about me. I'm making the points I'm making. It has nothing to do with the fact that I don't like Fred VanVleet. I don't think he's important. It has nothing to do with the fact that I needed to be a double big lineup in there. It has nothing to do with that. It has because I can settle for, like I said, I wouldn't have even started Steven Adams. Me myself personally, I wouldn't have started Steven Adams. I would have started Tari Eason. I would have started Armin and Tari and Kevin Durant. I would have started Armin at the point guard, Kevin Durant at the two guard, Tari Eason at the three guard at the three, and or something like that. Tari at the two, Kevin at the three, Jabari and LP, because I would have started my best defensive lineup. I would have put my best defensive lineup out there, and Tari can get you offensive rebounds and stuff like that if he's engaged. I would have did something like that. So, you know, that's kind of how I take it. So whatever they decide to do, I don't think it's gonna change tomorrow. I think it's all gonna be about go out there and do this shit right. Don't miss all them passes, bro.
So we come out with the double bid next tomorrow, and they lose. Say it's a close game, but they lose. It's time to switch it up.
If we come out with the double big tomorrow, let's say I'm gonna add some sauce to your question. If we come out with the double big tomorrow and we get out rebounded and they score a ton of points in the paint against us, then I'm gonna say yes, it's time to switch it up. Because if you have a double big lineup and you got all them dudes in there and we still get out rebounded, we still get cleaned up on the glass because out of all the stuff that everybody said, nobody has made the point that we got out rebounded. And I was waiting for somebody to just smack the shit out of me with that as a rebuttal to everything I'm saying. But we got out rebounded, and I would have accepted that. And I'd have took my lumps and I'd have said, you are absolutely right. We got out rebounded. So, but nobody brings that as an argument. So for one, you got to understand I'm a debater. And I'm waiting for the actual real arguments to come into a debate. And nobody brought that out. So I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all that as a point. So if tomorrow comes and they say, hey, look, if tomorrow comes and we get out rebounded, let's say we win. Let's say we win, but we get out rebounded and we give up a lot of points in the paint. I will still come on here tomorrow and say we might need to switch it up. Because if we're gonna get out rebounded and we're gonna give up points in the paint, and it's not to a team who that's their specialty, then I have to question what the hell is Steven Adams doing in the game? What the hell is Alfred Shango doing? What the hell is Jabari Smith doing in the game? If we getting out rebounded and
Isn't that what happened with the Pistons? Then they score like 52 points in the paint. I think they out rebounding us too, if I'm not mistaken.
they did.
So that proves your point, right? And what did you just say? We got our rebound, the double big, still scored 52 points in the paint. So he's not really not changing anything. What is he out there for?
Well, that's my point. My point is that that particular team led by JB Biggerstaff did what they came to do. They came there and they got rebounders, they got physical players, they get to the rim, they throw lobs, they got a great point guard who is an exceptional passer, who's great at manipulating defense, who if you don't contest him, he'll take you outside and shoot the three from wherever he can take the three from. They got a legitimate phenom at point guard, and they got a lot of guys who can do the things that they like to do. So the fact that they're not really missing the things that they need to have, they was able to get off what they were supposed to do, and a lot of the stuff that they got, the rebounds and stuff that they got. Some of those was when Steven Adams wasn't on the court. What goes without a lack of saying that that's probably the case. And we did get out rebounding yesterday. So, but at the same time, I'm not going to make an excuse for it by saying Steven Adams wasn't on the court. What I'm going to say is if it happens again to a lesser team, if it happens to a team that's not supposed to out rebound us, like if Detroit out rebounds us, if Milwaukee out rebounds us, if you know OKC out if one of those teams who they are good rebounding teams out rebounders on a night, any given Sunday, whatever. But if a team that we're supposed to out rebound come out and out rebound us, then I got to put on my spectacles. I'm gonna go get my Benjamin Franklins and I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna say, okay, exactly what was going on. Where was these rebounds coming off at? Was these long rebounds that Almond should have been getting at the point guard position? Or were these, rebounds that came directly down underneath the basket and Steven Adams was just getting out rebounded, which will probably never happen? Or, this hustle rebounds that we just got our hustled and Tari. That's usually Tari's area of expertise. That he would usually get those rebounds, and he's playing like cheeks, so he's not getting them. I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna tell you the facts of what I see. And if that's the case, and we got to switch it up. And it's hey, look, Josh Okogie, you're not a hellified rebounder like that, but you getting playing time because you playing good defense and you playing with energy. And Tari not playing with energy, so we losing rebounds. But Tari got his rebounds last night. Tari been rebounding okay. Steven Adams been rebounding okay. Alper Shane been rebounding okay. It's a lot of other people on the court that's not really getting rebounds. A lot of that, you know, a lot of that comes from we might be missing Jalen's 3-4 rebounds a game. I don't know if that's realistic. Dylan Brooks physicality. We might be missing some of that. I don't know if that's last year. That's last year. We might get our rebound sometimes this year, but we shouldn't just get beat up on the glass. Um, we shouldn't get beat up on the glass like we got beat up last night. But then again, that is a very physical team. So I'm not gonna take that at face value to say that a very physical team can't beat us on the glass. If they beat us on the glass and they're a physical team, we get mollywop. We get mollywop. But if we roll up in there in Brooklyn. We go up in there. Everybody cold. Everybody cheeks tight. And the team is tanking. And for some strange reason, we get out rebound tomorrow and we give up a lot of points in the paint tomorrow because that's what happened. That's what happened Friday night. Definitely what happened Friday night. If it happens tomorrow and I come back here and I don't say, okay, we need to look at switching something up, Ime, what the hell you doing? Then y'all can cook me. I'll mute my mic and let y'all cook me all day. I won't have no pushback if that's what happened. But you know, I don't see that. I don't see that happening. I just don't.
If you look at the lineup from last year, with Sagoon, Smith before he got hurt, Dylan Brooks, Green, and Van Fleet, that's a totally different lineup than what we're running today. That lineup last year was more space because you had more running. Now that you have all these 7-footers on the floor, you're trying to run the same offense with different players that you had last year. So this is why I say it's not going to work. You're trying to run the same offense, but you have none of the same players that you have last year that could do it. So if these players can't do what You don't have the same player that can do what you do last year. Why are you still trying to do what you do? And you just put Steven Adams in the lineup during the playoffs against the Warriors to slow the tempo down. But you come out with this with the same lineup. This you put him in the lineup the next year when that wasn't how we won 52 games a year before. I just don't understand what he's doing.
Yeah, 100%, bro. 100%. I mean, all I can tell you, is, you know, Ime came here and set a culture. Ime came here and set a culture. That culture is smash mouth basketball. Smash mouth basketball, and he is not going to ever regress in that area. He's going to continuously approach basketball with that kind of mindset. Every single time he comes up to play, we're going to have the identity of a physical, hard-nosed, hard-hat lunch pail team, smash mouth basketball, you know, ready to go 12 rounds. And if you beat us, you're going to leave knowing that was a hard fought game, hard fought series, whatever. You're gonna spend your next couple of hours in an ice bath when you play the Houston Rockets. That's just what he hangs his hat on. I don't have no problem with that. And it's not necessarily I don't need for me to be honest. Let me make this clear. That's not my type of play necessarily. That's not necessarily what I like. I understand it. I get it. I like to have those types of players. But I think if you got those types of players, if you got, hard nosed smash mouth players, then you can open it up and play a more fluid, you know, a more fluid type of game, and it'll still be a hard fought game. For example, the old Sacramento Kings. You got Doug Christie, you got Chris Webber, you got Jay Will, you got Peja Stojakovic, you got Mike Bibby or whoever it was out there, Bobby Jackson, all them guys like that. They were some rough, rugged players. They were some rugged players, but they was able to be physical because that's their nature. That's their nature. That's who they are. They are physical players. So you don't have to make a smash mouth style of basketball to complement to go with the physicality of the players. You put the players out there and they already physical. And now you can open it up and you can be shooting threes and spacing the floor and doing all that stuff because you got physical players. So I don't have no real smoke for anybody who feels like open up the offense and let it be what it is, because we got the players who can be physical even though we open up the offense. That's not where I'm at. Um it's just to me that if Ime says, hey, look, this is what I'm gonna do, this is who I am, this is the culture we building, we're gonna be um we're gonna be Memphis. We're gonna be the Memphis. What was the Grizzlies called, the crazy Grizzlies, whatever they was. We're gonna be them kind of Grizzlies, and that's who he may want to be. I'm not gonna knock him for it. I'm gonna say, hey, look, them other guys is you just got to do better than this. LP has to be better than 5 for 18. Enough said. He's too inconsistent. Guess what? Guess what? You have to. Alper Shangun has to be better than 5 for 18. That has. I mean, I know what Buck would say and what Lara would say and what most people would say is he would be better than 5 for 18 if the offense was better. But I'm not giving him that kind of pass, bro. I'm not saying, hey, Albert Shangun, you can miss 13 shots and it's because Steven Adams was in the game. Well, Steven Adams wasn't in the game for all 13 of them shots he missed. Steven Adams wasn't there for all them 13 shots, bro. So we're not going to put all 13 misses on the fact that it's a double big lineup. We're not going to put all 13 shots on the fact that Fred VanVleet wasn't there. We're not going to put all 13 shots on the fact that he was at the 3-point line. No, he just misses shots sometimes that he shouldn't miss. And even though he had 40 the first game and he missed 13 of his shots the second game, what I will tell you, Jerry TV 4BG, shout out to you, bro, in the chat. Shout out, chat. This is a great point. He has to be more inconsistent, but at the same time, I'm not gonna pound him over the head for the game he had yesterday, because he did end up with what he had yesterday? 17 points or whatever. So I'm not gonna beat him over the head with it, but we definitely have to shoot better. And everybody, this is what it boils down to. When everybody shoots poorly, that means the other team's defense shut you down. That's what it boils down to. It simply means that the other team's defense was too much for you to overcome. And that's going to happen sometimes when you play great defensive teams, and Detroit is on their way to being a great defensive team. You have to look at it. They literally have the spitting image of our best defender on their team. They literally have Arsul on their team, who, for the better part of the night, looked better than Amin. For the better part of the night, he looked better than Amin Thompson last night. His jumper would look smoother. His tenacity was a little more engaging. He was a little more aggressive, and in Detroit, ultimately, has a good, never say enough about beef stew, because our version of beef stew was Dylan Brooks, and so Dylan's gone. So what do we really have defensively other than Amin and Tari? We have Jabari. Okay, but what is Jabari? Jabari is what? I mean, he's not a KG. He's not a game breaker on defense. He's just a switchable player. He's a Bayamute. He's a Robert Covington. He's a switchable player on defense. One of those James Harden era type players that we sought after so much. And that's cool. That's all cool, but that's not a game breaker. And so far as defensively goes, he has to step up. We have to be a better defensive team. And our defense is flat out not what it was last year, largely because of Dylan Brooks. I'm going to put it on Dylan Brooks, largely because of Dylan Brooks. Yes, if you want to say this, what nobody is saying in any of these discussions, Fred VanVleet's defense is missed a lot. Fred VanVleet's defense is missed a lot. We missed the defense of Fred VanVleet as much as getting into our sets, and nobody's bringing that point to the table, so I'll give you that one as well. Also, defensively, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna get out on a limb. Somebody gonna jump in the chat and be like, "Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?" But we missed Jalen Green's defense. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about somebody with the quickness laterally, with the lateral quickness and the desire to play hard and not be benched. Somebody with just lateral quickness, quick twitch muscles, athleticism, who don't want to find themselves sitting next to Royal Ivy or Ime Udoka on the bench, so they play hard as hell when they're out there. And they use that athleticism, they use that speed, and they use that quickness on defense. We're missing that. We don't have somebody with that kind of speed on the floor other than Amin. And we miss Jalen Green's defense as well. See, all these things come into play. We brought in Kevin Durant. I can go back and show you a lot of plays where Kevin Durant was out of position on defense. I can show you plays where he played good defense, but I can show you plays where he was out of position on defense. I can show you plays where his man was open on defense as well. So if there are things that we're going to have to tighten up, I don't think it's I don't think it's undoable. I don't think it's undoable, but I think it's more to it, more to be said than you know than just the norm. Now, I don't. I mean, but you know, I know how you feel about the double big lineup, but let me get into what do you think we can actually do? If I said, hey Buck, you got the keys to the team. Here go the keys to the team. Turn it over to you. Tell me, um, tell me what you would do. Tell me what you would do. I'm gonna run. Give me some ice. I'm listening in my headphones. Tell me what you would do to make the team better. You got the whole everything you can do to make the team better. Go ahead and take off. Tell me what you would do.
First, I'm benching Steven Adams, and I'm going back to a quicker lineup. Uh, Changing an offensive system because we don't need a person in the dunker spot. You close the lane up. Third, I'm calling some sets to get Reed Shepard some easy shots and KD some easy shots. I'll just have court ball trying to grind out. This is not 1995. This we trying to beat up people. We not the bad boy Pistons. So what we have to do is get a quicker lineup because that's what seemed to be working with it, what we did last year. We had quicker lineup. This big slow lineup they trying to implement with this twin towers like this, the Spurs, and he not Popovich. So we don't need to run something that you didn't even coach. You was on the team, but you didn't run the system. So go back to what you know, which with the smaller lineup, with Jabari Smith back at the 4, Sagoon at the 5, KD at the 3, Okogie for right now till Finney Smith get back, and Armin Thomas. And then you implement Steven Adams if you want to change the tempo of the game, but that cannot be the whole game plan. And his inability to change it up is why we're not going to be who we thought we was going to be this year. We're going to take a step back. We might be a 5th seed. That's about it. And maybe play Capella more than 8 minutes. It's more athletic. So if you're gonna start Steven Adams, at least split the minutes between him and Capella. Can't have him playing 31 minutes and Capella playing 4. Then what's the point of you having them on the team if you're not gonna split the minutes with the bigs?
Yeah, I can agree with most of that. I think it's a couple of things I would do, and I do feel like these are things that's being discussed behind closed doors, between the staff, and probably things that could be implemented farther down the line. But it's going to take Reed Shepard to take the next step, and I've said this before, leaning into Shangoon as the initiator, and you know, we talked about this the other night as far as Shangoon as the initiator, but not initiate, not initiating. I'm laughing because it was funny when we talked about it, but not initiating as far as bringing the ball all the way down the court like the actual point guard, you know, because then you take away his ability to get the ball in a position where our eyes not focused on it. When you have a point guard at the helm that can initiate the offense and get the ball to your hub, like the Warriors with Draymond, then it it leaves the person with the Draymond in this particular scenario. it makes it to where all the eyes not directly on him. You still focusing on the guys that's moving. And so having that kind of offense, having that kind of offense would be very um advantageous to the Houston Rockets as far as getting Shangoon the ball in a position to where, hey, now you can orchestrate, you can do your passes, behind the back passes, freaky around the neck passes, no looks and all that stuff from the high post, you know, mid high post around the free throw line, something like that. That would open up the game a lot. It wouldn't necessarily make him the all-star that he wants to be or whatever should be, but it would open up the offense and it would get guys like Reed Shepard better shots, I think. But that also means that you have to have more movement in order to run that kind of offense. You have to have more movement. And I think the movement is the part that, you know, I think that's kind of the thing that Ime isn't as familiar with as we would like him to be. And I don't know that for sure. I don't know that Ime is incapable of saying, "Hey, we need to have this pin down right here to get Reed Shepard into a good motion to where when he pops back out, he has one guy guarding him that has to still have his eye on the ball that Alpin has. That's going to make Reed Shepard um a more deadlier option around the perimeter. But I think that's one thing that most Rocket fans all feel like is if Reed Shepard is running off screens, if Reed Shepard is running off screens and Alp has the ball at the high post, it's going to open up the offense a little bit. And that it goes back to my mind frame when I keep saying, yeah, but get this right first. Get this right first. Let's not really too much worry about switching stuff up until we get this right. But I think that's one of the things that I would do. The first thing that I would do is I would I would switch up the offense. And so I'm with y'all on that. I mean, 100%. Matter of fact, to be honest, I would have never even, I would have never even not did that because my first option for coach was Mark Jackson. My first option, actually, to be honest, my first option for coach was Kenny Schmidt, and then it was Mark Jackson, and then it was like Sam Cassell, and then it was Ime Udoka, because I feel like Sam Cassell probably do a coaching job at this point. And I hate the fact that we don't have a Rocket as our head coach at this point, and we should have somebody who really understands what Clutch City is all about. But I was definitely email over Kurt Snyder and all these other guys, Kurt Warner and whoever else people was talking about. None of those guys was even on my radar. It had to, for me, it had to be a Rocket or Ime. I'm glad we got Ime. Um, I am in no way taking away what I feel you know, like last night I said why Ime is a great coach, and I pointed out all the things that he did and all the ways that the offense works, all the passing lanes that opened up because of the offense. I don't want to go back over it all again, but if you want to see all the things we talked about last night as why the offense works. You can go back and watch the stream. It was a 7-hour stream. If you don't want to watch all of it, just scroll over to when you see the screen running, and I'll show you why the offense actually works. But me, myself, personally, I feel like the offense could be better if Alper Shangoon had the ball at the high post and we was more willing to have Reed Shepard moving without the ball and playing more of a catch and shoot point guard like Steph Curry. You know, I'm asking a lot from him, but I'm also saying that you don't have to break somebody down off the dribble ability. But I do think if you catch the ball and there's only one man on you, you can make a quick decision that makes the defense have to react. You can make a quick decision to say, I'm gonna pull this shot or I'm gonna go ahead and drive, and that's gonna make the defense react. And it would be as easy as a swing pass or a spray out. And when it gets to be that easy for your point guard, swing it, spray it out. That's going to make it a lot easier for Reed Shepard, and that would make him a more valuable player. That would make him a more efficient player, and it's gonna make him less predictable because at this point you never know where he's gonna pop up on the offense, where he's gonna pop up and catch the ball, if he's gonna shoot it or if he's gonna drive. If he's gonna drive, when he drives, is he gonna take the floater or spread or kick it? You know, that would make Reed Shepard more valuable to the team. Also, like I said, if you put Amon in the position to where he's running off screens, this is something that Bugbo has said over and over again. With the spacing on the floor and Ahmed not being a shooter, it takes away a lot of his advantages offensively because it closes up, it tightens up the fluidity on the floor. But guess what? If Ahmed Thompson was doing more moving rather than standing in the corner and walking towards the basket, if Ahmed Thompson was doing more movement, actually more movement, then what you have is Ahmed Thompson running the baseline, coming up on the other side. That man that's in the corner on the weak side, popping out, setting the screen for somebody, and then Ahmed being able to get the ball in motion, and then the guy having to decide what the hell is he going to do with the ball. And it's only one guy, and Ahmed Thompson can put the ball on the floor and get to the rim and just use his athleticism, run to your chest and jump, and use his athleticism. Or same thing. Now Ahmed Thompson gets the ball and he can go, he can make the cross court pass, or he can spread out to a shooter, and it makes it to where it's not as much as I got 3, 4, 5 eyes on me and two guys are going to step up and all that stuff like that. I think it is going to be it would be a lot easier if you have these guys in motion or have these guys doing some backdoor cuts, some pin downs on the backside, some not pin downs on the backside, but just pin down screens or double pin down screens or something like that to where you can get these guys popping out and catching the ball and being able to make decisions. Have your point guards doing that instead of, you know, passing the ball to an Al Shango or Kevin Durant and then trying to space. Because what you do is you have a point guard that comes down, gives the ball to your playmaker, and then you just go space somewhere. And so what that does is it pretty much takes that point guard out of the play. It pretty much takes that point guard out of the play unless they get the ball. Now, if you get the ball back and then you standing flat footed, and then the defense can just rotate back to you. And I don't like that. That's what I ultimately the thing that I don't like more than anything is when you take your point guard out of the play, which is why I keep saying it has once we're in our set, has nothing to do with Fred VanVleet. Because ultimately what Fred VanVleet would do in this offense is what he did last year. Come down, set up the offense, go stand somewhere, wait for the offense to develop, and then when the ball come to him, he chucking. He chucking, and we know that Fred VanVleet, he can hit those in the clutch time when he really have to, but ultimately it was not a good look for Fred VanVleet to be left with the shot when we need to make that shot. He just didn't shoot a high percentage. So I would like to see more of that. We're not gonna really see it. We're not gonna really see it, but it's always a possibility to see later on in the season after we start to develop continuity with the team and the guys playing better than what they're playing right now and being able to run the offense that we already have set in place. When these guys are better running the offense we already have set in place, we might see little wrinkles, like you were saying earlier. We might start to see little wrinkles that he may able to implement to get better shots for some of these guys, um, better shots for Reed Shepard, more Armin Thompson moving without the ball to where he's not just spacing in the corner or spacing at the 3-point line and KD going 1-on-3 or whatever the case may be.
How many points in the paint did we get against the Pistons?
Well, we gave up 52. I think we might have had 24. I think we had like 20 with 24 or something like that points in the paint, and we gave up like 52. So they outscored us.
24 to 52 with 2 7-footers. It's not gonna work. That show you right there that he's too slow. Even with him in the middle, had 52 points in the paint to 24. So we know he's not getting no putbacks because he's tipping it back out. So what you doing? They got double the points in the paint. It's not working there, man.
Hey, hey, look, I ain't gonna even hold you, bro. You know, y'all make good points, bro. And I can't argue with the points. I just have to try to drive home what I think is the mindset that makes Ime a great coach. A certain level is like this. You know how people would say Kobe got the mama mentality. If you miss a shot, he not giving you the ball no more. You know what I mean? And that's the Kobe mentality. And people look at that and they say, "Oh, that's what made Kobe better than LeBron." It's stubbornness. It's the same kind of stubbornness that Ime Udoka has. He has what we would call damn near the Kobe mentality. He has the if you mess this up, I'm not changing because you messing up. I'm gonna do me because you mess up. It's not gonna make me change what I do. I'm just gonna do me more. And so that's what I kind of think we dealing with Ime Udoka, and I can't knock him for that. You have to be able to make the daggone shot, bro. It's not for Ime to change up his game plan because guys, and mind you, we had whatever it was, 20 something points in the paint or whatever they had, 52. Some of those points in the paint was, missed shots, missed threes, missed assists, all that stuff. You just got to do better, bro. You got to do better. And the reason we didn't do better was because they played great defense last night. We can't, I mean, all the stuff we saying, we can't, I can't end the stream. I can't let the whole stream go without saying they just played good defense. I can't let the whole stream go without saying those guys just played hellified defense on us last night. And they did. They played hellified defense. They literally punched us in the mouth by every by with by in every sense of the word. They punched us in the mouth. And when guys punch you in the mouth, like Mike Tyson say, everybody got a game plan until you come and get hit in the mouth. And that's what happened to us last night. We had a game plan. We thought we was going to Detroit. Oh, we just had a good game against the champs. We gonna go into Detroit and get a win, and we got hit in the mouth. And that's that's when everything looked like, okay, this ain't this ain't what we thought it was gonna be. This this ain't at all what we thought it was gonna be. Shit just got real when they started knocking niggas out on the floor.
So let me ask you one question. So if Van Fleet was healthy, do you think Steven Adams would still be starting and they would have moved Jabari to the bench? Or the Jabari would have started and they would have moved Adams to the bench?
Now I think if Van Fleet was starting, it's probably the latter. It's probably if Van Fleet was healthy, probably Steven Adams goes to the bench. Probably Steven Adams goes to the bench because I don't think they're putting Jabari on the bench because of the fact that we need the shooting. We definitely need the shooting in the starting lineup. Um, but you know, um, it goes without saying that even if Van Fleet is starting, we're still going to see the same offense. I don't think the offensive set changes. I don't think the dynamic of what we're running is going to change because Van Fleet is on the floor. It's going to be the same offense. He's still going to come down and get you in your set. KD probably still would have took the same shots. Al Pachenko probably still would have been taking a lot of the same shots or whatever the case may be. Um, the one of the things that I would have to see in order to figure out is, let's say Fred VanVleet was starting and he come down. The first person he passes the ball to, is it LP or is it KD? He got to pass the ball to LP first. So he passed the ball to LP first. Where's KD? KD's on the perimeter. So that means LP's still going to try to get the shot off. LP trying to get the shot off, they come with the double team. First of all, it don't matter if they double team because he's still gonna shoot the ball if he think he got the shot. But when he does swing the ball to KD, you know, or that's the play. We either Fred VanVleet come down and he give the ball to KD because of the way the defense is set up. So and KD gets the ball. Is he gonna kick the ball out to the right person? It still goes back to the same thing. I mean, it's still gonna probably be a man in the dunker spot. That man would probably just be Armin Thompson, and Jabari Smith would be the spacer. You know what I mean? So Steven Adams on the bench. Steven Adams come in the game. We still looking at the same dynamic. We still looking at the same dynamic when Steven Adams come in the game. But that's a good question. I do think um I do think Steven Adams and Clint Capella would have came off the bench. And then when LP goes to the bench, here's an even greater question. If Fred VanVleet is starting and Alperen Sengun goes to the bench and Fred VanVleet goes to the bench, where do you get your offense from? So so to me, that's a major problem that you have to deal with either way. Because if LP goes to the bench and Fred VanVleet, is on the floor, and you got Fred VanVleet, KD, Steven Adams, Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, or let's say, whatever the case may be. Now LP ain't on the floor. You only got one score, and then you got Steven Adams. So it's gonna be a problem.
Jabari Smith off the bench.
So what you saying is put Jabari on the bench and Fred VanVleet on starter and put Jabari on the bench and then run LP and LP and Steven Adams.
Yeah, you can do Jabari and KD and Amin Thomas. That's enough scoring right there.
I don't got no problem with that. It can work. It can work. Definitely. Hey, here's a for sure shot answer. Fred VanVleet definitely makes our team deeper. He definitely makes our team deeper if we have Fred VanVleet back on the team. There's nothing we can say about the lack of depth at the point guard position because Fred VanVleet went down. The only thing we can really allude to as it pertains to that is, you know, we haven't really seen with Armin keeping his turnovers down against Detroit. We can't really go back and say what Detroit games was a game that Fred VanVleet would have automatically made us win. Kevin Durant being aggressive and shooting the ball, that was on KD. He chose to do that. But I really wanted to pull up the passes that Kevin Durant made between two or three defenders in the OKC game to get LP open shots because Kevin Durant was passing the hell out of the ball in OKC. We missed some shots. We could have saw Kevin Durant make great passes last night that could have changed the course of the game last night. You know, um, just like Alperen Sengun missed several passes that could have changed the course of the game last night. I expect, I expect that in the game against Brooklyn, we're going to see a full all-around display from both of those guys. Both of those guys gonna have bite marks in their ass in film study. They both gonna have bite marks in their ass from missed passes that they both missed as the lead guy. Yeah, Alperen Sengun didn't have a good game, but you can't shoot poorly and have a lot of missed assists at the same time. So I expect, and then we know that Ime is hard on LP because LP plays better, when the coach get on his ass. So I expect Alperen Sengun to be better finding the open man, knowing exactly where that open man is going to be, and I think that's going to be beneficial to Reed Shepherd. I think that's going to be beneficial, to Jabari Smith Jr. So those guys are probably going to get a lot more open shots. And the other thing is, I don't know how Brooklyn's closeout is, but when you kick the ball, spray the ball out, and they close out hard on the shooter, can they put the ball on the floor and get to a better mid-range shot? Or when they put the ball on the floor and they get past the man, man close out hard, you put the ball on the floor, you go past him, or he trailing, or he trying to not trailing, but he trying to follow you when you passing by him. Are you able to locate the next best pass and make the right decision? Those things all gonna come into play this next game, and it's part of the system, bro. It's part of the system to have those guys in a certain spot to where you open up angles when the man close out, when you get the ball and you swing the ball. You know, the hockey assist. All those things have to be methodical, bro. That's what I was saying last night about Greg Popovich. Not that he didn't have fluidity in his game, but it was all relying upon everybody being where you're supposed to be. That way, when things start to break down on the defense, you know exactly what you're supposed to do when things break down, and it's a methodical approach. It's not just freelance basketball. You know what I mean? It's not just what who was that say? Was that you last night talking about free ball last night? And Buck Mo said, "Yeah, free ball."
See, see, NBA like this. NBA like the old football coach. Like in today's game, he'll still try to run the ball 40 times. And like, bro, that don't work. You don't have no team today that can throw the ball 40 times, and you're gonna lose. But see, he got that mentality. We gonna grind it out. We gonna 40 times and get 2 yards of carry. And hopefully our defense hold up. No, you got to put some points on the board, and then let your defense keep you the lead, not try to get you the lead, but you got to get the lead and let your defense hold the lead. He working backwards. He coaching backwards. That's his problem. It's mostly him. We got the team. It's mostly him and that system.
My bad, my bad. Nah, you right. But it goes without saying, bro. It goes without saying that this um it's a maturation process, bro. It's a maturation process. If 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 um if Ime was to switch up right now, if he was literally to say, "Hey, Rockets Nation, I hear you. I'm gonna take my shit. I'm gonna scrap my shit. I'm gonna go into my vault. I'm gonna pull out a new offense and I'm gonna implement it tomorrow against this weaker team. We could win. We could win that game tomorrow, probably with a whole brand new offense. We probably could win that game. But then when we turn around and we come against another team and we haven't fine tuned and polished that offense, if we haven't fine tuned and polished whatever it is that people want to be implemented, if it's not fine tuned and polished, we're going to get smacked 30, 40 games. That's 30 or 40 games that we're going to lose if we start trying to implement something that's unpolished. And that's the problem.
But he already did. This is not what we ran last year. So this is a new system. We didn't do none of this stuff last year. You had more athletic and quicker players, so we was playing at a faster pace. This here is a slower pace because you don't have the quicker players to get up and down the floor except Amin Thomas. So this is a whole new system. We didn't have Steven Adams in the lineup. You put him in the lineup this year. So yeah, this is a whole new system they're trying to play. This
It's not necessarily a whole new system. It's not necessarily a whole new system as much as, you know, implementing new guys into different, like I said, different pieces on the chessboard or different, you know, different cars in this in a similar parking spot. You know what I mean? It's something more like that. It's more like, you know, I'm gonna park F-150 in this parking spot today instead of parking, my Trans Am in this parking spot where you would have Armin in the dunker spot last year. Now we're putting the Kogi and Steven Adams in that dunker spot, and it has a similar um effect on the defense, but it doesn't have the same impact on the offense. And that's why I say I get the complaint from the people who watch, and I get the complaint from Rockets fans as the offense not producing. But at the same time, you have to look at the fact that Jalen Green ain't here. So the speed that's coming off the perimeter also impacts what's going on in their dunker spot. Because when you got Jalen Green that people have to prepare for coming downhill at you with his speed and his athleticism, that opens up something on the dunker spot. So now when you put Alfred Şengün on the court with his style of play, it or Kevin Durant with what he's going to do with the ball, that affects what's going on in the dunker spot. So even though it's a lot of the same system, because we've always had somebody in that dunker spot, Ime was having people in that exact same position when he was in Boston. It's the exact same thing he ran when he was in Boston. So maybe with a little variation, but because to be totally fair, when Ime was in Boston, and he was running some of the offense through Marcus Smart, Marcus Smart would be in the position that Alpha Şengün is in some of the time. But but Marcus Smart does not play like Fred VanVleet plays. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different as far as you know implementing what happens, figuring out what happens when the offense starts to unfold because of the variations of how people play. Is not just the system, so to speak, but it does have a lot to do with, how fast are people moving, what's their tendencies when they get the ball, you know, how like King would say, if Alfred Şengün gets the ball and there's two people on him, he probably gonna shoot that. Kevin Durant the same way. If it's two people on Kevin Durant, he probably gonna shoot that. You need that third or fourth person to get on Kevin Durant to make him not shoot the ball. You need that third person to close off that other side of Alfred Şengün before he feel like he can't get a shot off. All those things come into play um when it comes to how what transpired once the offense starts to unravel. And we're not gonna really see, like, we're not gonna really see if it's a real problem until we see the offense operate polished. Like, here's what I'm ultimately saying. If we would have made shots in OKC and in Detroit, we would have won the game. And until we play a good game, if we play a good game and we lose, and we play another good game and we lose, then when people complain, is nothing that I can say other than for one, we don't have the team to do it. For two, when old boy came up here and said, "Hey, KD's the problem," I might have to say, okay, that might be true. For three, Ime Udoka, you're not being creative. Okay. For four, you know, uh, our point guards are not doing anything different than Fred VanVleet when he was Freddie Jihad. All those things come into play, but we haven't had a clean game yet, bro. We haven't had a game where we played up to our potential yet. But we shouldn't have to play to our full potential to win every game. That's just a fact. You shouldn't have to play uh, 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 um 85, 90% perfection game when you got Kevin Durant and Alfred Şengün, both all stars. When you got two all stars on your team, bro, you shouldn't have to have a perfect game in order to win. And we got two all stars on our team. We just shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to dominate and play a perfect game to win these games. Some of these games should just be, you know, games that we win automatically. Which we're gonna win a shit ton of games just on effort and skill alone, even with the mistakes. But you can't calculate that on teams that play hard, who not making as many mistakes, who's playing with desperation, who has the I want to beat you worse than you want to win in their intentionality. And that's my new word. You know what I mean? When they come in with the I'm gonna beat this team like Detroit came in. Hey, like OKC was, we OKC, we not finna lose to y'all because we know that y'all won our crown. And OKC had that in they makeup. Like we finna show y'all that y'all can't beat us because that's gonna play out sometime in later in the season or in the playoff where we have to face y'all, and we want y'all to know that we got y'all number. We can beat y'all. Y'all gonna have to worry about what Shea gonna do in the clutch. Detroit came in with, hey, we two teams on the rise. We the two teams that's on the rise, and we have to let y'all know that this is our measuring stick. This is our measuring stick. Y'all not just gonna just come in here and punk us like y'all punk other people. We gonna do some punking tonight. You know, get your Vaseline out. So we finna do some punking tonight. And they came out and they was doing a lot of smacking around and stuff like that. So when you got those kind of teams that come out that have they got bad intentions for you. They got bad intentions for you. And we're gonna lose some of those games where guys got bad intentions. And we didn't come with, like, we didn't play a good game against Detroit, because if we played a good game against Detroit, we still beat them with all the physicality and all of this and of that, with all the no Fred VanVleets, with all the double bigs. If we play a good game, we still win that game. That's just the fact. It's just make your free throws, don't miss the open man, make your shot, and we win the game. That's what it boiled down to. That's what we have to do.
But that's not what we did last year. Last year was a lot of movement, a lot of backdoor cutting for Alvin Thomas and Jalen Green to get easy buckets. Even Jabari Smith for backdoor cuts puts a goon in the post. What this offense is a lot of stand around, hopefully catch and shoot. That's slow ball. We got to speed tempo up. Having Sagoon down there and having Smith on the corner outside waiting for the three, and you got Kevin Durant on the other wing waiting. That's not their game. We need a lot more movement, a lot more cutting back door. Then we can get easier shots. But this half court, Sagoon trying to find people who just kind of stand still and not move. That's not what we did last year. Let's get this movement back, get a lot more shots, easier shots, and get people in the rhythm. That's what we lacking. Nobody's getting the rhythm. Everything is a struggle.
We struggle streamers out here, man. We struggle streamers out here. But nah, I mean, we didn't have a lot of movement last year, to be honest. I gotta keep it a stack. I gotta keep it a thou out with you. We didn't have a lot of we did not have a lot of movement last year, but what we did have, dang, but what we did have last year was um like I said, a lot more gravity and speed. We had a lot more speed in the half court offense. Where I think it was, I don't know if it was Laro or J Dog in the chat that was talking about the pace that Fred VanVleet would bring. Playing. Oh no, that was your boy Smooth that was talking about the pace. Um, that's a fact. That's an actual fact. But it also goes a lot to the speed that Jalen Green played with. Who has that kind of speed on our team this year? Like Aaron Holiday, he got a little speed to his game, you know. But we need something that has more gravity, and I think that's what KD was trying to get. He was trying to generate gravity, and it's gonna be a lot of that responsibility on Kevin Durant to generate that kind of gravity, because Alperen Sengun, he's already, you know he's already established as what he is, and it already takes what it takes to hold him. It already takes what it takes to guard him. But the lack of speed that we have on our, at our ball handling position is just not coming back. It's just not coming back. Reed Shepard is not going to give us that kind of speed. Josh Okogie is not going to give us that kind of speed, even though he did show at times that he can be, you know, very quick with the basketball, make fast decisions. I really liked his decision making. We didn't see him making great passes, but when he had the ball, he made quick decisions that led to points or whatever the case may be. So it's certain things that'll it's certain things that'll work itself out over the next couple of games. But I don't think that it's a situation to where, you know, these two games tell us for sure that the double big don't work or that Fred Van Vliet being there is our end all be all to our season. Because like I said, I really, really wish I could have pulled up those 3 or 4 passes that Kevin Durant made. But we'll see him tomorrow. We'll see him tomorrow. And because did I record? I don't know if I recorded I don't know if I recorded Oklahoma City game, but I have to go back and check. And if I recorded it, I'll clip it and I'll bring it up when I come up tomorrow. If I find those two or three passes that he made. But if you remember the passes I'm talking about, it was Kevin Durant at the top of not the top of the key, but he was on the right side of the 3-point line, and Alper Şengün went like he was gonna set a pick, and then he dove, and Kevin Durant threaded it between two guys. Both times he did the same play. It was like on Madden where you're like, damn, if I'd have got that off, that would have been a touchdown. They came back and did the same play like 2 or 3 times in a row because the first time they did it, I think Alper Şengün missed the ball, and the second time they did it, he got the ball and he missed the shot. You know what I mean? And it was just one of those plays where Kevin Durant just cocked back and spent it between two guys, and I was like, that's not what people talk about Kevin Durant for. But he showed me then that I mean, not that was my first time doing it, but he showed me that that's something that Ime said when in the huddle or wherever he said it. Hey, this is what we need. We need this play. We need Kevin Durant to get this ball here between these two guys. And Kevin Durant knew that he had to make that pass. He made the pass 2 times perfectly, pinpoint precision. Um, between two players, and Alper Şengün just didn't convert the basket. And if those plays work out, it's like I'm saying with the polishing it up. If those plays work out, that's something that totally changes the dynamic of the offense because Alper Şengün catches that ball. Kevin Durant passes that ball between two people. Alper Şengün is in front of two people behind Alper Şengün. That means somebody has to step up. That means Alper Şengün has 3 players and 2 people covering 3 players that he get to pick from. And I trust Alper Şengün to make a pass like that every day of the week, to make a pass where he has 3 options. Because in my mind, I know that he's already considered, okay, this person's coming from here, this person's coming from here. That's the person that opened. And I think Alper Şengün makes that pass, and it expands the dynamic of our offense that we're missing as far as shooting. But then again, we have to have guys who can knock down shots, which is why I say tomorrow night we're going to see that play. You watching the game tomorrow, you watch for this play. Kevin Durant on the right side above the 3-point line. I don't know if it was a screen. I don't think it was a screen. I think it was like Alper Şengün came like he was going to set the screen for Kevin Durant and then just dove. And then when he dives, Kevin Durant, was it a left hand pass? Because if it was a left hand pass that he made, that's even more dangerous than what I thought. But I want to say he spit that thing with his left between 2 players. That's crazy work if he did. I really wish I could find that pass. But anyway, pinpoint precision between 2 players. Alper Şengün catch that ball. Now when he catches that ball, if he's able to spray that out to a Jabari or a Reed, and they're able to knock down threes, that changes. That's the wrinkle that you're talking about that we need from our offense. That's the wrinkle you're talking about we need from our offense. If if Armin Thompson is in the corner and they step up and Alper Şengün is able to dish that off to Armin, I never seen Alper. I haven't seen him make any splashes as a great alley oop thrower. But if Armin is on the is in the 3-point line, spaced out in the 3-point line, and Alper Şengün catches that ball, and that man has to contend with Alper diving towards the basket at that speed, and Armin able to come in and get the pass and dunk it, that's going to be the wrinkle that you're talking about that our offense needs to make. And I don't I think it was KD, Alfred Şengün, Jabari. It might have still been Steven Adams on the floor. I'm not sure, but I don't think it mattered whether it's Steve Adams or, like I said, the Kogi or Reed Shepard or anybody on the floor. I would like in that particular play for it to be. It really has to be. It really has to be Steven Adams to be totally honest with you, because it has to be somebody in the dunker spot to draw that man by the basket. When he draws that man by the basket, when Alperen splits those two men, that means that other man is coming off the top of the key. It's Alperen's man and KD's man. Alperen turns like he's going control KD. He dives. KD splits those two men. That other man comes up. One man that's either out there with Armin has to come over and contest, or the man that's will step up to guard Alperen either gonna get dunked on, or he has to stay at home with Steven Adams. Um, or unless I'm wrong, and Jabari is spaced out in the corner on the right side. Now, if Jabari is spaced out in the corner on the right side, that means this is full spacing. That means that it's somebody in the dunker spot where Armin would be, or Steven Adams would be, or Armin's all the way in the 3 point, and then Reed Shepard at the top. I would like for it to be Reed Shepard and Jabari on the floor when they do that play. I don't remember exactly who was on the floor, but that means everybody has to collapse to Al Pacheco when he's diving, and that leaves spray out, lob, kick out 2 or 3. That's the play that I think everybody wants to see. That we saw it almost happen. It didn't work out. 2 times I saw it. It didn't work out. But if that play is implemented, I mean, if that play works, it is already implemented. But if it works, it changes the dynamic of our offense. And I think um, a lot of the no spacing narratives and stuff like that changes. It's just a play that didn't work.
We'll see tomorrow, but I gotta get ready to go to work, so my back out. But I'll be listening though. Appreciate the show.
Again, appreciate you, bro. As per usual, man. Buckmo coming through and bringing that spark to the show, man. What's the scenario? Buckmo pulled up on me, and um, they try to double team in the night, man. Buckmo and Laro try to double team in the night. We had J Dog in the chat trying to double team in the night. Now, what I'm gonna do? I'm going to I'm gonna run my joint. I'm gonna run my commercial right here. Um, give myself an opportunity to digress, look at where I want to take this thing next, and y'all stay with me, man, because we ain't stopping yet. We ain't stopping yet. I got a couple of more things I'm gonna get off. But I gotta decide if I'm even gonna come back and do a pregame. I did have information that I wanted to bring for the pregame that I didn't bring. I might just run it up right now. But anyway, man, look, right after this right here.
Every show needs a spark. Ours, you. Step into the spotlight for a one-on-one fire debate. Call out a take, defend your own, or a beat and teach masterclass. Winners earn bragging rights and rewards. Email redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com to lock your spot or choose a topic from our board. Thanks for supporting the movement. Tap subscribe, drop a like, and if you want to buy us a coffee, Cash App, $26 KG1. Every show needs a spark, and you are ours. Salute to you.
All right, we back. Look, I like the back and forth. I like the debates and all that. The open panel debates. But if y'all know me, I like one-on-one. I like one-on-one debates where you can get off your get off your wisdom, get off your knowledge, you know, do a little enlightening about your stance on a particular point. So, um, if you are willing to take a one-on-one debate, because ultimately, I kind of want to, I want to lean into the one-on-one debates more. I haven't been able to get as many people as I thought would be willing to come up and you know, be willing to come up and show their debate skills without having a bunch of cutting each other off and whatever, you know. But I'm pretty sure there's people out there who are willing to take a challenge and take a one-on-one debate. Feel free to leave a message on any video. I will see the message and I will set up a debate. You can put your topic, you can put your what you want to debate. We'll find somebody to take the debate. I'll take the debate, however you want to do it. If it's something that I said that you totally disagree with, you can put it anywhere. I will find that comment and I will take your debate. If I said it, I will take your debate and I'll stand on it and we can come over here 3 rounds, 3 rounds, a opening round, closing round, and a second round, and it's all time debate. 3 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute rounds. You know, we get an opener, you get your 2 rounds, and then you get your closing. The opener is time. The second round is time. The first, second, and third round is time, and then the closing round is not time. So, um, yeah, yeah. So if you want to take any real debates, you want to not real debates, but any one-on-one formal debate setting debates, that is welcome. Not only welcome, highly coveted, highly desired. That's one of my best shows that we've done. It's one of my high rated shows that we've done. It actually has a lot of it actually got a lot of engagement from YouTube as far as what I think YouTube wants in the algorithm. So, you know, that's something that I'm looking forward to doing more often. Um, and I do want to bring it because it's something that's not really being done. You see a lot of those kind of debates on woke conscious channels, but not really in the sports area. So I do want to bring that to the sports area more. So with that being said, also, when we up here we chopping it up, usually I'm more or less like, let's just talk about it. But what I'm doing now is when I do my preseason, it's just a back and forth and we just listen and talking. But if you really want to smoke, it's gonna be Saturday beat and teach, man. Saturday beat and teach is where I'm going to be giving all the action. I'm gonna be giving all the action and I'm gonna do a lot more pushing back and I'm gonna do a lot more flexing on Saturdays. It will be a little more um a little more lit up than what I'm usually doing, because ultimately what I'm realizing is, you know, it just get to be a lot of rhetoric, and I don't mind the rhetoric and I like to really hear what people got to say. But at a point, man, I just got to come in and say what it is and what it, go ahead and get the information out to my fan base. I can't deprive my fan base of the information, because what it end up looking like is I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And if I don't get the information, if I don't pull up the film and make people have to swallow their words or make people have to express that, okay, what's going on, then I'm depriving my fan base of the information, and I won't deprive my fan base of the information. That's one of the important things what I want to put out there. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna move right along into the um the aspects of tomorrow's night game that we haven't quite yet discussed. We haven't quite yet gotten into the defensive aspect of the game. I can save this for tomorrow, but since I'm here, I'll give y'all a little bit of it and you know, see if anybody pull up, want to chop it up, anything like that while I'm just on here, sitting on the dock of the bay. Getting having a top, what I would say, top 3 perimeter defender on your team means that you should be able to really lock down, you should be able to really, really lock down guys on the perimeter. And if you're locking down guys on the perimeter, you shouldn't be giving up 52 points in the paint. You should be giving up, you know, 3-pointers on the weak side. Shit like that. It should be more of that type thing. It should be more of, hey, look, Armin got me locked up. I'm swinging the ball. We try to kick the ball inside. We barely can get it in there. And this weak side shot is what we got. We can make this 3-pointer if we get it off. Or we getting shots in the mid range or something like that. But you shouldn't have guys getting to the lane and getting into the paint and dropping the ball in and getting easy dish outs in the paint and stuff like that when you got a perimeter top 3 perimeter defender. Greenlee, shout out to Greenlee, because Greenlee posed the question when I don't know if it was at halftime or one of his shows or it was in the post game, where he said, is giving Amin Thompson all the extra responsibilities, is it taken away from his defense? And King alluded to it earlier. King said, why would we give him that pass? Why would we give him a pass to say, woobity wop, woobity wop? You know what I mean? I don't think it's about giving him a pass or not, because as I mentioned, I don't even think that he himself would say that's why. I don't even think he himself would say, hey man, look, I gotta hand me because I'm doing so much work, man. I need y'all to compensate for how much work I'm doing, because I'm doing a lot of work on defense, a lot of work on offense, and I'm having to pass and I'm having to play defense. I need help. I need y'all to do something, get me Dorian Finney-Smith in here to help me play defense. I don't think that's his mindset. But with all that being said, it's a very valid point to say that where he's at on the court changes how good he is defensively. I'll give you a perfect example. For any of you old school Rocket fans, 95, 94, 95, 96, any of y'all Rocket fans that was back when, y'all will remember how good of a defender Mario Elie was at the 3 when he was guarding the small forward. How good of a defender he was, because he was strong enough to guard your small forward, and he was strong enough to switch onto a 4, and he was faster than your small forward, and he was rough and he was rugged. And then they start putting Mario Elie at the 2, and he didn't look so good. And he didn't look so good playing defense on shooting guards. Well, why is that? Why is that? Because sometimes the things that give you an advantage are not just your skill or your strength. Sometimes it's your position on the floor with your knack and your intelligence and your instinct. And I think Amin is very much in that type of predicament, to where his instincts are better when he's not on the perimeter all the time defensively. Yes, he's a good defensive perimeter defender, but I think his best perimeter defense happens when he comes from um that area. He comes from that area by the 3-point line, and he's able to watch the ball and get into those passing lanes, or he jumps out on a man who's on the perimeter, or the ball is, not to where he's just, I'm out here on your point guard and I gotta lock him up. Not that he can't do it, because we saw what he did to Shea and how he played Shea. Not that he just shut Shea down. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the way he played against Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, you know, was cool, but I think Amin is better when he's in a different position on the floor than right there on the point guard. Mind you, the 2 guard would be a lot better position for him rather than on ball defender. We saw what he did against Steph Curry, but guess what? Steph isn't always on the ball. Steph isn't always on the ball. So with Steph not being on the ball, him getting out on Steph when he on the ball, making Steph have to change up. Then when Steph don't have the ball, I still can deny. I still can chase you around screens. I still can get physical with you, keep you out of the play. That makes him more. That makes him more effective than just I'm just gonna get here and hold you while you pat crossover. Shimmy shake dribble and all this right here stuff. So I think Armin's defense is kind of taking a toll, not just because he has multiple responsibilities, but also because of where he's at in the defense. In the defense, when you have somebody like a Fred and a Jalen that's on the floor, and then Armin comes up, then you still have speed in those positions, and then you put Armin on a guy, then you still have speed on the floor with you, and it's just a little bit different when you know you just not at the top of the key, head in the snake, and then also like I say, when you got Dylan Brooks on the wing, and Dylan Brooks is moving himself in the passing lanes. It makes it easier for Armin to contain his man because they have to be aware of where that other defender is cheating over to make something happen. Those types of things to me is one of the reasons why I was like, you know what, when Tari and Armin is on the floor together, it's a lot more difficult for it's a lot oh, shit. Oh, okay. It's a lot bit different. Okay. I thought you was gonna say yeah, when Steven Adams on the floor, Alvin Thompson can't play defense. But no, it is a lot different. It's a lot different when when you have that other guy that's in the back watching where the ball is going, and the offensive player also got to account for not just the person that's holding him, but also it's another defender backing him that gets in passing lanes, that knows how to, put himself in position to contest shots or to help defense and different stuff like that. And if you don't have that, if you don't have a guy that's, I want to say like layered in the back, that's going to create some kind of havoc, it does take a lot away from your initial on ball stopper. And even though Armin is a great on ball defender, no Dylan, no Tari, you know, it just takes away. It takes away from it takes away from what Armin can do defensively. So I think tomorrow, this is one of the things that I think make a difference. We have Reed on the floor. We're gonna have Reed on the floor. I think we're gonna see a heavy dose of Reed Shepard, if I'm right. And Josh Okogie has played himself into minutes. We're gonna see a heavy dose of Josh Okogie. So let's watch. Let's watch how intuitive or how instinctive Josh Okogie's defense is. Because even though you're a hustle player and you can move and you can do all this and that stuff, how instinctive is your defense? Are you the kind of player like he might be a good on the ball defender, but he might not be one of those headsy. I can see things on my peripherals. I know how to position this to where the ball, the ball handler don't have passing lanes to pass the ball to. All those types of things help your own ball defender. All those types of things help your own ball defender be better. And if Reed Shepard is on ball and he's playing defense on ball, and let's say um, Tari's on the floor, then Tari helps Reed, defensively because you know that you limited it where you can pass the ball because Tari will pop out and show niggas if you try to get too, if you try to get too saucy with your pass, Tari will pop out and show niggas. And you don't really want, you know, Reed swiping at the ball and then Tari jumping to the passing lane. So does Okogie have that same knack, for getting in passing lanes, adjusting where the offense can go with the ball? Those are little small subtleties that I'm going to be looking for in tomorrow's game. That's going to tell me if Okogie is actually, going to take Tari's spot. Then, like I said, let's see if Tari just go nuts tomorrow. because I saw points in the game last night where, I saw Torrey starting to round off into position, and it looked like he's getting ready to ramp it up a little bit. And if Torrey ramps it up tomorrow night, you know, we might be on our way to being the team that we want to be. You know, Donald Duck Matthews is going to be a great writer someday when he suffers more. I'm on my way to becoming a great writer now, and all to my brother for being the same selfish motherfucker since we were kids. No, look, I think it's one of those things where, Tar has been given opportunity to be great, and him being in the situation to where you see somebody, you think that, hey, look, you honestly think that you are irreplaceable. And then Josh Okogie comes in and he shows you that you might be finna get replaced. And then you see Torrey doing little things. You see him getting back in the passing lane. You see his offensive rebounds, going back up to 4 and 6. You know, you starting to see like, okay, it might be one of those things where he changed his mind. Like, okay, need to, I do need to step myself up because I can get myself put on the bench, and I might not never get the contract I want if people feel like I'm a head case and that I'll pout. Because no matter what you think, if the league sees you as he would powder if he don't get his way player, then there's no point in betting on yourself. You're not betting on Jack. You're not betting on nothing if the league sees you as that type of player. And so I don't know if that's the case. I'm just talking, I'm just talking for the sake of saying it, but you can kind of see a situation to where Torrey might be ramping up, and tomorrow might be that game where Torrey go bonkers. Tomorrow might be that game where Torrey go bonkers, right? You know, and if he does, we got ourselves a battle. And if we have ourselves a battle at the quarterback, if we have ourselves a battle at running back, we have ourselves a battle at wide receiver, guess what? Makes our team better. If we have ourselves a Josh Okogie, Tari Eason battle, then what we have ourselves is we have ourselves another stay ready unit. We have ourselves another stay ready unit with Tari, Okogie, Jay Sean, and that's going to make us contenders. That's going to put us right back where we want to be as far as being contenders. When you got Tari playing at his best level, Okogie trying to compete for a starting, for a 6-man or 7-man playing position, playing hard as he can play. You got, Jay Sean Tate, who's always gonna bring what he bring, and also he want to play good when he get on the court because he wants to know that if he goes to a team that they respect the way he plays. So even Jay Sean is going to be playing as hard as he can play when he get on the court. We got a little competition at point guard. Everybody's calling for J.D. Davison. Let me be the first to say, as I said last night, if J.D. Davison was your savior, bro, if J.D. Davison was your savior, I think we would be playing. I think we would be seeing J.D. Davison by now. But what we're not seeing J.D. Davison, and I think it might just be because J.D. Davison ain't as good as we think he is. Yes, we saw him shoot the ball well. Yes, we saw his athleticism and speed and ball handling is probably, you know, better than Reed's. But by the same token, do we know what his team defense is like? Because a lot of time, these guys who don't get on the court is because something is missing between the ears as it pertains to remembering strategies, remembering team defense, and things like that. A lot of times, that's what happens to guys when you don't see him. You be like, man, why he not playing him? But it's something about playing team defense that he's not getting. It's something about running the offense that he's not getting. It's something in practice that's making like what we see him do in the game is something that he's not doing in practice, where that coach is saying, yeah, Reed is still better. Yeah, Reed is still better. We seen JD Davison's shooting form Looks great. His shooting form looks great from what I saw. It is Chauncey Billups-esque. And when I say Chauncey Billups, I mean the fact that he shoots the same, his feet is in the same spot every time he shoot. His elbow look like it's in the same spot every time he shoot. His wrist lined up with his elbow. His finger lined up with his wrist and his elbow. It's fundamental as fundamental can get from what I saw. From what I saw. And every time he shot the ball, it looked like it was the exact same shot every time. I love that from my point guard. But it's something where Ime is saying, yeah, but he's not better than Reed. Something. It's something that he's saying. That is it defensively? Is it defensively? Because the only thing I can think of, because if JD Davison was a defensive phenom like what was his name? Jared Springer? Was it Jared Springer that we got from Boston? If Davison had Springer's defense, it's no doubt that we would have moved Reed Shepard. We'd be ready to move Reed Shepard if JD Davison played defense like Springer plays defense. Because I don't know what Springer is, but let me tell you, Springer is a phenom defensively. Springer is a phenom defensively on ball. And to have him at point guard, but his ball handling, his decision making was dumpster water. And that's why we wasn't able to use him because we already had Jalen Green, Fred VanVleet, guys who couldn't shoot. We already had that. But JD Davison showed he can shoot. And I think that if his defense was phenomenal defense, I think it would be hard not to play him. So the only thing I could assume is that his defense ain't where his defense need to be in order to get that playing time. Um, you know, it's something. It's something. It's something there. It's something there where Ime just not ready, or maybe it's we gonna move him. Maybe it's hey, we're gonna keep him on the team, but we're gonna use him to trade, and we don't want to mess up our rotations for a guy that we're gonna trade in the future. So you think Ime gonna move Reed or JD Davison? You think Ime will move Reed or JD Davison? I think that's a real question because in my mind's eye, I'm thinking that Ime is stuck with Reed for the rest of this year, maybe next year, unless somebody comes with a great trade. Because here's the thing, Reed Shepard value is still high. Reed Shepard's value is still high. No one gets moved. Mm, I don't think nobody should get moved either. I don't think nobody should get moved. I think you got to play these guys. But Reed Shepard's value is high, and it's only going to go up because one of the things that I think Ime is going to do is going to put him in situations that makes his value continue to climb. He's going to make Reed Shepard's value continue to climb. You know, putting him in situations that's advantageous, and you know that's good for him to keep his value up. And if somebody comes with a trade, like one of them ones, where we actually can get somebody that's in our timeline that's better, I think we might move him. Even if he's going to be a star. Even if he's going to be a star, I don't think that they're dead set on keeping Reed if especially after a night like tomorrow night, he doesn't show up big. If Reed Shepard don't show up big tomorrow night, what's this game 3? I said 5. I said 5 games. Actually, like I said, I've seen what I've needed to see to say that he can be what we think he can be. I've seen him play fast. I've 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 seen him play fast and play good defense. I've seen what it looked like him making improvement game to game on decisions. I know that when he pick up the ball and turn his back, it's gonna be a turnover. We've seen him reduce that down to one time a game from like 5 or 6 times a game, as King mentioned earlier. So what else was it I seen Reed do? Oh yeah, probing the baseline. Where we seen Reed go down to the baseline and jump and pass the ball across to open Jabbar. I saw him get to the baseline last game and just dribble down the baseline. So he had his mind made up when he got there that he wasn't gonna leave his feet. He wasn't gonna get down there and leave his feet and throw a turnover. So I seen him get the ball on the baseline. One of the most One of my favorite things to see a point guard do, other than go by the free throw line and make a free throw, other than make a great pass, you know, or shoot the ball coming off the pick and roll, is that you going hard to the baseline and you realize that the only place you can go is on the baseline, and you dribble down the baseline and come out on the other side and reset the offense. That's a that's to me, that's good point guard basketball. That's good point guard basketball. Keeping your dribble alive on the baseline and just coming out on the other side and reestablishing and setting up the offense from the other side and getting back into another action. Oh yeah, by the way, one of the things that I was gonna say about that play we was looking at where KD shot that ball, it was only 8 seconds on the clock, and I don't know if y'all saw that or not, but it was only 8 seconds on the clock. It was really nothing else to do besides shoot the ball. But Reed Shepard coming coming down the baseline. So him making improvements like that game to game, where we've seen him go to the baseline, jump in the air, and throw the ball, even though he didn't turn it over, it's still hella scary when he do it. But we've seen him now get on the baseline and dribble the baseline and come out on the other side and reset the offense. So that's an improvement that we wanted to see him make. So every game he's taking little marginal steps to where he's getting better. Guess what? He shot 3 for 4 from three. He missed a lot of layups, but everybody missed shots when they was fouling and hacking and being physical. He'll learn to play through physicality. He'll learn to play through physicality. He'll learn to get his floater to drop. One thing we know is he'll get his floater to drop eventually. He'll get his mid range. He'll figure out how to get you going back on your heels and get to his mid range jumper as he gets better. I'm not worried about that. It's just like people say I'm not worried about Al Pachengo's offense. I'm not worried about Reed Shepard mid range game. That'll come. But shooting 3 for 4, that's not a high volume of shots. It's a regular amount of shots, and he shot 75% from the three. Outstanding. Outstanding. That's what we needed him to do yesterday, and he did it. And those shots that he made were shots when we needed him to make. Those shots that he made were shots when we needed him to make those shots. Detroit was making a comeback. We needed a bucket. Reed Shepard came down in transition, pull up for 3. Now we up by 4. The next time we down by 2, Reed Shepard pull up for 3. Now we up by 1. Those types of shots we need Reed Shepard to make. If he can continue to make those shots, he gonna make those shots. Lero? What is it that you confused about, Brody?
Hey yo, man, look, I'm in my leisure time right now, right? Man, I'm watching the Packers, the Steelers. I'm watching the Sacramento Kings and the LA Lakers 76-75 or 76-76 right now, right? Bruh. And I heard you say it looks good when he makes mistakes. Come on, man. If you got to stop it, bro. Actually, I'm watching the games and I'm listening to you at the same time, bro. So I got 3 things going on at one time. So you said something that stood out. You mean with him making mistakes and costing us games, costing us timely possessions, you in favor of that, bro? I mean, that's cool. I mean, I get it that the young boy got to get his time in, but not when it's risking us games, bro.
Exactly what was I talking about when I made that statement, Laro?
No, I'm saying is when he went up and he's jumping up and not knowing where to go with the ball, you like, well, that's cool. No, that's costing us possession, so it's not cool, bro.
No, okay. What I think you missed about that was he jumped in the air and he passed the ball, but it was to an open Jabari, and Jabari made the three. So that's the play I'm talking about when he jumped in the air and passed the ball. I don't like the fact that he jumped in the air and passed the ball, even though it wasn't a turnover and we got 3 points out of it. I still didn't like it because he jumped in the air and made that pass. I don't like to see point guards jump in the air on the baseline and make passes like that. And when he came back and corrected the mistake by not jumping in the air and just dribbling down the baseline, he already had watched that on film and knew that he couldn't jump in the air and make that pass no more. So my thing was the fact that he made the correction, in his mind before he got into the situation shows me improvement. That's what I was saying.
Okay, so one thing we need to do, right?
Go ahead.
Do you think that we gonna make a trade, bro? I mean, when we're eligible to, when the money comes open or whatever, you know, I don't know the cap situation, but I think it has to be like when December after a certain point in the season that we actually can do something when money comes open. But I don't know why that's the case when we have that exemption for half of Fred VanVleet's salary or whatnot. I don't know how that works. Perhaps you do. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But do you think we gonna make a trade, bro, to get a
Okay.
legit to get a legit PG in?
Okay. For the to answer your question directly, no, I don't think we're going to make a trade. And the reason why is because I don't think nothing's better. Like there's definitely better long term and initially short term that's going to come available. And I think that Stone is cool with just riding it out because he has faith in the players that we got. And I don't think Stone is ready to make a mistake right now that's going to cost us a championship next year or the year after that, just to try to make it look good this year when we can still be competitive this year with the team we got if we make shots. And I don't think that you know, because I don't think that he's gonna give Armin an easy out by just saying, "Hey, we drafted you as a point guard, and if you can't play point guard, guess what? We'll get you another point guard and put you at shooting guard." Well, who says you can play shooting guard because you can't shoot? Or we'll put you back at small forward. Or you can't play small. No, we're not gonna do that. Because at the end of the day, if Armin goes back to small forward, you either have to make KD the shooting guard and Armin the small forward, or you have to move KD down to power forward and Jabari back to the bench, or you have to put Armin back at shooting guard, which he can't shoot, which still doesn't give us spacing. So the bottom line is, in order for us to have to make a point guard move, it has to be somebody who comes available that's better suited to play point guard than Armin, better than Reed, also better than Jabari.
Okay, but okay. I get it, bro. I mean, I'm not trying to argue or not, but one thing that I will say is this, right? The whipping boy of the hour right now is Tari Eason or whatever, right?
Mhm,
But we saw Tari give valuable minutes to this team when we had that phrase coined as like the Terror Twins or whatnot, right?
mhm.
Coming off the bench, and we both know that a man is not coming back off the bench or whatnot. You know, he's not going to the bench.
No, never. No, I'm not coming off the bench. Um, I don't know if you cut out or you were still talking or you were done, but I'll just say this: a man not coming off the bench. The point I was making about the getting the point guard is that unless it's somebody who's a significant upgrade at the point guard position, we have 2 point guards. Excuse me. We have 2 point guards. They're not the best point guards, but we can win with them if we make our daggone shots. So it's not like we're gonna just make a hasty move. Yeah, we got the 12. This is how it works with the injury thing. If the doctors say, hey, this guy can't come back until June or whatever it is, which means he's gonna be out for the remainder of the season, the doctors give him that thing that he can't come back, then we get half of his contract, which is $12 million that we can go out and use to sign a player or whatever the case may be. And so that $12 million doesn't get us much. You know what I mean? It doesn't get us much, but you still can't trade with it. So you can only use it to sign somebody, a mid level player. And like what mid-level player what mid-level player that's out there is gonna make you say, I'm not gonna play Jabbar starting. I'm not gonna play Armin as many minutes. I don't want to see Reed to see if he can shoot threes. I need to have this guy on the floor. And so that's the problem with when you say, okay, I want to play for $12 million. Whose spot is he take? Whose minutes is he getting? Steven
No,
Adams?
no, I get it, bro. And I'm just strictly talking about point guard, and that's over with right now. And right now, I'm looking at a game that's 84-84, sack with the Sacramento Kings with the Lakers or whatnot, bruh. And I know he's already signed; he's out the market. But Russ is out there balling like a mofo, bro. He
Yeah.
actually is.
No,
I mean,
no,
I know that we couldn't do it, and we didn't do it, but that could be options out there. Like nobody's tied in or locked in or whatnot. I mean, it's just like we both know Sacramento ain't going nowhere doing shit or whatnot, right? So I'm saying, man, we just other than just throwing Reed out there and just saying, all right, a deer in the headlights or whatnot. I mean, because that's what it looks like. Man, we saw a couple of plays. I saw a couple of plays. I think the general audience saw a couple of plays where it's like he's not ready, especially if he never played point guard on this level before, not even in college. It's like he's not ready. He was brought here to be a shooter, a sniper. He's not ready to take on that role, bro. And this is like, what do you do? I don't want to piss away the year. I don't want to be like, man, now we in the play in. Even though you could probably do some things from the play in position, but I mean, I had high hopes. We all had high hopes or whatever, right? Now it's like we scrambling, running around like with a chicken with his neck cut off or whatnot, trying to figure out what we're gonna do. I
yeah.
mean, so what do you do? So I mean, so you saying right now, whenever we can, you would just play it out and let it run its course. I wouldn't do that.
Well, like I said, if there's a first of all, I said I would have brought in Russ if we could have, just on legacy alone. Just on legacy alone, just because the Houston Rockets could have shown, hey, we care about the NBA. We're gonna let this dude come in and play some basketball. Also, it would have been a great story. Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook pairing back up. And I even said James Harden. Bring James Harden back. James Harden, Russell Westbrook, and Kevin Durant get a chance to try to go get them a championship together. I said I would have did all that. I would have thought about it. Not that I would have did it, but I wasn't against it. Not that that was like my dream scenario, but it's a good storyline. It's a money making storyline, and ultimately, the NBA is a business. And the way I look at it is, the NBA is going to cater to what makes the most money. And I feel like in that situation, James Harden, Clint Capella, you know, that tandem, the James Harden, Clint Capella lob back in Houston, Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. We know who the ball gonna be in James' hand because he's the phenomenal point guard. Russell Westbrook, and Armin Thompson. Russell Westbrook don't mind coming off the bench. Okay, cool. You got Armin in there. You got KD in there. So the defense is there. You got Jabari in there. So the defense is there. So we got the tools if we have James. So if we could trade Fred VanVleet and some players and get James Harden, I would do that. I wouldn't be against that. I know most people say that they would. I really wouldn't. Only thing is that, I got a problem with throwing the games and stuff like that, selling and all that. I've always had a problem with James selling. But
Hey, look, hey, you know what? It's funny how that was mentioned like in the middle of last week, right? And you kind of mentioned that with James, and then maybe like a couple of days later, that whole
mhm.
fiasco came out in the NBA. I mean, that's a different story for a different day, perhaps or whatnot, right? But when you alluding to things like that, it's just kind of funny. It's-
Hey, well,
and
well, here's the thing,
it,
Lero, I did a show. I did a show
uh,
back on one of my other shows where I actually went in and talked about rumors of that happening when he was at Arizona State, back when he was in college. So it was no, it was whenever I saw those types of things happening with James Harden, I never questioned it. I never felt like, hey, this great player all of a sudden. Now, for one time, I was like, okay, yeah, that's just the Khloe Kardashian jinx. But when I saw it happening over and over again, even after she was gone, I was like, okay, it has nothing to do with Khloe. This is that. This is what I think is that. You do 12, it's exactly 12 turnovers. It's exactly 12 turnovers. It's exactly 12 turnovers. It's exactly 11 shots. It's exactly 11 shots. It's exactly 11 shots. And I'm saying, okay, this is that. Now, I don't say it flat out because I'm not trying, for one, I'm not trying to get sued for slandering nobody's name. And then I don't want to be sitting up here saying allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. I'm just saying that when I did my show, I pointed out this way back in 2015, 16, 2015, 2016. So it's never been a situation to where I didn't already feel that way. I'm not gonna just accuse him of it. I'm just gonna say that it's a feeling that I have. And I'm a conspiracy theorist. I got a tinfoil hat. I'm a conspiracy theorist. There's a lot of things I go out here on it was a third gunman. I'm like
Hey,
that.
forget the 10-4 hat. Throw the white hat on for a second if you could. It's just like, I mean, I get it, man. I get it, man. Just throw the white hat on just for a second. I mean, it's just like, it's power, it's dominance. It's like, it's a whole corrupt system and whatnot. And like I said before to you, it's like, man, we all have homeboys or whatnot, right?
Okay, yeah.
Who actually say things like, man, it's all rigged. I mean, and you just throw it off. And I mean, they probably don't know what they're talking about, but they just see the overall landscape of it or whatnot, right? It's just like, man, it's all rigged. It's all rigged. So is it all rigged? I mean, as a sports fan, I don't want to think that way.
Listen, no, I do. I do. I enjoy it. I know it's all wrestling. But listen, let me okay. You got a minute? You got a minute? I'm gonna give you a rundown. I'm gonna give you a rundown of a recap of what I said back in 2015. In the NBA officials um objectives, what their job requires, their job actually says control the tempo of the game, control the flow of the game. That's part of the officials job description. Why is it for the officials to control the tempo or flow of the game? That should not be part of their job description. It should be to officiate calls to make sure that the calls are being called correctly. It shouldn't have nothing. That's the point guard's job, is to control the flow of the game. Now, we know about the Tim DeHagen. We know about the relationship with Scott Foster. What's this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna fast forward, past all the players, who allegedly have had timely hamstring injuries and players running out of bounds with the referee right in front of their face and don't get called for out of bounds. I'm gonna fast forward past all of that. We can look at all that. We can even go back and say, with the Michael Jordan scenarios, all the Michael Jordan scenarios. I'm gonna fast forward past all of that because
Hey,
all that.
yeah.
Huh?
I know you were alluding to one thing about the Kevin Durant thing or whatnot. Man, he had like 4 or 5 steps out of bounds, bro. Like,
He
you
was running
can't
out
miss
of
that.
bounds. He was just running. And look, a 7-1 small forward, feet feet all over the damn place. This nigga feet was all over the damn place. He running out of bounds right by the referee. Damn near
Yeah,
knocked.
we all saw it. We all saw it, bro. We all saw it.
Yeah, he damn near knocked the referee down. And how can I knock you down? How can I be about to knock you down if I'm not out of bounds? Okay, cool. But we saw that. Now, fast forward. fast forward past all that. We get into the point to where we say, with everything that's going on, with everything that's going on now, you get to the news as it starts to drop, and I don't want no smoke. I'm just talking about some things that I identify. They say that they at the gambling table. These cats got spy glasses, see-through mirrors under the card table. They can see through the cards. They can see under the table. They got reflections and all this kind of spy stuff. Where do these Africa Americans get all this spy equipment from? The mob don't make spy equipment, bro. Where did they get the spy equipment from?
Man, they got access to it, man. Stop it. They just talking about X-ray machines, man. I mean, hold up. A DV can come up with whatever kind of scheme to get anybody for. I mean, it's all about taking care of the weaker person, man. It's
Well,
always about that. It's always
well,
about trying to find a mark.
well,
If you can find some ingenuity, because we can just think about it. If you can find some ingenuity to take advantage of a mark, it's gonna be done. 365 days a year, bro. It's gonna be get done.
well,
24/7, 364. I mean, 24/7, 364. It's gonna get done. It's
well, well,
always gonna be done.
well, let me enlighten you. Allow me to enlighten you. If you tell me that it's um a certain group of letters that was involved in something at the tail end of it, just at randomly at the tail end of it, and you say that up until that point they had no dealings with it until the very end of it, I'm gonna tell you bullshit. I'm gonna put on my tinfoil hat. I'm gonna go on my soapbox and I'm gonna say, hold on. You mean to tell me that all this spy equipment and these people with all these letters in their name had nothing to do with it? I don't believe it. I believe that the letter people had something to do with it from the beginning. They give you the food, then they come back and then they wrap you up for eating the food. It's what they've always done. They let me show you how the system works. They give guns to the regime. They fund the regime. Then the regime rises up and then start a civil war. And then they come in and then they take out the regime and then they put a president in power. It's the same thing that they do in every situation. They feed one side, they give them the ability to operate in a certain way, and then they come in and then they attack the same people that they gave the opportunity to do the thing. That's what this system does. Overall, that's what the history of this system has always been. So there's no way that you can tell me that that operation was running and that the the
The
the
powers
culture,
that be. That's an easy way
huh?
to put it. The
What
powers that be.
the powers that be, culture nostras or whoever they are, is no, quote unquote allegedly. There's no way you can tell me the culture nostras and all this was doing all of that without the letter people involved. The letter people helped them. Who put the drugs
Well,
on? Drugs come
well,
from?
it's not the first time that we. It's not the first time that we ever heard. Yeah, they'll let you run it up, and then they gonna come get it back.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
let you run it up, and let me confiscate everything you done made,
Exactly.
all your power, and then we gonna throw your ass in jail. By the way, I mean, yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand it. I get it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's why. I mean, it's kind of a circumstance in life. By the way, I mean that's why all these LeBron lovers. I'm telling you, that bad code is gonna come back around again.
Oh yeah.
Like,
100%.
little man, you got a whole lot of power, whatever, right? And he just rolling around carte blanche, think he can run the league. But bruh, they still got that over your head, man. Cause I still remember when he turned like 31, 32 or whatever, right? And you running faster than like rookies in the league, bro. Look, now I understand you are a genetic phenom or whatnot, right? I get it. But it's just like, nah, bro. Everybody knowing your name. That that got put to bed very quiet or whatnot, right? So I understand why he might
Yeah.
want to start a new league and this and that or whatnot. Because he might get the Barry Bonds treatment. Because if he keep on doing what he doing, like snubbing his nose, like, oh, I got a sciatic nerve like running down my leg, so I can't play or whatnot. If you really think you're gonna take 50 M's from billionaires or whatnot, like what he doing right now, bro, they gonna get that get back on you, bro. Like real talk. And and you know what I mean, right?
Right. No,
They
no,
gonna
no,
get
100.
that get back, bro.
No. And you talking about making a multi-billion-dollar industry and competing with the powers that no, bro. That's never gonna happen, bro. You would do better off. You would do better off getting with all the basketball players and just saying, hey, look, it's time that we come together and then do this, that, and the third, and be on
Cube
some
did
sort
it
of,
already, man.
huh?
Cube did it already.
Right, right. No, no, you're right about that. You're right about that. And that was I was gonna say that too. Just team up with Cube. But you're not gonna you're not gonna just be on no Tulsa, Oklahoma shit, especially not with the orange man. with the orange man in power, you're not finna be on no Tulsa, Oklahoma shit, bro. not with the tangerines.
But one thing I will say is, you know that dude, Turkey, Alashish or whatnot, and those guys, man, they just got money just to burn the ass or whatever, right? They got paper, so they have always been talking about. You know what? I would, and I think you would know this. Tiger Woods, he didn't sell out, right? He did.
Right.
They tried to start their own golf league with Tiger. They tried to start a lot of stuff, and it's just like, well, and you hear these stories about, well, LeBron James can get $100 million a year going overseas. Man, you never know where that money is coming from.
Bro.
But they got the bread though. I mean, they got the bread. I mean, it's just like, who are the investors? Nah, bro, they got the investors. Still, they got the investors. So
Yep.
the league could actually happen, but it's like, man, what are you gonna do? You gonna sell out where you from? And I get it. If you want to, do it, man. I would never hate on any man about making his money, bro. Like, if you want to do that, make your money. But your legacy that you built over here, it's gonna be tarnished, destroyed. It's gonna be like everybody that love you now, that you're gonna get that Barry Bonds treatment, bro. No, it's no Hall of Fame. It's no any of that for you, bro. It's like you just out. You can make
You
all
know,
the money you want to.
the solution to that is go do that shit in Africa. Go do that shit in Africa where it's cheap, where you got you got support over there. You know they always want to support black people in Africa. You got the new king over there, or the general, or whatever his name is. Uh, his name always slip my tongue when I get ready to say it. But you know, go to Africa, go over there, spend your money over there, establish a league over there, and get support in Africa, bro, and help build up the economy in the daggone motherland, bro. That's my take on all that nonsense, and I ain't even saying like anti-American type shit. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, you know, the way this shit is set up, bro, you can't convince me that it's not a lot of stuff going on underneath the table, because it starts with look, it started out with the list all the social media platforms is under attack. All the people who got big social media platforms is under attack. That's where it started at. This person going down for this person going down for that. Now it goes to now the NBA is under attack, but now it's just them. It's just them. None. The mob. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, y'all gonna point to the mob. Y'all finna arrest two or
Well,
three people. Finna go, man.
well, one thing is when you point that finger at somebody, right? And this is anything to any content creator that's out there. You, any NBA platform or whatever, right? When you start pointing that finger at people, right, and you got a big enough voice, you do realize five fingers gonna be pointed right back at you
Fact,
for any discretion that you ever had.
facts.
So I mean, I guess it's cool to go out there and bring and put other people, that's part of the game, put other people's dirty laundry out there in the business. But the thing is, you get big enough, you do realize you're gonna have 100 fingers pointing at you now.
Facts.
Like you can't just bring somebody else's dirty laundry into the game or whatnot, and just be like, oh, but people know that you're doing this also. You know,
Exactly.
you can't do that, man. That's why it's like a slippery slope by trying to just talk about what somebody else did that was dirty, bro. Because it's like, okay, so what dirt did you do in your life now?
Well, here's the thing, Lero. Here's the thing. I ain't gonna preach, but you know, you a Bible believer.
I know the Bible. I'm not a Bible believer, so to speak, but I know it.
Okay. So here's the thing. The Bible says something along the lines of judge ye not, unless the merit that you judge, you be judged with. Right? So it's
They say,
how harshly are you judging these people? That's how harshly you're gonna be judged. So for me, just for me being personal, just to take it there for a second, when I look at this stuff and I say, you know, somebody on steroids, so what? I don't care if he on steroids. He had the gall and the gumption and the heart to go out and take the steroids so he can be great. Let him be great. It don't hurt. It don't hurt me. I don't feel bad about it. Somebody playing poker, they got see-through glasses or whatever. I'm gonna say, what did they get the glasses from? Where did they get the glasses from? Okay, and so my mind frame is more along the lines of I'm not looking at it and saying, oh, this is dirty, that's dirty, this is dirty, that dirty. I'm saying, hey, look, this is all part of the system. What are you going to do about it to make it better? What are you going
Hey, well. At a certain point in time, listen. I spend half my time here in Houston and half my time in Louisiana. When I'm in Louisiana, I make my best, bro. Real talk. But and so as a fan, right? Because I hate all that fan dude, underdog, um, better, all of the sites or whatnot, right? I hate it because it's just like I'm not wagering on the game. I'm wagering on what a player is going to do.
hmm
Is a player going to have a good game? I mean, you got to get what I'm saying. It's a circle, right? Am I betting on a player to do something? Or I'm betting on the entire team do something. It's like win, loss, win percentages or whatnot. And it's just like, well, if I'm just betting on my team, whether they're going to do something, then I guess that's cool.
That's 50
But
50.
when it gets down to betting on what a player is gonna do, this player gonna have more than 6 catches. Man, that shit seemed like a fucking scam, bro. It
And,
does.
and I'm gonna show you
Straight
how
up, bro.
I'm gonna show you how much of a scam it is because you can say the player not gonna do it. You can say the coach is not gonna run the set. You can say that the referee is gonna do something when he do catch the ball. It's 3 or 4 people that's right there blocking you from that happening right off the back. Right off the back. A little insight. I'm not much of a gambler myself. I have delved. I have delved and dabbled around, and I'm usually pretty successful when I go to casinos and stuff like that. I used to gamble basketball when I played basketball. I used to give people spot
You
people.
know when to get up and leave. Then, if you
Well,
successful at gambling, you know when to get up and leave. That's the
exactly,
only. That's the only successful gambler I've ever known in life.
exactly.
Knowing when to, yeah.
That's my exact strong point. I know exactly when I make my money, I take that money, I put that money off to the side. It's never gonna get spent. Now let me take another dollar from what I brought to spend and let me gamble with that. Let me take another 20 from what I brought to spend, gamble with that. But this money I just made is in my pocket, it'll never come out again. I give it to somebody else and say, okay, this, put this up, this going back with us regardless. If I lose everything I got in my pocket, I'm leaving with that today. So I used to gamble. When I used to gamble, I used to give people 11 points and beat you to 15. I would always do the little old no white man can't jump. Come out and have a bad game, see how you play. Come double or nothing next game. Come back and bust your ass. That was my thing. When I first moved to Houston, I had so many people trying to shoot me and fight me and this and that because I was hustling people left and right. When I came to Houston, I had to stop gambling. So that's why I stopped gambling. When I started back gambling, was just recently this year. I got on the app. I started making my little bets. I'm not gonna call out the app because I don't want no smoke with the app. But um right off the bat, I said, okay, Nicholas Batum gonna make 2 3 pointers. Okay, boom. He make his 2 3 pointers, blah, 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 blah. Okay, boom. Next game, I say, you know what? Nicholas Batum gonna make 2 3 pointers. He didn't even play the second half. He didn't even play the second half, bro. How you gonna make anything if you don't play the second half? You know
So,
what I mean?
so basically, it's about the integrity of the game, bro. And right now, the thing is like, and this is like a microwave society. So, I don't think much will be made out of it, man. But like maybe like 20 years ago, a lot will be made about it, about the whole like, and I don't even remember how many years ago when it was when Pete Rose was a band, right? It's just
Mm-hmm.
like.
Like 60.
I think people don't care. They don't give a fuck no more. Right? It's like I understand the game might be rigged. I understand this, this, but I still want to go online and bet if Russell Westbrook is going to have more than 2 assists this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's over with now. I
Right.
mean, the NBA, the NFL, and all these leagues, they have totally gotten in the bed with all these whoever is ran by. They in bed now, bro.
And look, I'm
And
still
I
on.
think people don't care no more. They don't care. Like, okay, I still want to put my picks in and all that. They don't care. They don't care.
Well, you
I
know,
mean,
it's the opportunity to get lucky and turn 20 into 1,000. That's hard to bypass, or whatever the case may be. You know, if you can bet that 20 and they slip up and let you make it, they slip up and let you make it on some stuff that they didn't, you know, because they
well,
gonna make their money.
yeah. If you know anything about gambling, which I know you do, bro, you not hitting no 16 parlay, bro. You ain't getting no six big parlay. You're not doing that, bro. I mean, real talk, you're
Yeah,
not.
you know,
Six teamer, you're not doing that, bro. That's the only way
well,
you're gonna make some real money. I mean, I
well,
guess you can go on and make a two pick. I mean, I guess that's cool. That's
well,
even
well,
hard.
Well,
But
when I first jumped on, I was doing the power play, you know, pick six parlays or whatever, and you know, over and
Mhm.
under points and stuff like that, over and under on the threes, and I was doing like this, Laro. I know Tari Eason and Armin gonna get a steal or two apiece. I'm gonna bet on them regardless because I know they're gonna do that. And then I was like, you know, I know Shangoon probably gonna get, you know, his 19 points. I bet the over on 17. You know, stuff like that, and I was hitting my six. I was hitting my six on the power play. You know what I mean? Back to back hitting my six. But
Eh, yeah, believe me or not, I know guys that make $300 to $500 a day, right?
mm-hmm,
Doing it. The thing is, it takes a lot of. You can't really shit on $400 a day, right? You
at
can't.
all,
You can't.
at all.
You can't. You can't. I mean, but they put a lot of their time in, like the homeboys, they this and that. I mean, it's just like it's all about sports all day, and it's nothing illegal. It's just, man, shit. I got 100, put a couple of hundred up, and just bet on these picks, and you can make you 300, four
Right,
hundred, 500, 600, seven
right.
hundred dollars a day, just playing like the up and downs and all that kind of stuff, right? But you got to take the losses when they come too.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why it's a big deal. The reason why it's a big deal, not because people don't realize it, but because it's like, okay, now that it's coming out that some of these guys that's playing the game is saying, hey, I'm going to take myself out the game with a hamstring, or I'm going to take myself
You
out the
can't
game.
fix it though. It's too late. The rabbit is out. The rabbit is out now. You can't fix it now. I mean, because they already gotten in bed with those leagues, bro. It's just like you see underdog everywhere. You see DraftKings everywhere. It's out. I mean, you can't fix it no more.
No,
I
you
mean,
can't.
it's over. I mean, that's why they said like for all those years, like they would never have a team in Vegas, so to speak, or whatnot, right? That's
And
not
you know,
my point. That's been major figurehead's point. I don't want to like piggyback off that, but I understand what they were saying. So that's why the NBA and even the NFL, they even like capitulated. The NFL did it first. It's just like what the NFL did it, watching the NBA do it.
yeah, you might
So
as well.
it's just like they stayed away from that for so long, but it's so much money.
Yeah, you
And
got
it
to.
just like get out, the money is so much. It's like get out of your own lenses, right? It's just like we talking about people who want to put down lotto money, right? Every
Mm-hmm,
weekend, because you know how people play like the Powerball,
mm-hmm,
or let's just say how people play like Mega Millions or whatnot, right? The
right.
thing is, it's like they want to do that with the NFL also. They're gonna put down 10, they're gonna put down 20, they're gonna put down 50, they're gonna put down 1,000 with better odds than playing the fucking goddamn lotto, bro.
Well, yeah, yeah. Because 12, I think we did the math when I was in high school. If 12 people got together and played all the lotto numbers, you know what I mean? 12 people put their money together, pool their money
Okay.
together. You got a $700 million lottery, and then 12 people pool their money together and play all the lottery numbers.
Bro, you still got you probably got one out of 300 million chances of winning that shit, bro. Like real talk. I
No,
mean,
I'm saying you play all the lottery numbers. You play every possible combination. You get like 12, 15 people, and everybody put together like $10,000 or whatever and play all the lottery numbers and hit them. You're gonna hit. You're gonna hit regardless. But the point is, can you get those people? And do you know that at the end of the day, it's somebody that started that and then somebody can do it. They just letting the money build up and then somebody hit it. They let the money build up and then all of a sudden some big wig come in, play all the lottery numbers and hit the money. Because at the end of the day, you can play all the combinations. It's not like it's indefinite combinations. You can play all the combinations.
Hey, but you know what? I still play it, right? Even though I know I'm not gonna ever win, right? It's just like that at one, you know, it's like you're giving people a fantasy with like 15 seconds or whatnot, right? I mean, what if you actually won? No, you ain't really gonna win, bro. I mean, they might have that farmer from whatever possible state or whatnot who actually went in and bought a random ticket or whatever. I mean, bro, you ain't winning that, bro. It's stacked. If
100.
you see the if you see the system is stacked when you saying you got NBA players like having like fake ankle injuries and going out the game, I mean, you really think that system is really going to like give you some dude from whatever corner in Memphis, Tennessee, like the winning ticket for $300 million? It's not going to happen, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, you're right about that. You're right about that. But nah, when we was talking about the okay. We was talking about the shit, I forgot what you came on. I was talking about was Reed Shepard. We was talking. Oh
It
no,
was
you were talking.
Reed.
Yeah, you were
It
talking
was
about getting.
Reed Shepard. It was Reed Shepard. It was the offense, how the offense should be ran, and maybe we should make a trade because shit, right now I'm still watching the Lakers in Sacramento. It's like 108, 101. But Russ been balling though. We're talking about that.
Oh yeah. Now look. So as far as it goes with like Russ and getting a point guard, it all boiled down to who who can we get that's actually better than the guys we got? Because if you say you want to bring in a point guard, you have to be saying that Amin Thompson can't do what we need him to do. And I've yet to see a situation to where, hey man, at the end of the day, we did everything we were supposed to do right, and it was the point guard that made us lose. I mean, yeah, you can say, well, we don't have a point guard that can shoot. And then my question is going to be, where's the guy that can run the offense, put pressure on the rim, and shoot? Where is he at? Is he out there? Do you know? Can you tell me the guy that can do all that? Because I brought up Kobe White, and I think a lot of people has brought up Kobe White on Greenleaf Channel. I think you even brought up Kobe White at one time, and I said, he makes a little bit of money. It's probably somebody we could get that's a good option. But it was Frank or Space Ghost, one of them pointed out that he's very, I mean, no, it might have been on this channel the other night where somebody was saying he's real skinny, 165, whatever it is, 165, 6'4", skinny dude. That's a skinny dude. Not that that's a bad, horrible thing to be a skinny dude, but 165 at 6'4", your defense could take a hit. Your defense could take a hit because he's not a great defender. He averaged less than one steal, one block a game. Point seven,
Hey,
point 7, point 5, point 7,
hey,
huh?
I'm not gonna say I don't have like 5 different things going on right now, right?
Yeah.
Russ look good in him. Russ look like he 25 years old, bro. I'm just saying that. I'm watching the game, right? Russ look like he 25 years old right now, bro. I mean, because one thing about Russ, and I'm not trying to change the subject, bro. One thing about Russ is, Russ has always been like in peak condition or whatever, right?
Hmm.
Russ running around dudes right now.
Yeah. Yeah. He
Yeah.
he ain't never. I mean, he went a couple of years where his athleticism was down because of
No,
injuries
I
and
don't
stuff
think
like
so.
that. But huh?
I don't think so. Like when
Yeah,
his athleticism was down, he probably have looked like it or whatnot because of the system. But last year in Denver and right now, what I'm seeing right now, man, he look like he's 25 years old, bro.
yeah. Well, I mean, my point is that he's always to me been, good at the stuff he's good at, not good. We bring Russ in the game. He can run the offense. He's a great passer. He's an exceptional passer, but he doesn't, he doesn't move the needle as far as shooting goes. You know, mid range, yeah, but then that's Shangoon and KD's territory, and yeah, he can get into the offense, and yeah, he can put pressure on the rim, but he's not the best. She's not the best shooting the ball, and it don't move the needle, and it won't help us overall in the playoffs unless you know. I mean, definitely as far as coming off the bench, if he's able to come off the bench and bring that kind of spark. But in this situation, you can't justify bringing Russ to this team and not starting him. That's the
I
thing.
mean, I think he would most definitely would have started. And I understand that he's playing for a team, and I know Sacramento, they got their own aspirations, whatnot, of what they want to do. But I'm just like, I'm talking in real time about how I'm seeing him move right now. And I'm watching the game right now, and it's just like, God damn, Russ still fast. Russ hasn't lost a step, by the way. I mean,
No,
he's still fast. I mean, he's a energizer bunny or whatnot. So that's what I'm saying, because I'm watching the game right now, and I'm just like, God damn, Russ could still help a contender. But Sacramento, they think they probably contender right now, by the way.
you think they do
I
have a? They
think
do
they
have,
think the thing is with every team in the Western Conference, bro, it's like, do we have, I mean, I'm not even willing to say Sacramento. I mean, besides Portland, who's a definite win?
mm, really nobody, bro. You right about that. I mean, everybody's good on the West. Everybody's good on the West. There's
What,
no
what,
slouches of
what
Utah and
and Utah proved it like last night. No, we're not a slouch. So it's like we don't have any games to be like KD. You can take the night off. Uh, we got this. There are no teams like that damn near in the West anymore. And it got real bad in the West like 8 years ago, 15 years ago, or whatnot. It's even worse now, bro. It's damn near tonight. According now, if it's like we don't have no nights off. I can name Portland, and you say Utah, right? But Portland, Utah. That's it.
yeah, yeah. I mean that's basically the those basically the two. I think the two worst teams on the East. On the West, ain't it?
Everybody else gonna be fighting for at least a top play in. Everybody else.
Facts.
Because I'm not willing to put. I'm watching Sacramento right now against the Lakers right now, and they losing, right? But I'm saying Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, the European that everybody love who claim he better than LP or whatnot, bro. They still got that, bro. No, 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 no. You see what I'm saying, right? They got players over there in Sacramento, even, bro.
They do. They do. They
The
got
money, so I mean, I don't want to disrespect them. The money,
Sabonis.
it's a bonus, right? Man, I don't want to. They got him. They got DeMar. They got Zach LaVine. Come on, bro. Like they are formidable, bro. You can't just bypass them and whatnot, right? It's just like, yeah.
Nah, I mean, you right, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, it ain't nothing nobody can argue about that. It's just a matter of because they have everything that it takes to make a good team. They have everything it takes to make a good team. And if you have all the right pieces, they can get a mismatch problem. They can get a mismatch advantage on anybody because Zach LaVine is a knockdown shooter. DeMar DeRozan is a bucket from his range. Um, yeah, man, it's
Hold up.
tricky.
So this a Peacock game, right?
Okay,
And so it's a Peacock game, a Peacock game. So everybody watching what or whatever, right? So this is like NBA. You remember back in the day or whatever, right? Um, NBC Sundays or whatnot. So I mean, bruh.
What is it, Lero? What is
Nah,
it?
what it is? Hey, bro, look. I mean, it's NBA on NBC.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's just like that's what I grew up off of, right?
yeah.
I mean, that's what I think most of us grew up off of. I mean, look, I've been tailgating since like 7:30 this morning, bro.
Right.
So it's been sports all day, all day, all day. Yeah. I mean, it's been sports all day, all day, all day. Right? Getting up, barbecuing, marinating meat, doing all this, doing all that. I mean,
What you cook? What kind of meat? What kind of meat you cook, Lero?
no, it's just some quick things or whatnot, like some riblets or whatever. Or it's some riblets, some picante, like some little strip steaks or whatnot.
Okay.
Getting the tailgate going. That's how we gonna do it on tailgate. So we was at the game earlier, right?
Right.
And so that was straight. I mean, we got the meat. Then I had to come home though. So now after all that, I got to get ready for work tomorrow, bro. Real talk.
Hey, but shit,
So,
you gonna be straight tomorrow when you get in, though.
oh shit, hell yeah,
You better stop drinking though, Lero, because you gonna be at that mud. You gonna be
bruh.
slow.
I'm not.
Huh?
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not drinking right now. I'm just giving my opinion about sports, bro. I'm cool. I'll be at
Yeah.
the workout. Hey, look, I'll be at the workhouse or whatever.
Hey,
Come in
I'm
the
still.
morning.
I ain't gonna even hold you. I'm still drinking. I've been drinking since before I was drinking, so I don't give a damn. You know what I mean?
Nah, bro. Hey, bro. I'll be at the workhouse tomorrow. I mean, real talk.
Yeah, yeah. Shoot. No, so I don't. Let me see. I'm over here messing around with stuff. No, I don't. Look, my takes on the game. My takes on the game is we really, and I know this not the Rockets, the faithful Rockets fans' way of thinking. I mean, at the end of the day, we all come to the same conclusion. Yeah, we got to let it play out. But my reason for letting it play out is because I genuinely, expected it to have some bumps. I expected it to have some bumps, whether Fred VanVleet was playing or what. I expected it to be some bumps and bruises early in the season. Um, I see the same thing. I would love, bro. Okay, I would love to have a point guard that could shoot, that could put pressure on the rim, and can run the offense. But if we just had Rajon Rondo, right? If we just had a Rajon Rondo who knew how to pass the ball and orchestrate the offense, would we be as down about the shooting as we are, hopeful that Reed Shepard can take the next step, right? And so that's kind of how I weigh it. Like if Rajon Rondo was our point guard, he wouldn't be able to shoot no better than nobody else. He would just be better at orchestrating the offense, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So okay. So we got Armin. So Armin can't shoot. He like a Rajon Rondo. He just has to be able to orchestrate the offense better, which he did well Friday. He orchestrated the offense well. He didn't turn over the
Not,
ball. He can't shoot. He's like a
I
Rajon
mean,
Rondo.
not. I mean, not really, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, he did an adequate job, bro.
Right. Adequate. We'll use that. He didn't. It wasn't great. It was adequate. He didn't turn over the ball. He got the ball into the hands of the players who were supposed to make the plays. He missed a ton of shots. We would expect Rondo to do the same thing, but Boston still won the championship, right? Boston still won the championship with Rondo, right? So we could still win the champion. And it was young Rondo. It wasn't old Rondo. It was like second, third year Rondo. It was like second, third year Rondo when they won the championship. It wasn't a polished veteran super leader Rondo. Mind you, Rondo is a great ball handler and a great passer, but Almon's a decent ball handler and a very good passer, not a great passer, and not a good You know, he don't have to manipulate the defense and ball handling skills that Rondo had. I get that, but I'm saying the not being able to shoot, but still being effective, super defensively and effective offensively with what he can do. We can say that Armin is probably as
They had
good,
a different game. That's a different game, in my opinion, bro.
right? But
Rondo was an absolute 100% facilitator, right? He knew who to get the ball to at the right times and do things he did. I
mhm,
mean, Rondo was not like hamstrung by he couldn't make a 15-footer. Nobody even thought about Rondo shooting threes. I
right,
mean, so I think that no, don't compare him to him.
I got
That's not fair, bro.
I
Because
got you.
if you look at overtime elite or whatnot, he was playing with his brother Asur, and they were just going down court and they were just doing that was the position or whatnot. It was what it was. I mean, they didn't have to beat anybody. They didn't have to like make passes. Or nothing. It's just like pure athleticism by those twins. They were like overtime elite or whatever that league was called. I mean,
Mhm.
they were the prime stars. So no, they did not have to go against competition where you needed a proper point guard, bro. Real talk.
Well, the thing is that the reason I have to compare him to Rondo is because I think Armin right now is as good as Rondo was when they won the championship.
Rondo was never looked like as the best fucking athlete in the league, bro. So that's why I'm gonna say no, not Rondo. Rondo was never looked like as he's the best athlete in the NBA. And that's
Well, we
what
know,
Twin looked like.
right? But without splitting hairs and saying, "Oh, he can do this, he can do that, he can do this, he can do that," without splitting the hairs, let's just look at it on a face value. They both have the same inability to shoot the ball. We're just gonna start there. They both have the same inability to get shoot the ball, but they both have the ability to get to the rim, right? So those two things are similar on both sides. Armin is a better passer facilitator. Rondo is a better passer and facilitator. Armin is a better get to the rim and dunk on your head player. So they different there, but without splitting the hairs, Armin is an all defensive, maybe top 3 defensive player in the league. Rondo was probably around 15, 12 to 15 defensive player in the league. So it's a difference, but it's similarities in the fact that they both have the same ineffectiveness from shooting. Both of them can make mid-range jumpers when they get them. Okay, we get that. So, to me, in my own, first of all, Rondo is one of my favorite point guards ever. So I'm not taking nothing away from Rondo. Rondo is one of my favorite point guards ever to watch. I love watching Rondo play. His speed is exceptional, all this and that and the third. But my point is that without splitting hairs of who can do what better, Armin is equal, if not better, than Rondo was when they won the championship. What we don't have, because if you just go person for person, if you just go person for person, and you say, okay, Alper Şengün and Kevin Durant, Alper Şengün and Kevin Garnett, they're not equal. Kevin Garnett was better, we know that, but you can make a comparison. You can make a comparison in the positions they play.
Yeah, you know you name 3 different players right now.
I
You
know,
name Kevin. You name KG. You name KG, KD.
I know. I meant,
I'm just,
I meant, I meant
but
to
y'all
say,
be talking about me. But you just named like 3 different players right now. But go ahead.
hey,
You got it.
I don't be talking about you, bro. Cause when they talk about you drinking, I be
Hey,
like,
it's cool, bro. Because I mean, I keep receipts, bro. But I'm just saying, like right now, you just did name KD. You name. I mean, I'm just saying.
Kevin Durant, Kevin Garnett, goddamn Kevin Smith, all the Kevins, goddamn Kevin from Macaulay Culkin, Kevin from Kevin from Home Alone. I named all the Kevins, bro. I ain't even tripping. But but now, but Albert Şengün and Kevin Garnett, you can make a comparison. You know, they both play around the inside. They both efficient. You know, they both can score good. They both post players. Okay,
It's
we
straight,
know
right up.
we know Albert Şengün ain't nowhere near the defensive player Kevin Garnett. We get that. Now you say um Ray Allen, you know, catch and shoot, player, good from 3. We're gonna just call him Jabbar, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm doing that. I'm gonna tell you why I'm doing it. The reason why I'm doing it is because I'm leaving Paul Pierce for Kevin Durant. Now, the point I'm making is Jabari is no Ray Allen by any stretch of the imagination. If you really look at what we're missing, it's not Amin being comparable to Rondo and not being able to shoot the three. That's the problem. It's not really. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, Rondo was able to get people into their sets, but what I'm saying is, yesterday's Friday's game, Amin wasn't bad at getting people into their sets. What we were really missing was the people who had the ball, getting the ball to the shooters and those guys making shots. So if we're able to get shooting, the point guard position is not the biggest deficit on the team. The biggest deficit on the team is being able to make shots when we need to make shots. Kevin Durant tried to shoot us into a win. We wasn't able to get the win. Tomorrow, the reason why I say Reed Shepard is going to be the most important player tomorrow is because Reed Shepard is going to have the opportunity to prove that he can get a win against a lesser talent defense. Because we played two great defenses back to back. We played two great defenses back to back. Tomorrow is not going to be a great defense. Reed Shepard has to come out and show that if it's not a great defense, I can be valuable. You see what I'm saying? It's his chance. It's his chance to shine.
Hey, that's what's up, bro.
So that's what I'm gonna be kind of looking for.
I'm saying that's what's up because I'm sitting here watching these games and whatnot. I mean, Sacramento they losing by 6 to the Lakers or whatnot, right? And I'm just saying how hard the NBA might be and how everybody got those players or whatnot. I'm internalizing everything that you're saying, bro, and I agree with a lot of things you're saying. I agree.
Well, let me ask you this: you watching the game between Sacramento and the Lakers, right?
I know.
Either one of those teams do it look like we could have beaten either one of those teams if
Both
we
of
played a clean game? If we played a
both of
clean
them.
game and we
Yeah,
made
both of them.
okay, right. So if we make our shots and we play good defense and we get rebounds, we can beat either one of those teams.
We could.
Yeah. See, that's all.
But we're talking about teams that, but I'm talking about the teams that we think that's going to be in the play-in, bro. Real talk.
You don't think the Lakers gonna be a fifth seed, fourth seed, fifth seed?
I said in the play-in. No, the Lakers will be in the play-in. By the way, the Lakers would not be a top 6 seed. They won't.
Even with LeBron
And the
back?
way we go, and the way we fucking around, we might not be either. I'm gonna put it out there right now. I mean, and you see it. I mean, like we still scrambling around, worried about Fred, bro. Like the way we looking. I mean, I'm not gonna just. It is what it is. But the way we just scrambling around right now, can't find a point guard, bro. We might actually not be in the like a guaranteed 6 seed, bro. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna cry about it. I think if we had to go against Sacramento or something in like a 2-game series or something, we gonna win. But I mean, no, I told you I never thought Fred would be so impactful on this team, and I apologize about that. Everybody who had Fred back, man, I'm falling on my sword on that. I mean, I don't have to be right. I don't.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm with you, and you know, I was I'm on the other side of that. I did know Fred was so impactful, and even last year, let me tell you this from here. Let me tell you, give you a little recap. Even last year, when everybody was killing Fred for not being a good shooter, and everybody was, man, Fred is worst shooter in the league, man. Freddie Jihad. I was still saying, yeah, but he a veteran point guard, man, and he do this and he do that, and people was busting me up. People was busting me up. Pause. They was on my neck, bro, all season long about Fred. I never backed down from what I felt about Fred. I'm still not backing down from what I feel about Fred. All I'm doing is moving on to the next level. I'm not changing nothing that I said about Fred ever. All I'm doing is moving to the next level and saying what you said. We don't got him. It don't look like we're gonna have him. What corrections do we need to make? Okay. The corrections is we got two guys who play in the position and we got Alperen Sengun who can play, could facilitate. We got Kevin Durant who can facilitate. We need Kevin Durant to be a better facilitator. Like people saying, we don't necessarily need Kevin Durant going 1-on-3. Okay, cool. I'm with that. We'll be a better facilitator. You don't have to go 1-on-3. Alperen Sengun. We don't want Alperen Sengun. We know if he gets inside the paint, he's gonna shoot over two people. Well, guess what? He don't necessarily have to be inside the paint. Ime Udoka's using Alperen Sengun, running them like a thoroughbred. Okay, we get that. Um, Amin Thompson and Reed Shepard. Those two guys have to equal up to what Fred is. Those two guys have to equal up to what Fred is. Fred's defense to me is one of the biggest things that we're missing. One of the biggest things that we're missing out of everything is Fred's defense. And because with Fred on the nose of the ball, with Fred on the ball handler, it opened it up for Reed Shepard. Opened it up for Amin Thompson to be in those passing lanes and then to come double and get the switch onto a guy who's trying to set up the offense. And then once you have to get past Fred and then you get to Amin, and then Amin can be more disruptive, it makes your defense a little bit better. But no, I'm in no way. I know people like listen to me move on and blow the Fred shit under the rug so much they might feel like, oh, he don't understand the importance of Fred. Just like people might say he don't understand the importance of spacing, or why we don't like. I understand it, bro. I get all that. It's just that I see what we need to do next. I understand that, okay, we got the double big lineups in there. They in there. Why they gonna be in there? Because right now we don't have no shooting. We don't have no reason not to have no double big lineup in there. What the hell you gonna do? Kick the ball out to Tari Eason and expect the Tari Eason gonna be your stretch, efficient shooter? Nah, that's not gonna work. You think Jabari is shooting the ball great because he just made a hell of a big jump from 4 months ago? Nah, Jabari. He gonna be around 37, between 37 and 39%, bro. He's not a 43% shooter right now. Same thing with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant gonna shoot 40%, but Kevin Durant not gonna be a volume shooter. He's not a volume shooter for three. And Reed Shepard. Fred.
Hey, hold on. Now, when you brought up Jabari Smith Jr., right? It's like I see a player like who played not quite at the same school, but I mean they from the same walks of life, whatnot, right? Brandon Miller. You can see it in him, bro. It's just like I don't know if it's because he has a point guard who can unlock everything he has, but Jabari has a lot of talent, bro. He's probably everything, and probably could be a little bit more than Brandon Miller, but we don't have time to wait. I mean, yeah, bro, you got your 125 or whatever, right? But you got to play up to 125. So I just said that when you mentioned Jabari. I mean, just like, ugh,
Nah,
okay, it's cool.
Jabari not no Brandon Miller, bro. Brandon Miller is a legitimate guard. Um,
No,
you know,
he's
he
a power forward, by the way. He's a
Brandon
power
Miller.
forward.
No,
I
no,
mean, with
Brandon.
Charlotte, yeah, he's a power forward. Yes, with Charlotte. I mean, you might call him a three. I mean, 3 or 4 in like kind of like interchangeable, whatnot. But some things that I can see already with what
Yeah.
LaMelo Ball is with Melo doing or whatnot, right?
Mhm.
It just looks different, bro. And I would make them like a side by side comparison as far as like players, like the length, like the defensive ability or whatnot, even the shooting or whatnot. I can see it, but it's just like a certain gear that you got to turn up on, man. It's just like, ugh. That looks ugly, bro. I mean, if you watch them play, you can see the difference. That's all I'm saying. If you watch them play, you can see the difference, man. It's like one player seems like they hungry, ready to get their food, ready to go out there and eat, and the other one is just like, well, let me just sit up in this corner still and just hit these spot up threes. It's a difference, bro.
Yeah, no, 100%. But yeah, okay. He's a small. They got him at small forward. They got him listed as small forward over here. But yeah, no, Brandon Miller is is super explosive, bro. He's super explosive. He less of a physical, like, I mean, yeah, they got different play styles altogether, is what I'm saying. To make a long story short, Jabari is more of a power forward than a power forward. And I don't know if you remember this, but it was a time where people were like, "Yeah, man, Jabari small ball five, Jabari small ball five." They didn't even want him to play small forward. They wanted to get Jabari all the way inside under the basket because of the way he moved his body. Like, people don't even like Jabari at small forward or power forward. They want to keep him, you know, this is my exact comp, Buckmo. This is my exact comp. Rashard Lewis. That's my exact comp for Jabari. Rashard Lewis. Been my comp
Man,
since, huh?
don't do aliens like that, bro. Don't do
That,
that. That's not fair.
that's
Not
my
fair,
exact
bro.
comp for Jabari, man. That's been my exact comp for Jabari since he came in the league. I ain't gonna even hold you. All that little stuff, Rashard Lewis. And the reason I said Jabari could be like a Robert Orr was because Robert Orr also was a shooter that wasn't really known as a dribbler, but he could put the ball on the floor and get to the dunk if he had to, and he could
If
play.
we got Orlando Rashard Lewis, I'm cool with it, bro.
Me too. Me too. I am too. Because Rashard Lewis was an impact player. And so was Robert Orr, impact players. And Orr could play the 5, the 4, or the 3. He was a lot faster and a lot more athletic than Jabari, but ultimately he was known as a person who couldn't really put the ball on the floor and create, which was which was the only thing that really kept Orr from being a super mega star player, was that he couldn't put the ball on the floor and create for himself. But either one, like, that stretch power forward, stretch power forward, I'm cool with that. I don't have no problem with Jabari's game. Um, I don't have no problem with Jabari's game. I just don't. I like the way Jabari play. He's a glue guy. Like, people talk about glue guys. Jabari is a glue guy. He's a guy that he don't need the ball to do certain things. He's just gonna do it when he get the ball. He's gonna do what he's supposed to do, and it's gonna be effective. It's gonna be impactful when he do it. And if he continues to knock down clutch shots, bro. I think Jabari, when I say clutch shots, I mean like go ahead buckets, comeback buckets, buckets when we down by 3 and we need a 3, keep us close buckets. I think Jabari has the most of those over this 5-year span than any other Rocket.
Okay, so we most definitely will see it in the next few games or whatnot, because I mean we already down 2 or whatnot. So I mean we got to see. I mean, if you understand, it's a wait and see moment. I mean, I will wait for him to come to like fruition or whatnot and actually claim that status. But I mean, he ain't really did shit so far this season, bro. I mean, it's just 2 games, so we can't pile on too quickly. But you got to pile on when we in the Western Conference, man. It's just like, God damn. I see these teams playing good. They playing hard. It's just like, where do they fit in that, bro? We got to get that first dub, first of all.
Yeah, we need that first dub.
So you think
And I'm like this too,
it's coming tomorrow?
huh?
You think
Do I
it's
think?
coming tomorrow?
Oh
You want to
yeah,
wait?
oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Like I said, even if we win tomorrow, that's not gonna be the big takeaway for me. Like, winning tomorrow not gonna be the big takeaway for me. Um, just like I said earlier, I don't think Steven Adams is gonna play a lot. Rockets gonna go crazy about how good we look without Steven Adams, but we're gonna look good because we're playing against the Nets. The big takeaway for me is gonna be if one of your others, steps up and have a big game. You know what I mean? If one of your others step up and have a big game, because we've heard the others be coined. It's coined by Shaquille O'Neal. It's Shaquille O'Neal coined that term, and to me, the supporting cast is that's our depth was what people was talking about when we got Kevin Durant. We got Dorian Finney-Smith. We got Clint Capella. And people start saying, "Oh, this is one of the deepest teams in the league. Deepest teams in the league." Okay, we
I
one of
mean,
the deepest.
already though. So you coming back to tomorrow for like a pregame, or this your pregame? I mean, I know you got the games off, but like, I mean, I know you did get the schedule wrong just for a second. I mean, you coming back tomorrow for a pregame, or it's like this pregame?
Most likely, I'll be back tomorrow for a pregame. 9 out of 10, bro. 9 times out of 10, I'll be back for a pregame tomorrow. You know, just to do
All right,
a little bit.
well, that's what's up, man. Look, we gonna keep on critiquing the team. I still want the team to win, bro. So I'll get up with you tomorrow, bro. Real talk.
Appreciate you, Lero.
All right, bro. Real talk.
All right. We're just gonna go ahead and mute it because Lero's still on the stage, man. Now look, this is the pregame. Hey, look, it was supposed to be the pregame, but this is a This is a pregame. But I might come back tomorrow and run another one back, bro, because I don't got no chill right now. I don't got no chill. I wanna make sure that we covered all the bases because what it boiled down to me, Buck, what it boiled down to me, chat. First of all, everybody, if you're in the chat, if you're in the building, man, hit the like, hit the like. You know, last night um I had like two almost 200, 300% more views than I did likes. More than that. More than that. Almost like nine. It was crazy. It's a crazy number. Compare my likes to my views, and I don't like to beg for likes, but you know, you do it for the free. You do that for the free. You know what I mean? When you come in, you know, you just hit the like or something like that. If you like it or you don't like it, you can hit the thumbs down. And here's the thing: I don't even care if you don't like it. Hit the thumbs down and be like, "F you." Just hit the engage. Do something. You know what I mean? Give me something. Give me something to work with. Let me know. I can improve it. If it ain't good, I can improve it. If it is good, I keep it rolling. Um, so do it for the free, man. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Either way it go, don't matter to me. Uh, but no, I want to make sure that we touch all the bases because what I do want to do is I want to make sure that we giving the information that keeps the Rockets community aware of where we actually are at, not just get lost into the emotion of what we see. You know, like you, Book, and Smooth came up today, made some good points. Okay, you know, let you get it off. Obviously, Smooth said Kevin Durant ain't known as a passer, and I get his point. His point is he's not known as a passer. That's not what he's known for. But my point, my pushback to that was, but he is a good passer. He is very capable of being a good passer. Being known for something, not being known for something, doesn't, you know, it doesn't take away the fact that he's very good at it when he does it. So when you talk about 50, 40, 90 and still averaging 5 assists, if you shooting 50, 40, 90 and you still averaging 5 assists, you know, and not a lot of turnovers, but um money came in earlier. Let me see if I see his name on here. And he was talking about how Kevin Durant is the problem. And he was saying that when he becomes the focal point, oh, that was yesterday. He was saying that when Kevin Durant becomes the focal point, what it does is it takes away from the fluidity of the team when he becomes a focal point. That's a point, but that's for the coach to keep from happening. That's for the coach to keep from happening. Um, being able to game plan for Kevin Durant, getting physical with him, cutting him off at the free throw line, and game planning for him because everybody know what he's gonna do. Yeah, you can know what he's gonna do, but if he's efficient at doing it while you know what he's gonna do, okay, cool. But what you don't want that to do, you don't want that to take away from um, the momentum of other players. You know, the other players being engaged or feeling left out. You know, all that stuff goes into play. And that's why another reason why I say Ime has to Ime's probably going to stick with his guns as far as the offense goes because he wants everybody to get a feel of where you need to be and how to play in this particular system with each other. And because it's going to come down to when Kevin Durant has to get off, you know, are you in your perfect position to take advantage of the opportunity when it comes to you? When Alfred Şengün has to get off, Are you in your position to take advantage of the opportunity when it comes to you? Hey, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't told no lies.
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
That's what I was saying last night when I saw Usur shooting the ball on Friday night. Usur shot, the way Usur shoots the ball reminds me a lot of a young Jordan. He gets full elevation on his shot, full extension follow through with the soft touch follow through, with the soft, not the Kobe follow through. He has Usur has the soft touch follow through with the slow release gooseneck, but he gets full extension on his shot, and it looks very, very much like Michael Jordan. I'm just gonna tell you. I know anytime, see the thing is, anytime you say stuff like that, people be like, oh man, he comparing sort of Michael Jordan. Oh my God. Oh my, all I'm saying is that go back and watch a Sour's mid-range jumper and tell me he had the hang time. He full extent on his shot, bro. I mean, full elevation on his shot. It was full elevation on his shot, and it was a nice soft touch jumper. He wasn't rushed to get it off. He wasn't rushed to get it off. And I said it when I saw it. I said, man, that dude shot look a lot like Jordan. A lot like Jordan. Then his brother came out and said he wished they was on the same team. Guess what? I trade y'all KD right now for Usur Thompson. I trade y'all KD for Usur Thompson, bro. Let me go ahead and build for the future. Give me the twins. Give me the twins, bro. Neither one of these niggas can't shoot. I don't care. But these boys here is phenomenal defenders. Phenomenal defenders. You know, what would it take? I wonder if Usur when I wonder if Usur when he comes to his rookie contract, if he just be like, nah, man, I'm gonna go play with my brother. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be all on TV like Scottie Pippen with the Jordan shoes. Like, come on, bro, come down here and play with us, man. Please come down here and play with your brother, bro. I want them twins to play together. Just like I wanted Markieff Morris and Marcus Morris to play together in Houston. The twins always go back to back like that. And it's like the Rockets always, but usually the Rockets would, I would expect the Rockets got the worst. We actually got the better twin, but being the most skilled, I don't know, man. I don't know. They both good at what they do. Yeah, he definitely looked more comfortable shooting. Oh yeah, salute to you, low budget gamer, man. I just came on here throwing your stuff up on the screen. I ain't even give you no proper shout out, bro. Salute to you for pulling up on Red Alert, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. I really appreciate you pulling up. Low budget gamer. You make games or you play games? What you do? You play games or you make games? Either way, shout out to you, Brody. Shout out, salute, General. No, look, I mean, obviously, I'm being a little bit sarcastic about it, but because the money wouldn't match. But okay, so you play and shout out games. Okay. Oh no, you play games and shout out to me. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna check out your site, man, because I'm a gamer myself too. Matter of fact, I'm actually making a video game. I'm actually making a video game right now. It's hella hard. I mean, I got a 2D game that I made called Clutch Time. I'm thinking about giving it out when I get to a certain number of subscribers, or I'll give it out to. If I don't give it out when I get to a certain number of subscribers, I'll give it out to the maybe the people in the chat, or maybe everybody in the chat to get it, or I'll give it out to the winner of debates or something like that. But it's a little 2D wave shoot 'em up, bang bang. If you've seen the YouTube Shorts Clutch Time, the little Clutch Time cartoon that I have on my site, it's based off of the little cartoon. and it's a pretty cool game. Little cool little pastime you can play. So once I get it published, um, once I get it up and get it published, I'm gonna either give it out when I hit a certain number of subscribers. Okay, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you checking me out, man. I appreciate you checking me out. But look, the doggone Asur Asur thing, that's a real deal. He came right in and said something that I've been thinking. Like I didn't really want to say it. I didn't really want to say it as a Rocket fan, but he looked better last night, and it could have just been, what everybody's saying is that Amon is not really like we drafted Amon as a point guard, and we very quickly realized that that wasn't his strong suit. Ime was able to identify his strong suit at that small forward, Swiss Army knife position. He was gonna play him at the two. That would have been that. That's not nothing that that's not nothing that I really wanted to see. I really don't want to see Amon at the two. I like Amon at the point guard more than I like Amon at the two. I don't care what people say about positionless basketball. If you put somebody at the two where that position is on the floor, you just have to be able to shoot the ball, bro. It's just nothing else about it. According to the way the angles is on the court, if you are at the two in any kind of way, you just have to be able to shoot the ball. That's all it is. There's nothing else about it. You have to be able to get the ball up and get the ball in the net. And we've never had a shooting guard that couldn't shoot the ball. Nobody's never been at the two that couldn't shoot the ball at some kind of capacity. So Armin at the two would have been horrible. He's not a great point guard, but we drafted him as a point guard, and we've always had the hopes that, with his height and his athleticism, he can be a good point guard. And what I see him now, like I was just telling Lero, I see him as like a big version of Rondo. I see Armin as like a tall version of Rajon Rondo, you know, and that's not to take nothing away from Rondo. It's just to say that to give Armin all the credit that I could possibly give him at the point guard position. Every possible ounce of credit that I could give him, I'm giving him by saying he reminds me of a bigger version of Rondo. Because I could have said he reminds me of Russell Westbrook. Then that's what everybody would go to first and say, "Oh yeah, Russell Westbrook, Russell Westbrook, Russell Westbrook." And I'm just saying, you know, man, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. But he kind of reminds me a little bit of Rondo because he's a little more of a passer than Russ was. Russ was a scorer. Russ was a point guard, a scorer. He was more like a shooting guard that could handle the ball because he was fast. Amin is more like a point guard that can't shoot well, but he's really a passer anyway. So he don't like even if you said, "Hey, Amin, go out and score 30 a night," he wouldn't be the scorer that Russ was because his ball handling ain't what Russ's was. But Amin's passing is better than Russ's was, and I can see Amin, being able to really just get into his bag once he gets, you know, a natural feel for the game at the point guard position and don't have to worry so much about, what the sets is and what the plays is and this and that. And he kind of get used to the speed at point guard because obviously, the speed of the game is different. The speed of the game is different from overtime elite to the NBA. And when he came into the league, he didn't play point guard. So he's never really got adjusted to the speed of the game at the point guard position. But he's getting adjusted in real time. We saw the leap he made from game one to game two. He made a significant leap from game one to game two because his turnovers went down significantly. He made some good threes in the first game. He shot the ball horribly in the second game, but guess what? I really don't care. The thing is, I really don't care if he don't shoot the ball well. I just need him be be quicker at making those decisions. If a guy's playing off of you, like I said before, A guy's playing off of you, then run it down his throat. Smash mouth, run it down his throat. He's playing off of you 2 steps, get you a running start. Bulldoze him, run him over, get an offensive foul. I don't care. But you don't have to take the 3 just because they back off for you. You know? Shout out, shout out, shout out. I remember my days working late night like this right here and being at work listening to Chop Shop, listening to Greenleaf, wanting to get in and call in and stuff like that. I run outside, jump in my car and make a phone call real quick and then jump off the phone, say a little something real quick when I can get in, jump off the phone and run back inside. They be like, man, where he go? Hey, boy, went outside right quick. I'm like, I gotta take this phone call, man. I take this phone call. I gotta get in on this conversation right quick. It's getting intense. I need to put my 2 cents in. My 2 cents, man. But no. But as far as Armin getting downhill, it's little things that's gonna make everything come together, bro. And it's like I know, like we come over here and talk about it as part of what we are doing here, and it could get redundant. But what you will find is when you come here, it's not. I might repeat myself 100 times, but you're not gonna hear me saying the same things you will hear when you go to other people's site, unless I'm explicitly or specifically repeating what somebody else said for the sake of bringing it to the desk. If I'm bringing it to the desk as a talking point, then it might sound like, okay, well, he's saying something. But at the end of the day, I'm hardly ever, gonna be the person that you come on and you say, well, he's regurgitating somebody else's talking points. You know what I mean? Because I'm not. I even yesterday, like I said yesterday or Friday, I even made a point to not listen to other people's talking points just to make sure that I was gonna keep it fresh. I wanted to make sure that I was gonna keep it fresh and try not to you know have be oversaturated because as a creative, you will find out that when you take in a lot of stuff, you can even incoherently say stuff that just come to the surface and you will be saying stuff and you don't even realize that you got it from somewhere else sometimes. And that's like with anything. With drawing, you could be sitting down drawing something and then you'll just draw a tree and you'll be like, dang, then you go back and you see something later and you'll be like, okay, okay. That do kind of remind me of that tree, whatever the case may be. You're a writer, you write books or you write novels or scripts or screenplays or music or anything. You write a line, you write you a boy, you write you a line, and then, 4 or 5 days later, you listen to the radio and you be like, God, I must have heard that shit somewhere and didn't even realize that I wrote this almost exactly some shit that I heard, whatever the case may be, you know. And then or you be like, man, nigga stole my line, bro. The nigga stole my bars. How did he know what I wrote? No, nigga. Drake did not steal your lyrics, bro. Drake, Drake, Drake did not steal your lyrics, bro. You just accidentally heard some shit on the radio and and wrote it and recorded that shit and let your homeboy hear it one time. The only people that ever heard your song is you and your homeboy. Drake did not know what you wrote. Drake don't have no idea what you wrote in your bars, bro. He didn't steal your lyrics. but I've actually done that, man. I've actually wrote something down, had a nice little feel for it, and like, okay, this right here is gonna be good. And then you go back and then you look at a movie and be like, this right here, this nigga just stole my movie script, bro. How did he steal my movie script? Nigga stole my whole script. No, bro. Steven Spielberg did not steal. Steven Steven Spielberg did not steal your script, bro. You think Steven Spiel? You think Quentin Tarantino stole your script? you stole, you think Quentin Tarantino stole your script from you, bro? Nah, Quentin Tarantino never stole your script. No. But no, that can happen. So I try to sometimes I'll be like, you know what, just let me not listen to nobody. You know, if I don't go on and say what I gotta say at somebody's shit, you know, sometimes I'll not listen. It ain't because I be try to be funny or something. It's just that I gotta keep my I gotta keep my originality because at the end of the day, people could come up here and tell me what they want to tell me. You know, like Buck been up on here, you know, talking about this. Laro come over here and talk about it. King will come over here and check me on whatever he got to check on. And at the end of the day, I'm still confident because I know that I'm not I'm not just talking points. I'll go back and watch it again tonight. I'll go back and watch it again tonight. If I record the game, I might watch it 2 or 3 times. I'll sit in my bed and I'll watch it. I'll come up to my desk. I'll slow it down. Slow it down. Okay, is that a passing lane? Was that intentional or was that on accident? Slow it down and look at it. Oh, let me pull out my diagram board and let me diagram this right here and see what Ime was doing because, you know, I can't really find it. What I'm thinking about doing is getting the 2K so I can go in there and find their playbooks and I can really look at their plays and see exactly what plays is being ran. You know, shit like that. I think, you know, I do that kind of stuff because I want to be efficient when I'm talking to people. I mean, I could draw it up, but it'd be good just to be able to see it being run 3 or 4 times right in front of my face back to back with the positions. Because you'll see somebody in a position in a game and you would be like, okay, that's Armin. He a shooting, he a point guard. But they might actually have Armin in the small forward spot that play. So I know when you're looking at the playbooks in 2K, it'll have point guard, shooting guard, small forward, center, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they'll have the play where it runs and you can watch it and you can see it. You know, I'm not even talking about the game. I'm talking about in their playbooks. It'll have the play moving and you can see what's going on. And then I can actually come back and say, hey, you know, nah, that's the way this play was supposed to go like this or like that. Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate that. That's a day one right there. I don't watch podcasts about the Rockets. This is the first I came across, and it just popped up. That's fire, bro. That's fire. That's fire that the algorithm showed love like that. Original Rockets fan, bro. Original Rockets, original Rockets fan, original podcast, Rockets podcast watcher. Could have been anybody. I'm glad it was me, bro. You a real one, Buckmo. I ain't gonna even hold you. You a real one. Yeah, that's what I was telling J Dog. Like I used to literally, because I used to work overnight and um had to be at work at 6. So I would be getting ready going to work. I would go to work. I would have my game on. I would be getting ready to watch the game and I would watch the game. And then, you know, after my phone started to mess up, and then I would be like, listen to Radio 790. I would listen to Radio 790. Then next they did something to where 790 didn't work no more. So at that point, it was like I didn't even know what to do. I would just go sit in my car and listen to the radio on my radio. And then one day I'm scrolling around looking for the game. Um, and then I seen Houston Rocket Chop Shop uh after the game. So boom, come on after that, and I would listen to the Chop Shop, and I'm listening to them talking. Oh, okay, they be talking about Rockets. I listened to them a couple times. Then, you know, I heard them talking one day, and I went on ahead and called in and started chopping it up with them boys. And I got on there and I was, you know, um, stuff. We was down bad. And I was like, you know what, we need to start looking at trying to get a coach. A coach. I would like to try to get a coach. I was like, Dylan Brooks. They talking about Dylan Brooks not gonna be back with the team next year. If we can get a player like Dylan Brooks, he's a top defender in the league. We need somebody like Dylan Brooks. We need a better point guard. I talked about Fred VanVleet, about how the fact that he was going to get moved because him and Matty Barnes was having beef. You know, they were talking about Fred VanVleet wasn't gonna come back, and I was like, I would like to try to get Kenny Smith as our coach. But Kenny Smith ended up coming out and saying that he would rather be in the front office rather than be a coach at this point in his career. And I was like, it would be awesome to have Kenny Smith as our coach. It would be awesome to have Mark Jackson as our coach. And they were like, man, Mark Jackson, he ain't gonna be no coach no more because he was, da 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 da. And I was like, man, free Mark Jackson. And I literally did my thing. I started going on all platforms and everywhere I could sneak in, and I would hashtag free Mark Jackson, hashtag free Mark Jackson, hashtag free Mark Jackson. You know, and as time progressed, I kind of leaned into the idea that we wasn't going to get a Rockets head coach, but I was like, you know what? If we can get Kenny Smith don't want to be a coach, I'd take Sam Cassell, Mark Jackson, or Ime Udoka. And then it was some Quinn Snyder's out there. It was some more of them, kind of names that was out there. And I'm like, none of them dudes impress me. None of them dudes ain't my brand of coach. I want a guy, that's just like getting Vinny Del Negro or somebody. I want a guy who understands what it's like to be a Houston Rocket. I want a guy who know what the city of Houston, what the fans is like, what it's like to be in the streets, what the people when they come to the games, how they act, to really be a Houston Rocket. That's what I wanted as a coach. But if we can't get that, you know, let's go out and get that boy, man, that's gonna come in and turn the team around that we know can do it. You know, got a chip on his shoulder, and that's what they did. Um, and then I just kind of stuck with the chop shop, talking to the chop shop. I will watch the game when I can watch it, get off, and then call on the chop shop, blah blah blah. And then one day I stumbled upon the Greenleaf channel, and he was doing the play by play, and so I was like, okay, boom, I'm listening to the play by play, and watch it on my tablet and listen to the play by play on my phone, you know. And so I started doing that, and then I eventually called in on there, and I think that was almost around draft time, the year that we got Jalen Green. I might have been after the draft we got Jalen Green or something, somewhere around that time. No, it was the year after. It was year after. So and I started calling in whatever. But I had I done radio and different stuff like that before. And after, you know, kind of after things started to kind of settle down this year, I was like, you know what? I think I might just go ahead and jump out. Because here's the thing. I literally do this, you know, me and LC, people that I hang around with, we literally do this all day anyway. I could call somebody on the phone right now and we can have this exact same conversation 3, 4, 5 hours, just like I'm doing right now. And nobody would be surprised because I do this all the time. And I was like, we were sitting around drinking, and I was like, you know what, we ought to do a podcast together, bro. And they were like, yeah, man, set it up and we'll do it. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna set it up so we can do this podcast, and we'll have a little Rockets talk, whatever, da 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 da. And so once I got in the situation to go ahead and set it up, I set it up. I jumped it off, and it would really, spawn from that moment that we was, sitting around drinking, trying to figure out, we were just sitting around talking about the Rockets, like, man, we ought to do this, da 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 da. And sitting around having drinks and talking about it too much. Actually, my little brother was the one who kind of brought it up. He was like, man, y'all two dudes talk about basketball all the time, bro. Y'all might as well do that. Get on YouTube or something and do that. And I'm like, okay, cool. So we did it, you know. Well, I did it. And now I'm glad the algorithm even kicked me into the fray with the big dogs. You know what I mean? Because when the big dogs thumping on the porch, it's hard for a little, little country boy, little nigga like me, man, to even get up in there. But they've been showing me love piece by piece. I see new people coming through. They put me in the algorithm to where I get a new one or two new supporters every day. Low budget. If you didn't hit the subscribe, hit the like. Um, whatever. I get one or two new supporters every day whenever I come on, and it's just right now. It's just putting in a little hard work, bro. And then I get support from the community. I get support from the Greenleafs. I get support from the Chop Shop guys. You know, I never have nobody that's like low key hating on me or nothing like that. And I appreciate that because it can get competitive in YouTube from from kind of what I see, where you listen to some of the big dogs, the big dogs, they'll be cool, and then next thing you know, you'll hear somebody throwing shade on each other, you know. But in the Rockets community, we kind of I haven't experienced nothing like that, so that's all love for me from my end, to be able to just kind of get my feet wet, have people shout you out, guys pull up from different sites to come over and chop it up with you. That's all good for me. But with that being said, one of the things that I do is, I try to keep my shit the same way when I go to somebody else's site. I don't blow smoke up their ass, and I'm not no echo chamber. I don't go. I'm not finna go to your site and then say the same shit that you was gonna say. Let you say it. It's your show. If I'm gonna say the exact same thing that you was gonna say, I might as well have let you say it and be like, "Hey, great show, bro. You cooked." I don't have to be heard like that. One of the reasons that I like talking about it is because I'm usually thinking something or seeing something that nobody is talking about. You cut on ESPN, they talking about some shit, and you be like, "What the hell are they talking about?" They have no idea. I mean, they're just saying the surface level shit. They're just saying, and maybe they have insight to something that I don't know. But as a 30, 40-year Rockets fan, I feel like as a 40-year Rockets fan, that I feel like, hey, it's something about this that I see that nobody's mentioning. When I came out and I said Kevin Durant probably should be the two. On this team that we have, Kevin Durant probably should be the two. Everybody I know had pushback. Every single person, not one solitary person said, "Hey, EF, you making sense." One person said, "I don't care what position he play at, he gonna be Kevin Durant." That was LC. LC was like, "I don't care where you put him at. You think he should be a two? I don't care. He be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He gonna be Kevin Durant. He gonna do what Kevin Durant do." But every other person had some form of pushback or just swept it under the rug. You look up 2, 3 months or whatever it was later, and he's at the two. Here's the thing about me. It doesn't move me that they put him at the two. I knew that was the best place for him. What it does is it lets me know not only, well, not that I know what I'm talking about. It lets me know that he may knows what the hell he's doing. Because if he wouldn't have put Kevin Durant at the two, I wouldn't question myself. I'd have questioned Ime. I'd have had to question Ime. I'd have had to question Stone. Right? Right? Just like if Albert Shangoon don't catch the ball at the top of the key and run some Draymond Green type shit, I'm not going to question me. I'm going to question Ime if he's making the right decision. Not that I don't know that Albert Shangoon can do what Draymond does, but I understand why he doesn't want to do that. Because if Albert Shangoon is that kind of initiator of the offense, it takes away his offense. So whilst I understand that the best possible scenario for us is if Albert Shangoon was in that kind of position to where I'm top of the free throw line, initiating the offense, two things have to happen. Reed Shepard has to show that he can play basketball on a high level, and Albert Shangoon will regress offensively. Are we ready to sacrifice Albert Shangoon's offensive game so that he can make other people better and have the other people shown that they deserve that shit? Do this shit first. Do this shit first, and then we can talk about that. Reed Shepard, make some damn shots first. Then we can talk about Cocaine Curry. Absolutely. I absolutely had I absolutely had Reed Shepard and KD in the backcourt. And I even to take you one farther, I even said at a point, I just said, you know what? I probably would trade if we can trade Fred VanVleet and get a better player. I probably would trade Fred VanVleet and go ahead and start Reed and KD. Is exactly what I said. I have Fred VanVleet in my backcourt with KD, and in my mind's eye, if we could trade Fred VanVleet and get a better player, then I'm probably trading Fred VanVleet and bringing in a better player. That's just for me. And I'm not talking about a better point guard. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and go all in on Reed Shepard and KD as my backcourt. I'm in at my three, and let's say for example, um, let's say for example, um, I'll just give you one. Let's say some kind of way we was able to get a Dalton Connect or somebody like that. And I'm just saying Dalton Connect because I really like his shot. Not that he's better than Fred VanVleet, and not that his defense is better. And I'm probably making a bad um, example right now, but ultimately, what I was really leaning towards is if some come available to where Giannis that Giannis wants out, and we got Fred VanVleet's contract, and we able to get a Giannis or Jaren Jackson Jr. or somebody like that, I'm doing it. 100%. I'm doing it. And I'm just gonna start Fred VanVleet. I mean, I'm just gonna start Reed Shepard and KD. That's a horrible front court defense. I mean, that's a horrible backcourt defense with just with just KD and Reed Shepard out there on the perimeter trying to hold people. Probably gonna get cooked to all high hell. But at the same time, in my mind's eye, you will have a dangerous shooting backcourt. You leaning into Reed Shepard, and you're going to bolster your defense with Armin Thompson at the three. Which remember what I was saying earlier about him not being the on-ball defender all the time. Um, with him being at different angles to where he can sneak in the passing lanes, he can double from certain spots, he can come back door and block shots. He coming off the wing and getting rebounds, stuff like that. You know, back at the three where I've always said that Armin is more of a Scottie Pippen, Bull Scottie Pippen, or Ron Artest than he is a Penny Hardaway or any of that shit. So I really like Armin better at the three than I do at the point guard. Me myself personally, I think he's a three. And if moving Fred VanVleet and Jabari got us a Jaren Jackson Jr., and I keep saying that, if Fred VanVleet and Jabari could get us Jaren Jackson Jr., I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I don't care what nobody say about how he don't show up in the playoffs or none of that shit. He's a defensive player of the year. He's a decent 3-point shooter. He can get hot. He can do his thing on his own. He can carry your team when you go down. He's a bona fide star. And you pair him up with Alper Shangon. You got your two bigs. You got your two bigs. You don't need Steven Adams at all. You got your stretch, this and that. You got two players that can operate, that can get you offense, and you got Armin Thompson and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the court together. You talk about defense, bro. You talk about defense with Armin Thompson and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the floor together, and he's still young. He's only like 25. Jaren Jackson Jr. still in our timeline. Like he's not old as Giannis. Jaren Jackson Jr. is still in our timeline. So you pair him up with Armin Thompson and Alper Shangon, and you have that to go up against OKC for the next while they trying to make them into a dynasty. And then you got Reed Shepard playing with Kevin Durant enough time to where he can, you know, just not be isolated and put under the microscope by himself. He's not under the burner, you know, just hung out to dry right now, thrown out to the wolves just by himself. I can live with that. So, but to make a long story short, yeah, I did. I did have KD and Fred VanVleet in my backcourt. Soon as we got him, as soon as we got him, I may jumped on the car and I was like, do KD at the 2. And as soon as people start talking about him, I I'm in your chat. I'm in your chat. I'm in your chat. KD at the 2. KD at the 2. KD at the 2. And like I said, if he wouldn't have been at the 2, if they'd have put him at the power forward, I wouldn't have been mad. I would have questioned why. Like, what makes Amin a better choice at the 2 than Kevin Durant? So much so that I even said, hey, look, Tari Eason at the 2. Because Tari, to me, is a decent shooting guard. Now, he hasn't shown that at all. So, I mean, if you're asking me, you know, do I look like an idiot as of right now about the Tari Eason at the 2 take? Absolutely. Absolutely. Might have been one of my worst takes ever. Other than Adi Mare might be might be a phenomenal basketball player, but Tari Eason at the 2 is not looking like is not aging well for me. Tomorrow might be a different story because Tari might go crazy tomorrow and look like, you know, like a prime shooting guard tomorrow. He might go to hitting threes, putting the ball on the floor, getting to his fadeaway, you know, because we know that Tari has a decent fadeaway. He might get in his whole bag tomorrow. And it might just look like, you know, Reed Shepard, Tari Eason, and Amin Thompson in their bag. Because look, there's a lineup with Reed Shepard, Tari Eason, Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, and Jabari that I still haven't seen that I would still like to see. I still would like to see that. I still would like to see our best 2 defenders on the floor with Jabari at center. That's a pretty fast lineup. And you still got your 2 best, three best shooters on the floor together. You got Stretch Bari. You talking about spacing? You want your spacing lineup, Buckmo? Try that. Try that on for size. Try Bari at the 5 where he can space whenever he want to space. KD. Nigga say he got 3 chips in his bag, bro. Tari got 3 chips in his bag. He said Tari got 3 chips in his bag. Hey, we gonna see, man. We gonna see. I'm still pulling for Tari to come out and do something, bro. I'm still pulling for Tari because the minute Tari takes that step, bro, and then we become contenders again. When Tari takes his step, we become contenders again. That's just the size of it. That's just the truth of the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is, if Tari take that step, we back to being contenders. I'm not doing this with y'all tonight, bro. I'm not doing this with y'all tonight, bro. Hey, both of y'all cats talking about we need Dorian Finney-Smith back, bro. So I'm not even taking that with no real, no real animosity or nothing. Y'all waiting on Dorian Finney-Smith, man. Y'all waiting on Dorian Finney-Smith. We already know Dorian. Hey, look, what we know about Dorian Finney-Smith, Kevin Durant ain't gonna pass him the ball. Kevin Durant not gonna pass you the ball, bro. Why are you rushing back? Why are you rushing back? Kevin Durant already said he's not gonna pass you the ball, bro. He said that shit before he even knew you was on the team. Everybody talking about Dorian Finney-Smith. Don't y'all know he not finna get the ball? Oh my days, bro. He not finna get the ball, man. He did say that shit, man. Dude say he not getting the ball. Kevin Durant said, I'll never pass that nigga a ball. He told LeBron, he looked at LeBron and said, man, if I was you, I'd never give that nigga a pass. He looked at LeBron square in his face, bro. He looked at LeBron. And look, I got the clip, bro. Let me see. I might got the clip already loaded. He looked at LeBron. He said, man, he said, he said, what kind of sense it make? What kind of sense it make with the shot clock winding down if I'm already right here and I can take a two for me to kick the ball out the door and finish it? He was talking to LeBron. He said, LeBron, why would you kick the ball out to that nigga, man? If that nigga at the 3-point line and you can take a two. And LeBron looked like, yeah, nigga, you right. I don't know what the hell I be thinking sometimes. and, then, and then 2 days later, Dorian Finney-Smith on our team. And I came on here and I said, oh, man, he probably wouldn't have said that if he knew they was going to be teammates. But you put your foot in your mouth, bro. And Dorian Finney-Smith, Dorian Finney-Smith ain't gonna get the ball, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. He ain't gonna get the ball, man. Oh, I needed that laugh, bro. That's what he said, man. Y'all know that's what he said. He looked LeBron dead in his eyes and say, man, you passed that nigga the ball when you about to you passed that nigga the ball. Yeah, that's the same thing, man. It's the same thing. We late in the shot clock. We always late in the shot clock, bro. We always late in the shot clock. Cause Kevin Durant, okay, the play that I put on the screen earlier, it was like 8 seconds on the shot clock. Kevin Durant get the ball, size you up, jab step you one time. That's 4-5 seconds. Boom. He take 2-3 dribbles. The defense collapse. That's another 2-3 seconds. What's the point of him passing the ball to Dorian Finney-Smith? He not doing that, bro. He already let y'all know that's not how he think. He not wired like that. He gonna shoot the rock, man. He gonna shoot the rock. Dorian Finney-Smith not getting no passes from Kevin Durant. if Kevin Durant passed that nigga the ball, man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm a nigga, boy, you better. Boy, you better. Kevin Durant, you better not pass that nigga no ball, bro. You better not pass that nigga no ball, man. Oh my days. But by the same token, still, Dorian Finney-Smith at the two, eh, man, you know, how y'all feel about Dorian? I mean, like, Dorian Finney-Smith at the two is not your savior. J.D. Davidson is not your savior, bro. I mean, I know Reed Shepard not your savior, Army Thomas not just, but I myself personally, I'd rather go with Armin or Reed than Dorian Finney-Smith. Not that, not that I don't see what Dorian, because we, you know, me and you did it, King. We watched the Dorian Finney-Smith clips. We watched the Tari Eason clips, and I agree with you. Dorian Finney-Smith running on the baseline, moving into open spots on the court. That's a skill that we don't have on our team. We haven't had that particular skill damn near since Kevin Martin, bro. Damn near since Kevin Martin. We haven't had a person who really can move along the baseline and get open like that. Damn near since Kevin Martin. And Dorian Finney-Smith's ability to do that on the clips that we've seen him doing it is something that I myself like as a player. I love players who move off the baseline, you know, find ways to get into. We don't know if Ime is ever going to allow a player to do that, you know. We don't know if that's ever going to be something where he may say, "Hey, look, dude in the dunker spot, you come up, you set a little back pick, and Dorian Finney-Smith, you shoot across to the other side on the baseline." You know, we don't know if that's ever going to happen. But I like that. I like that attribute. I mean, I like that skill set. You know, or the willingness to do it. You know, what injury he got? It's a knee. He got a knee contusion. He got something done with his knees or something. He just got fixed. He gonna be hella slow. But Dorian Finney-Smith at 2? No, no, not my in make Jabbar at the 5 is hella spacing. Kevin Durant, Armin Thompson, Tari Eason, Reed Shepard. 5 decent defenders. 5 decent defenders. Still got your 2, you know, that's just like a small ball 5. You almost could say small ball 5 in there with Jabbar. You know, 6'10". You got Kevin Durant, he about 7'2". Um, and you still got your 2 defenders in there and Reed Shepard. How many ball handlers you got? 1. The only person you can trust with the ball is Kevin Durant. what, what you gonna, what you gonna do with Josh Okogie, bro? What you gonna do with Josh Okogie, man? What you gonna do with Josh Okogie, bro? You wanna just say, hey, I got a line up for you. I got a line up for you, King. Here you go right here. here go your, here go your favorite lineup. Armin Thompson, Tari Eason. No, we're gonna do this right there. Armin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Josh Okogie, Jay Sean Tate, Alpha Shangon. And that's a dope lineup, bro. You can't say that's a dope lineup. They looking like the out of the misfit toys. They look like the out of the misfit toys. You got a you got a 7'2" shooting guard. You got a 7'2" shoot guard, a point guard that can't shoot. two, two players, that's the same player. 2 guys, that's the same guy. They're the same person, bro. Jay Sean Taylor, Josh Okogie, the same damn person, bro. God, dog. You just put them niggas out there together, man. Ain't no telling how many wins you will get. The Terry Twins and the what? What we gonna call Josh Okogie and Jay Sean Taylor? We need a name for Josh Okogie and Jay Sean Taylor. They the some kind of twins. Man. Oh man. Oh. Josh Okogie and Tate on the floor together, bro. I'm calling for that. I need to see Josh Okogie and Jay Sean Tate on the floor at the same time. That's gonna be some hard nosed basketball, man. Hey, you seen Josh Okogie when he hit that that reverse layup? That reverse layup was crazy, bro. That nigga jumped a whole whopping. He jumped a whole whopping foot off the ground and glid. If Steven Adams wouldn't have pushed that dude out the way, Josh Okogie would have never made it. And people was hyped up when he made it. Everybody was so hyped up when he made that layup. Boys started going crazy, bro. Boys started going crazy. Yeah. No, I ain't gonna hold you though, man. I like Josh Okogie. He played good though, dog. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Josh Okogie played good, you know. But Josh Okogie, Jay Sean Tate played good when he played. I don't know why people hate on Jay Sean Tate so much, bro. Jay Sean Tate is a good basketball player, just like Josh Okogie. Amin, Okogie, DFS, KD, and Steven Adams. Oh my days, man. Oh my days, bro. I can't say that it's a bad lineup. Stop talking about Tate, man. Tate's a baller, man. Tate is a baller, bro. In what situation would this be a good lineup? Um, so KD still your lone ball handler. See, the reason Tate makes it a good lineup, the reason I mean, the reason Tate makes it a good lineup is because Tate can handle the ball, bro. Tate Tate can handle the ball. I could if you got KD and Adams. Nah, bro, we're not gonna do that one. I can't. I just can't fathom it. I can't fathom. I can't fathom it. I can't fathom it. Tate can't handle the ball, bro. You know Tate can push the pill, bro. Don't make me pull up the tape. Don't make me pull up the tape. The tapes, bro. You know I got highlight reels for days over here, man. I got highlight reels for days. Oh man, Tate is a good ball handler. Tate is a decent passer. Tate just can't. He just can't shoot. You just can't shoot, and that's the only thing, bro. That's why I say. That's why I say it got to be something seriously wrong with JD Davis. In order for Stone and Ime not to be salivating at the bits, not to be salivating at the chops with JD Davison, it got to be something going on. Because that dude shot the ball too well. It looks too fundamental. It looks too consistent. And his explosiveness and his burst of energy was too apparent to not be saying, you know, but then again, it's like you say, you haven't earned it. You don't just come in, play good in preseason, and then all of a sudden you get boosted up over Tari Eason and Reed Shepard. Right. Right. No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. That's why I keep saying JD Davis is he's not your savior. He's not going you have to earn that. That has to be something you get in the game and you just go crazy. You get in the game and in you know garbage time minutes. If you get in the game in garbage time minutes and you go crazy, you know, you beating him out in practice every day, then maybe. If that's the case, well, here's the thing that they're not practicing a lot right now because the season just started. They already went through training camp. They're not doing a bunch of practices or whatever. So it's not like he's gonna have an opportunity to beat him out in practice. But when they do have practices, if JD Davis is just hellified, just outplaying Reed Shepard, mind you, Reed Shepard's gonna be on a better team than JD Davison. But because Reed Shepard probably gonna be on the first team. JD Davison is not gonna he's gonna be on the third team. So Reed Shepard got a opportunity to play better. But if JD Davison is just beating Reed Shepard in practices and outrunning him in practices, and he getting the garbage time minutes and he playing good like he was playing in the preseason, something happened to where, you know, like tomorrow, something happened like tomorrow where it's one of those games where KD can get a little break. Tari Eason gonna get an opportunity to shine. Steven Adams might not play a whole lot. Um, we might get off early. Well, we know they're not having a lot of practices, bro. It's not this early in the season. You're not doing no whole hell of a lot of practicing. You're not doing no whole hell of a lot of practicing. But I don't know. I don't know. I think if we get off to a good start and it's garbage time minutes and we get to see JD Davidson tomorrow, that's something I didn't mention on the things that could make this game that would be exciting to see. Let's say we do get off to a 20-point lead and we blow them out the water, which is one of the reasons why I wouldn't bet on a game like tomorrow. Me and Lara was talking about that. Tomorrow is one of those games it would be hard for me to bet on because it's one of those games where you could easily take a lead and KD have 21 points and we be up by 20 and we don't see KD again. If you take the over on KD at 22, you, t- you take the over on KD at 21.5 and you take the over and KD sit on the bench at 20 points, 21 points and never come back in the game again. We be up by 20. And JD Davidson have 30, Reed Shepard have 30. And you be sitting there like, Al Pachenko got 19 points. KD got 21 points. Reed Shepard out here with 30. And if I was gonna take a crazy bet, I would. If I was gonna take a crazy bet, I would bet that I'm gonna hit you for 20 something tomorrow. I would bet that Army score Rockets will never get a 20-point lead at that pace. said never. He said they gonna never get a 20-point lead, bro. We gonna get a 20-point lead, bro. We gonna get a 20-point lead. It's probably gonna be tomorrow too. It's probably gonna be tomorrow because we're gonna come out. They're not gonna be able to rebound with us. We're gonna get off to a fast start. Armin's gonna be a man on a mission. Armin gonna be a man on. Armin has been a man on a mission, bro. But to be in two back-to-back games, listen to this. A person with Armin's mental makeup had two hard, hard fought games where he maxed himself out. He damn near blew his leg out of proportion the first game. He shot like cheeks the second game. Both games was okay. He had like 17 both games, I think. And now you come into game 3 against a lesser opponent. You can see Armin going crazy tomorrow. Armin, Armin might have about 26, 27 points tomorrow in real life. Armin might literally have 27, 26, 27 points tomorrow. And Reed might get you 20. Jabari gonna get you probably 20. Tar could get you. Tar could get, Tar gonna be in double figures tomorrow, easy. If he play, Okogie gonna be around. It depends on who. It depends on if Ime. If Ime is on that, I'm gonna play Okogie over Tar because Tar had 2 bad games. You know, then Okogie could do something, but Okogie's just not a better player than Tar, bro. He's not a better player than Tar. He's a Jay Sean Tate. He's a hustle player. He's gonna give you maximum effort. He don't really have the injury history. Man, y'all not finna do this to me, man. Y'all not finna do this all night. Look, y'all not finna do this all night, bro. Tar is 7 points. If he don't play, maybe. If he don't play, maybe. But if he get minutes tomorrow, if Tar get minutes tomorrow, bro, Tar can have that. Tar can have that game that we need him to have, bro. Tar can have that game we need him to have tomorrow. It's his opportunity. Tomorrow is his opportunity. Josh Okogie said he will. Hey, you know what? Josh Okogie remind me of one of those guys Um, I don't know. Y'all ever watch Key and Peele? If y'all ever watch Key and Peele, it's the one where it's the zombie. It's the zombie Key and Peele. It's the one where they both in this they actors in a zombie movie, and um Michael Keegan was a regular, and was Jordan Peele was he was like a first day person. They was zombie extras. and no, let me tell you, let me tell you, and then Michael Keegan, he was telling Jordan Peele, he was like, yeah, man, you know, you get that lunge money, bro. If you ever if they tell you to lunge at the fence and you lunge at the fence, lunge at the fence, that's when you get a big pay bump. And so and so Jordan Peele was like, "Yep, man, do." And so they came over and they were like, you know, I just want you to lunge at the fence." And then Key was like, "Yeah, me. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that money, baby." He was like, "Nah, him." He pointed to Peele. He was like, "Yeah, but yeah, man, that's cool, but this is first day, man. You might want somebody more experienced." So he was hyping up Peele like he wanted Peele to shine, and then Peele get out there, and then so they could they go. So they started doing their little thing. And then Pierre jumped on the fence. The dude come out, Pierre jumped on the fence. He was like, raw. And he was like, yeah, nah, but that's not how you supposed to do it. That's not how you supposed to do it. And they were like, yeah, give us a little bit more. Then the next time Pierre did something else crazy. And they come back, they were like, yeah, but you know, you're not giving us everything you need. And the whole time, Michael Keegan was like, he was like, yeah, man, you know, you might want to try try somebody else, man, because and then as soon as they walk out here, be like, yeah, man, you know, you're doing a good job, man. Keep it up, keep up the good work, bro. You gonna make it. This your time. This your time to shine, man. You know, you got that lunge bump, man. You gonna do it this time. Next time, come out, boom, go, action. Peel jumped on that fence. Peel say, zombie. My Michael Keegan went crazy. He was like, man, he said zombie, man. He actually said zombie. Zombies don't say zombie. And so what I'm saying is, when Josh Okogie was patting Tari on the back, and he was like, yeah, man, we want you to be six man of the year. and, then, and then he come out, and then he playing good like that right there. I wonder if in his mind he was like, yeah, man, I'm finna get this six man. I'm finna get this six man of the year award from Tar. I wonder if he had that in his mind, like, nah, I'm finna be six man of the year if I can take Tari's spot. So, that was just something funny I thought about because Josh Okogie kind of he was gaslight, he was kind of glazing him, like, yeah, man, top 100 player, man, six man of the year. We gonna get that. We gonna campaign for Tari six man of the year. Kind of glazing, bro. You kind of really want the nigga spot. You want my spot, Flash? Hmm? Hmm? Well, you ain't gonna get it because you ain't got it. Chump. That's Josh Okogie now, man. They gonna want the same exact spot, bro. That he glazing. He glazing Tari like he want Tari to shine. But nah, look, Kevin like playing with Josh Okogie. If Kevin like playing, they both played a lot of minutes, bro. I mean, Josh Okogie played more than Tari. He played better than Tari. I'm not saying he didn't play better than Tari. He hit a three. Tari hit a three. Josh Okogie he made some smart, quick decisions. The right decision. A couple times he missed some passes. He was one of the ones who missed open guys, bro. Josh Okogie was one of the guys who missed open players. Um, and like I said, Kevin Durant and Apple ain't gonna miss open players, but you know, why you gonna pass the ball to these dudes? They ain't gonna make no shots. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Not passing the guys, passing the ball. If I'm the guy on the team and I'm the one that has my job to score. If it's my job to score, and I mean, just make a long story short, bro. I'm like Kevin Durant. I'm not passing the ball no damn door and finishing it, bro. I'm just not finna do it. If you out there by the 3-point line, you better cut in or something. You better cut to the basket or something, bro. Or you better be wide slap open. Because if it's me on 2 and your man can close out, if your man can close out and get to you, and you have to shoot over him, I'm gonna shoot over 2 before I let you shoot over 1. No, that's not. Yeah, 100%. 100%. By my standards, yeah. By anybody's standards, he outplayed Tar. But if you say, if you ask me, did did you say if you ask me, was Tar impactful in in both games? I'm gonna say yes. Not very much in the first one, but very much in the second game. He was very impactful in the second game for the amount of minutes he had. He could have been better. He could have been better, but he was impactful because at the end of the day, you don't you don't get 5, 6 offensive rebounds. You don't get 5 or 6 offensive rebounds, bro, and not make an impact on a basketball game. You want to smell what I'm digging? You want to dug what I'm smelling? You don't. Let's see, 24. You don't get um. Well, it's 3 offensive rebounds. I thought he had 5 offensive rebounds. Well, Steven Adams had 6 offensive rebounds. Tari had 3 offensive rebounds. Josh Okogie had 2 offensive rebounds. Okay, but Tari had 2 assists and a steal and 4 points. He was a -5. Okay, he was 0 for 1 for 3. So I totally botched that. But Josh Okogie was 1 for 2 from 3, and he shot 4 free throws. So 10 points, you get 4 free throws. You know, if you get if you shoot 4 free throws, then you get to be a +4 and you get 10 points. Because if Tara shoot 4 free throws and he makes 3 of them, then he 7 points, and then he's probably not a -5. So you know that's just the that's just the way that the ball bounces on that end. But 3 for 11, bro. I'm not even gonna trip on the 3 for 11 from Reed because he was 3 for 4 from 3. Even though Reed Shepard was 3 for 11, what you talking about, man? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Even though Reed was 3 for 11, I'm not even gonna trip on the 3 for 11 because he was 3 for 4 from 3. And according to King, he hasn't shown us that he can shoot the three good on low volume shooting, and Reed Shepard shot the ball good on low volume shooting. So that's what King can't really say about him. 1 out of 2 games, he shot the ball good on low volume shooting. So he 50% on shooting the ball good on low volume shooting. He outplayed Torrey flat out. Yeah, he did. No, no, I simply said yeah. He asked me, did Okogie outplay Torrey? And my answer was yes. Yeah, he was better than Torrey. But I'm not gonna say it was crap. I'm not gonna say he played like crap. I'm not gonna say Torrey played like crap. I'm just not gonna do that. I'm gonna say he didn't play. He didn't play super good. He didn't play super good, but he didn't play bad. Could he have played better? Yes, he could have played better. He could have played better because he played 28 minutes. Josh Okogie played 17 minutes. and Josh Okogie outplayed him. But by the same token, guess what? Josh Okogie also outplayed Armin Thompson. Josh Okogie also outplayed Armin Thompson. I don't hear nobody saying nothing about that. I mean, like I said, it was only 3 players that played good. The only 3 players that played good was Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun, and Josh Okogie. Them was the only 3 players that played good yesterday. The only 3 players that played good yesterday was Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun, and Josh Okogie. Them the only 3 players that played good. So everybody was not good yesterday, but I don't really think nobody played like ass. Nobody was really just ass yesterday. You know, even Clint Capella, who didn't have a great game, he did some things that you know, in a game where those things work out, become very valuable. Reed Shepard, he did. Reed Shepard was aggressive. Like I said, he shot the ball from 3 for 4. He went down the baseline and didn't jump in the air. He only did to turn his back to the man one time, and it led to a turnover. Hopefully, he realizes that every time he does that, it's a turnover. Um, no, because look, what I mean, look, Tari didn't play good. Full stop. Tari didn't play good. He did some things that made an impact. He did some things that made an impact. Breakaway steal to a dunk. 3 offensive rebounds. You know those things made an impact in the game. It helped us in offensive rebounds, put back off of offensive rebounds, assist off of offensive rebounds. Got an offensive rebound led to assist. Got an offensive rebound led to a basket. Got a steal that led to a basket. Um, got an offensive rebound that led to a hockey assist. Those things count, bro. They count. Was it enough to say that he played good? No, it's not enough to say that he played good, but it's just enough to say that he wasn't the only one that played bad because the stuff he did counted just like the stuff that Almond did counted. And Josh Okogie played better than Almond Thompson as well. That's just the fact of the matter. No. What you mean Almond wasn't bad? Tari was objective. Just because you use the word objectively, dog. Just because you use the word objectively, bro, don't mean that Almond wasn't bad. Oh, so Almond wasn't bad, but Tari was objectively bad. So Almond wasn't objectively bad. Okogie didn't outplay. Oh my days. Alperen Sengun played okay. Alperen Sengun played well yesterday, bro. Alperen Sengun played. I'm not even gonna pull up the stats. I'm just gonna tell you that 5 for 18 is bad. Well, when you shoot 70%, when you shoot 70% from the free throw line, you have 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals. You only have 3 turnovers, and you're a +3, and you have 17 points. You're the second highest scorer on the team. You played good. You played well. You didn't play great, but you played well. That's just it. I'm not saying he had a great super game, but he played good. It wasn't a bad game. He missed some passes. He missed some shots. Okay, cool. He missed some shots. He was 0 for 2 from 3, but he missed some shots. But he was still a +3. He was still a +3. And with 17 points as a +3, he had 5 personal fouls. He playing his heart out. 7 assists, 7 rebounds. A damn near triple-double, bro. He damn near had a triple-double. He almost F around and got a triple-double on them boys last night in a loss. But as far as Armin, how can you say Josh Okogie didn't outplay Armin Thompson? Let's look at Armin Thompson's stats. He had 1 assist. Josh Okogie had 1 assist. Armin Thompson had 4 rebounds. Josh Okogie had 4 rebounds. Armin was 6 for 10. 6 for 10 from the free throw line. Josh Okogie was 3 for 4 from the free throw line. Armin was 0 for 1 from the 3-point line. Josh Okogie was 1 for 2 for the free throw line. Armin Thompson was a whopping 2 for 8 for the field goal, and Josh Okogie was 3 for 4 from the field goal. Josh Okogie had 10 points. Guess how much Armin had? 10 points. Josh Okogie was a +4. Guess what Armin was? A -6. Josh Okogie clearly outplayed Armin. He clearly outplayed Tar. He clearly outplayed Jabari. And the only thing, like I said, the only thing that gives Jabari a boost over Tari and Armin is that Jabari was 2 for 2 from the free throw line. He had 6 rebounds, 2 assists, a block, a steal, and he hit 3 3-pointers. He was 33% from the 3-pointers. Is the only thing that gives him a boost over the other players. He was a legitimate floor spacer. Sengun wasn't trash, bro. He definitely had a triple-double. All right, let's see. Hey, I tell you what. I can't wait to Dorian Finney-Smith get back. I can't wait to Dorian Finney-Smith get back. I don't want to hear no more about this nigga when he get back, bro. When this nigga get back, he better be, he better be him. He better be that boy. Dorian Finney-Smith better be that boy, man. Because everybody, see, this is the thing, man. I watched the game twice. I watched the game twice, bro, back to back. And I watched the film on the game like 5 or 6 times. I watched the highlights like 3 or 4 times before I came on. We broke down every single play on the highlight yesterday on the stream. If you didn't watch it, go back and watch it. We broke down every single play on the film yesterday. Not really a breakdown, but just a quick run through breakdown. This wasn't like, you know, X's and O's breakdown, but I did go into some of the reasoning and the logic behind the play. And at the end of the day, I'm not basing. You act like I didn't watch the game. I watched the game twice, back to back yesterday, bro. I literally watched the game. I literally came in here and broke down the film yesterday. Me and Buckmo was in here yesterday. Me, Buckmo, who was it? Who else was up here with us yesterday? Oh, was that you, King? Was you here yesterday? I don't think it was you. It was somebody else. I don't think that wasn't you. You didn't pull up on us yesterday. It was me, Buck, and somebody. And we literally went through the film yesterday. It was King. Man, King wasn't here yesterday, man. Oh yeah, because he was over here talking about I'm cherry picking clips. That's true. He was up here talking about cherry picking clips. Nobody cherry picking nothing, man. Hey man, look. I tell you, I be cramming, bro. I be cramming. Like I'm up right now. This 7 hours. This is 7 hours. I don't listen. 7 hours, bro. Think about that. 7 hours. Boom. get off of here tonight, do whatever else I gotta do before I go to sleep, wake up, go to work, get off work. While I'm at work, I'll be getting stuff ready for the stream tomorrow. If I do another stream, come on here tomorrow, come right back on, do this again tomorrow. 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna talk for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours by myself. Y'all pull up, y'all chop it up with me, y'all make the stream fire. But other than that, how do you think I can sit on here and even talk about basketball for 3, 4 hours or 2, 3 hours by myself without knowing what I'm talking about? Just because I'm creative and I'm creative and I can just make it up out the thin air. Even if I can just make it up out the thin air, I gotta have something to go on to make this bullshit up. I gotta have something to go on to even conjure up madness. I gotta have something to go on. You see what I'm saying? So I literally, whether I be forgetting exactly what days run together, days run together, nights run together, you know, days and nights run together sometimes. Up in here watching film, drawing up plays in my coaching book because I never know when I have to pull that out and show you guys I know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, because see, I know y'all think you be talking about a lot of cap in my rap, but I'm just gonna go ahead and pull this up, man, just so y'all can, just so you can know this right here. Just so you can know this, man. Just so y'all can see this right here. I want y'all to see this for yourself. So when I be saying stuff, I want y'all to see this. Y'all looking, y'all pay attention. Put your eyes on the screen right quick for a second, because I'm gonna do this one time. I ain't gonna be filling everybody in on my tips and tricks so they can, you know what I mean? Talking about. But real quick, boom. Y'all see this? Can you see this right here? This is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of spacing that Buckmo be talking about he want. He want this kind of spacing where boom, boom, nobody down here. When he dribble over here, when this man dribble over here, all he got to do is cut to the basket. He gonna cut to the basket, and then this dude can either dish him the ball or this man here got to commit. No, my bad, I moved the whole thing. He can either pass him the ball like this. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get over here. Okay. He either can pass him the ball. The hell? Come on with the thing. He either can pass him the ball here, or if his man commit, he can pass it out here. That's what Buckmo talking about. He talking about some open shit like this. This right here is more along the lines of what most people be wanting to see. You come out here with the screen, boom screen. You got your power forward out here would be Jabari Smith Jr. You come out here, you set the screen. KD pop up here, get him a little open shot right here off the screen. You see these right here? This is what I be trying to tell y'all, man. Look, two big lineup. Either man can pop up and set the screen. Either man can pop up and set the screen. Steven Adams pop up and set the screen. Then if Steven Adams pop up and set the screen for KD, KD can either go this way. Let me show you. KD can either dribble off the screen this way to a dribble, and then because this man is moving into the space over here, it opens this up. Now LP can come up to here to either get the ball in the high post, which allows him to either spray out each way. It allows him to either pass here or pass there, either one, or hold on, move that back, or he could turn He can shoot. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Shit like that is what I be trying to, Oh, y'all couldn't see that? My bad. My bad. Let me pull it back up for y'all. I thought I had it on the screen. Oh, okay. Let me clear my screen off so I can show y'all what I'm talking about. Let me go back to it, clear my screen. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right. Hey man. Okay, y'all see that? Can y'all see that now? That's your double big right there. And that's not really the way we run it, but just for example, this is what I was saying. Was Steven Adams able to come up here? Okay. Was Steven Adams come over here to set the screen? That's what they showing you right here. Steven Adams come over here, set the screen. Okay, boom. There go your screen for Steven Adams. Now, was KD able to come off the screen? Okay, let me move this over here right here. Okay. KD able to come off that screen. Boom. Now, since he didn't come up and set the screen, now Alpha Shangon could either, if because Jabbar is moving over into this spot. Well, first of all, this right here would probably be Amin, but for this sake of the saying, at the ball handler position, this probably gonna be KD. The way we playing, this would be KD, this would be Amin. But for the sake of saying this KD in the position because we want him to have the ball right now for this particular scenario, which is why I said with the way our lineup is, sometimes you want to see exactly what the number is because anybody really can be in this position depending on who running the point at that time. But if Armin don't, I mean if Al Pachinko don't come up and set that pick, then what Al Pachinko is gonna do is he's either gonna stay back over here to where he's creating the space by staying in this dunker spot, or he's gonna come up here to where if he don't shoot the ball right here, he dumps it off right here to Al Pachinko, and Al Pachinko can either make the pass over here to Jabbar or make the pass over here to Amin. But if he comes up here and Amin, okay, let me pull this back down. And Amin is sitting over here in the corner. Amin gonna creep into this back door again and take that space right back up. And then that's when Al Pachinko gonna drive to the basket and try to make this pass here. Now, that's where the double big lineup kind of come into play a little bit like that. And this is what I be sitting up here doing at nighttime, trying to see if I'm gonna bring this up and let y'all get a real dose of what the hell I be talking about. But at the end of the day, I don't be wanting to do this all the time. I just be wanting to come over here and chop it up and show y'all some films and break it down. I don't be wanting to sit here and drop play. But if I have to, you know, I can pull it out and go ahead and get with the shits. I can put it out and get with the shits because I don't just be, I ain't just shucking and jiving up here. Uh, so so that's what I'm saying. Like at the end of the day, yeah, I understand it, but Dorian Finney Smith ain't getting none of that. Dorian Finney Smith would be sitting out here in the Dorian Finney Smith over here at the 2 and Jabari over here at the 2 at the 3. Guess what this means? That means this Armin right here. Okay, this Armin at the 1. Dorian Finney Smith at the 2. Kevin Durant at the 3. You gonna put Kevin Durant all the way in the corner? You really gonna take away his whole offensive package by putting Kevin Durant in the corner? Nah, you're not really gonna do that. That offensive set, the reason that offense don't work is because Kevin Durant is too dynamic of a basketball player to put him in the corner. Um, let's see. Let's see what my other joint is right here. Okay. Okay. Boom. Jabari is over here at the 3. This Jabari. Here's your Armin Thompson, your Reed Shepard type shit right here. All right. And the only reason I'm saying Jabari because this really would have been the 4 or the 3, either one. And I mean, you could kind of say that this is Armin, this is Kevin Durant, but it don't really work for what we run. But for the sake of saying, let's say that this is Armin, this is KD, this is Alpha Shangon, and KD gonna run here, basic, right there, the Alpha Shangon right there, and then something like that. That's if, my bad. That's if KD was at the 4. But 9 out of 10, if KD is at the 3 and Jabbar is over here at the 4, it still run the same way. If Alpha Shangon is at the at the 4, and this is Steven Adams, then this becomes a pick. This becomes a pick and roll right here. Okay. Okay, boom. So he set the pick. LP comes off this way with the ball. Okay. Guess what? This dude here can't shoot, so he probably need to be all the way out the way. That's why this is better if this is Reed Shepard. You still don't want KD over here spaced out in the corner. So guess what? KD gonna have to fill this spot, and more than likely, hold on. More than likely, what KD looking to do is shit out the way like that, right? More than likely, what KD looking to do is kind of get over into this position so that when LP starts to go down here with the ball, when LP starts to go down here with the ball, if there's a kick out, he got this whole side of the court to try to find an opening for LP to get him the ball. And this is where Ime Udoka was talking about because Steven Adams is going to be down here by now. And I know that y'all saying that this is where there ain't no space at when Steven Adams come down here in this area. But when he moves down here, it brings a defensive player with him that you think is going to contest here. But if he contests here, Alperen Sengun is able to make that pass. If Alperen goes here and this man comes down, Alperen Sengun is able to make this pass, make this pass, make this pass, make this pass. He can make all these passes, especially this one. So this defender that comes with him, it don't really do much because you leave open an open shot to him if you try to contest LP. But where the open man is out here if you leave him. And they say, well, we're not going to leave Kevin Durant. They're just going to leave Amin. They're just going to leave Amin. Well, guess what? You really don't want to leave Amin out there either. Wait out there by himself because what happens is now he comes in or he goes over here and Jabari comes in and crash the board. But 9 out of 10, all he got to do is just step up a little bit. All he got to do is step up a little bit. And so him coming in down here, Alperen Sengun gets trapped right here, and Amin comes diving in right here, he still can make this pass right here. He still can make this pass. But what we saw happening yesterday was he gets here, right? He gets here. The ball goes right here to this dude, and he kicks it out here. Or we saw this several times. Alperen Sengun get right here. Alperen Sengun get right here. And then this dude already be on his way. Alperen Sengun makes this pass. The defense reacts. And then this man steps in, and then this guy makes this pass. And he gets the easy bucket. We saw that several times last night. And that's why Ime Udoka not really worried about all the nonsense about double bigs and all this and that stuff because everything got a chain reaction. Everything is a chain reaction. Just like if you buy fake gold and it rain on you, you get a chain reaction. Your neck turn green. You see what I'm saying? But with this right here, Same thing. You get a chain reaction. Something like that along those lines. You know, and I didn't obviously I didn't have the numbers exactly what the numbers gonna be, but if something along those lines for the lack of for the lack of better words, just not trying to bore the whole stream with it, but that's basically how it pans out. Now, with that being said, it's about 1 o'clock, past 1:30. I'm going on 7 hours. KLD. No, the offense is foolproof. The offense is foolproof. It's foolproof because it's just moving to where you're supposed to be. Moving where you're supposed to be and passing the ball to the damn man that's supposed to make, and the man got to make the shot. And what I just showed you is a bunch of people around the rim. It's around the rim. Anybody can make this shot. Alprin is close. Amin is close. What's it called? Steven Adams is close. Or Josh Okogie. Well, Josh Okogie got the ball and made the little reverse layup yesterday. Well, because he stepped in on the side. Stepped in. Actually, he got the ball at the 3, and he was able to, catch his man closing out. Catch his man closing out, and then and then go in and get the reverse layup. Same kind of structure. Same kind of structure. Um, what y'all think? Y'all want me to pull up tomorrow and do the pregame or what? Y'all want me to pull up and do the pregame to show what time is the game tomorrow? 8 o'clock tomorrow. I see what King trying to do. He try to clip my little game breakdown. He gonna go back and study my little game breakdown. He gonna pull up. I know he gonna watch it. Let me see. Well, yeah, 7 tomorrow. Okay, okay. Well, say man, if y'all want to pull up tomorrow, man, and do this again tomorrow, we can pull up and chop it up again before the game. Um, and how it go, and how it go. You know, shit, but at the same time, man, if you gonna be watching the game, you know, we might could just stay on here and talk about the game while it's going on too. And just kind of talk back and forth. You know what I mean? Just kind of talk back and forth about what we seeing, and I'll stay on here and chop it up with you. I'll be listening and watching. I'll be listening and watching and watching. Because usually I have the game on two TVs. I have it on my small on my tablet, and then I have it on the big TV where I can record it, and then you know, we can chop it up back and forth and just stay on here and, just talk about it, and I can pull up, if I can record it if we need to go back and watch some, I can put it up right here. We can go back and watch clips or whatever like that. But I'm finna go ahead and get up out of here so I can crash. I can have a little energy for tomorrow. Tomorrow gonna be a long day. And I know KOD probably gonna be asleep tomorrow by the time the game come on. I'm pretty sure Lara might pull up on. And again, I appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody, man. It's been a long day today. I appreciate Low Budget Gamer. Shout out to Low Budget Gamer for putting up on us today. If you still listening, appreciate you. Subscribe, man, so you don't miss no content, bro. Hey, man, J Dog pulled up on us early. J Dog pulled up on us early and we're going ham in the chat. J Dog was going ham in the chat today, man. I know he had a little football thing going on. Watch y'all dog ass Texans beat my 49ers. Hey, King. I muted Lero today, man. I almost booted Lero off my damn stream today, bro. I was about to boot that nigga off my stream coming up here talking about the Texans beating my 49ers, bro. He almost was the first nigga to get booted off the stream. Never boot no nigga off my stream like I almost booted that nigga off my stream today, bro. We ain't gonna do that. But hey, that's the last time we gotta worry about that. Um, Amin Moore. Amin Moore. Shout out to Amin Moore for pulling up in the chat today, man. I appreciate you, Amin Moore. And again, everybody who pull up, man, it's a good look. I thank everybody for coming in. Buck Mo, shout out to you, man. Stay tuned, stay tapped in. We're gonna keep it lit. You know how we do it. Stay on high alert. Yada yada yada. Rockets. Red alert. Signing out. Shout out to everybody, man.
I'm your host, Hope Champion, and this has been another exciting edition of Red Alert Rocket Zone. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of the great things we have coming your way. Want to jump into one of our one-on-one debates? Email us at redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. While you're at it, head over to the website and check out the KG1 merch. And if you want to show support or buy us a coffee, you can send it through Cash App, $6KG1. We truly appreciate your support because every show needs a spark. And for us, you are it. So come back again and blast off with Red Alert Rocket Zone.
Another night, another stat I can't defend. Another hope, our hope never ends. Every loss feel like deja vu, but every win reminds me why I do. The lights fade, but the passion don't. The city fans got pushed back for the smoke. Even when the shots don't fall, I'm still here to talk that talk. You can't believe I'm still tuned to this tone, still taking off in the rocket zone. All the heat, all the pride, you know what we own. Yeah, welcome home to the Red Alert Zone. We gon' break it down like how to break down the zone. He is an alien man, Mike calling on the phone. Every fan's a debater at heart. Every stance to take is part of the art. Oh, they say the data never lies, but numbers can't feel what's on the heart inside. So we clutch city till we die, even if we hold their feet to the fire. Tuned to this tone, taking off in the rocket zone. All the hate, all the pride, you know what we own. Yeah, welcome home to the Red Alert Zone. No alien man, he is an alien man. He's an alien, that's a man, and he is a Rockies fan. Oh, alien man, calling to talk about the Rockies. Oh, alien man, alien, he's an alien man. Oh man, he just an alien. He's an alien, alien. He's an alien, he's an 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 alien. Oh, 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 Leah Welsh wouldn't know more about rockets, man. He's an alien, he's a rockets man. Who would know more about rockets than alien man? Area 51 do.